All right. Try to arrange everything in such a way that everybody can see everything. Let's flip this mirror video off. Wait a minute. That should be correct. I think. Okay, so let's see. I wonder if the pink will show up at all. Hi, love. Thank you for the follow. Right. Yes, it does. All right. You sweet puppy. Go lay down, please. Thank you. It's really not that dark, though. Okay, we'll try again. Might have to use the purple strokes. I've been genuinely eyeballing those the screens they have now that is like a portable little screen on a little stand that you could take anywhere, and I'm like, that would so upgrade the whiteboard. Wouldn't you agree? Hello, it's officially 10 o'clock, so good morning, everyone. For those of you who are just joining or new here, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. This is our crown chakra class. We've been doing our Inner Light series all year long. Starting in January, we started with the aura, just the whole energy body itself. And then in February, we moved to the, hey, Blindly Evolving, good morning. We moved to the, hello. I have all the PDF cheat codes. We've been doing this for the whole year. We did we did the elements inside the body, the koshas inside the body, the sheaths and the sheaths. All right, so we did the aura, the sheaths of the aura, then the sheaths inside the self, and the elements. And then in March, we did the lower and minor chakras. And then we moved in April to the root chakra. And we have been traversing the chakras all year long until now. Finally, October, we are in the crown chakra. So I'm going to get the board set up here just a little bit. Feel free to filter in, hang out. Remember to grab a copy of my book. Satya, I used to watch you like 2 years ago. You look healthy and more knowledgeable than before. Actually, a lot of it is, part of it is confidence. Part of it is just confidence. When I started teaching, there was a lot of fear. There was a lot of apprehension. There was a lot of I don't know if I should be doing this. And over the last several years, I've just become more aligned with it, more convinced, certain that this is the thing that's important. And so put more, not just energy into it, but more intentional energy into it. So thank you, friend. It's been a fun journey, but it's also something that I can't do without all of you. I could post to social media, right? I could just post to social media, but it's the response. It's the way you all show up for me as well, because again, this wouldn't be successful if I was just talking to an empty room or posting content that nobody looked at. So it's not just me showing up and being confident because I want to talk about it and I love this stuff, but it's because you guys enjoy it, you guys respond to it, you guys are benefiting from it, and I'm hearing it almost every single day from somebody, which I absolutely love. So thank you for the love and encouragement. Alejandra, good day. Hello. Josh, where do we buy your book? My book is available on Amazon. I do have it on a TikTok shop right now, but I am not sure. I'm very new to the TikTok shop and I don't want people to order it and not get it. So I'm hesitant to really push that aspect of it. Hi, Mr. Marshmallow. Satya, do I still have the onesies? Absolutely. Actually, we have more. they're up in the cabinets there. So Amazon is the best place to buy it directly. Again, it's called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. This is something that there's so much I can say about it because it's something I've worked on much of my life, especially my professional and scholastic or educational career. And I was able to put it down into something that was really just succinct and clear, which I'm very worried and like to talk a lot around some of these topics. And so this was like a big accomplishment for me to get it into like 106, 107 pages. Essentially, we'll briefly talk about this and then I'll get the board ready. So this book is broken into 3 separate parts. The first part, we talk about the chakra system. I give you a brief overview, and then we talk about the history of manipulation, the mechanisms of manipulation, how the paradigm, how the system, how the structures of our current reality wire your system. And you can take it down the rabbit hole of like some insidious, like super intentional, like we're being manipulated because we live in a matrix kind of stuff. And you can also look at it from the other piece of what occurs in your life affects the way that your body and energy respond, right? So we can go totally dogmatic on it. We can go super just like straightforward and more like biology, right? Like when you experience something, your body has a response to that. And depending on your body's response to that, whichever responses your body chooses end up as our reactivity. That's why you look at an adult in the grocery store or in the coffee shop or in the hardware store who's throwing a tantrum like they're a 5-year-old. It's why your partner, when 1 minute they're completely mature and able to handle a situation, get triggered, you know that word, and fall into some sort of like, who are you? Where are you? Are you my partner? How, like, who? Violation warning. Redirecting users to purchase products outside of TikTok. Well, I'll tell you what, TikTok takes up to 60% of what the creators make. And because of new things on TikTok, TikTok has recently decided to hardcore badger people when you send people off platform. Why? Because they want their 60% cut. Amazon does not even take 60%. And I'm not a huge fan of Amazon, but they don't even take to 60%. They take a much smaller percentage. So you can find it in the TikTok shop. Does that help TikTok? You can find it in the TikTok shop and Amazon. So yeah, from that perspective, that first bit talks about how that wiring happens. The second section, I go through each of the chakras, and I talk about how marketing targets those chakras specifically and offer tools for each of those chakras on how to notice and also how to respond to those targeted marketing tactics, right? And it's not just corporate marketing. It's not just marketing for products. It's marketing coming from every other angle. Every bit of something that you consume has some sort of message and some sort of intent behind it. So then the third section of the book is how to reclaim your energetic sovereignty. I talk about a lot more tips, tricks. My favorite part, hey, Maestro. My favorite part in the book is a brief section in the back that just has a affirmation, a detox, and something else. Hold on, let me look here. Puppy dog. Apple Crown tastes better. I am not a fan of Crown. That's not, no. All right. So the last section is reclaiming your energetic sovereignty. And we find for you that my favorite part in the book, because it's super, if you got the book and simply just focused on this little list right here, I think you'd benefit quite a bit. Let's see, hold on. I know the author always says that. My book is so great. But this is something that's really important to me and something that I see as an imperative for us to understand right now in today's world and how it affects us and how, because what you see from your neighbors, your friends, your partner, your family, and what you see happening to your children is the indoctrination process, excuse me, is the enculturation process. Depending on how indoctrinated your culture is, it can turn into the indoctrination process. But we all go through the enculturation process, right? Okay, so this is the section daily rituals and energetic detoxes by chakra. What I offer per chakra is simply a quick, brief detox, a ritual, and an affirmation to help you reclaim your energy every single time you feel that that energy center is being targeted. So if you're somebody who's like, I don't know about energy, I'm not sure about chakras, right? We can also take it from the chakra perspective. It's just the framework that I use because it's the language that I speak. It's one of the languages I speak best, right? Um, but if we pull it to needs in the body or needs of the emotional body, social emotional needs, cognitive needs, physiological needs, these are things that we can track that the body actually needs. We have a huge body of research and work on human needs that we have. We can even look at the hierarchy of needs that Maslow adopted from the Blackfoot Nation. Psychology tells us, Freud, Jung, all of these other minds, right, tell us that we have real needs. We have basic needs in our system for us to thrive. Those needs have to be met. Of course, things like clean water and food, healthy food to eat, and safe place to, sleep and shelter, and even community and family. These are all actual needs for our development. Hey, Kay, needs for our development, needs for our, to build up to our self-actualization. If we don't have those needs met, it's very difficult to reach up to our self-actualization. So that's the piece, that's the insidious piece that I personally see way too much of, is that we are being enculturated, we are being sold to, we are being crafted, our personalities and our response mechanisms are being crafted very intentionally to keep you away from your self-actualization. Why? Again, who's the bad guy here? Who are we blaming and pointing the finger at? I'm not. What I'm saying is that a system that seeks to control the masses needs to find a mechanism for that control. A really good mechanism for controlling the masses is to keep us feeling scared, keep us feeling isolated, keep us feeling alone, keep us feeling unhealthy, keep us feeling confused about who we are or where we are or what we're here for or who our neighbors are, those sorts of things, right? All of that is wired. The mechanism for all of that is wired in when you're a child. That's why we talk so much about child development. That's why we talk so much about what happens in early childhood and trauma and things like that. And you might be like rolling your eyes. I'm tired of hearing about childhood trauma. Okay, don't even talk about childhood trauma. Talk about the way your body and mind and emotions learned to react to things. Learn how those early experiences, whether you call them good or bad, wrote your internal narrative for you. And those are the voices that you hear, the voices that are there protecting you, even if their protection is to tell you to shut up and sit down when you really should stand up and speak. Even if their protection is to say, don't be loud, don't come online and talk about this thing, right? Nobody will want to hear about it. It's that voice in your head that says, you seriously need to get these things done. Otherwise, you're just so worthless. I can't even understand why anybody would blah, 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 right? You've heard those awful things in your head, and some of them super supportive things in your head. Those get written in by your earliest experiences. Okay. So that's essentially what this book is going through. And so that you understand the mechanism, essentially it's like taking the remote control apart so that you can understand how to rewire the buttons so that you're not being triggered erroneously, so that random bits of information or things that come across your feed or things that people say don't suddenly make you lose your essence, lose your center, right? Throw you so far out of balance that you're in that situation of saying something or doing something or buying something or acting in a way or believing a thing that you later either regret or look back and say, that wasn't actually me. How many times in our lives have we experienced something that we've said, wow, I can't believe I said that. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even me. I don't know who that was, right? That's the triggered you. It is part of you. It is a reaction, a button that was wired in your earliest experiences. And that to me is the most important piece of this work that I'm doing, is that connection between how our later self functions and operates, and like from the extent of how you walk, how you talk, what you think, what you say, what you believe, the way you expect the world to show up for you and other people, and what you expect or project onto other people. All of that can be looked at through the lens of the energy body, of these needs that we see not just in the energy system, but in psychological needs, physiological needs, social emotional needs, right? Okay, so in this space, we're going to talk this month about the crown chakra. We're going to do a deep dive into the crown chakra. Next month, we're going to move up into the soul star and the upper minor chakras. Get ready for face and hand chakras. If you have any questions specifically about the crown chakra, please bring those. I will offer some practices. You all know that I love mudras. Born to Bark, I missed your thing here. Hold on a second. You said there is an insight in Freud and Jung, and also in Floyd and there is insight in Freud and Jung, and also in Floyd, the pink one, and Jung, the Neil one. You're silly. Thank you for that. Oh, okay, so bring all your crown chakra stuff, ask the questions about the crown chakra. If we want to dive too much into another chakra, I'm going to redirect you to my shop. Pink Floyd and Freud. Yes. Okay, I'm going to direct you to some place that TikTok is going to dig me for. They're going to tell me I get another violation for this, so I'm just going to write it up here and tell you all, if you want any other chakra, this is where you're going to find that info. I'm going to put it over here so it can stay up on there. I move with change at this place, at this TikTok shop. Thank you, Johnny. I'm going to learn how to speak TikTokese so we can get through this. This TikTok shop, I Move with Change, has cheat codes on it. They're downloadable PDFs, which TikTok doesn't even let you sell. So anyway, they're on the TikTok shop. So these downloadable PDFs, they're just $5, $5.55, and it's several pages of tools, tips, tricks, affirmations. Hold on, let me get you the list here, because I keep it up here for reference while we're doing class. I offer a brief overview, some symbolism and meaning, associated correspondences, including astrology, science, planetary stuff, body parts and systems, development stage. We talk a lot in this space about the development of the energy body, so you can understand when the things get wired into your system and why that's important to know. I also talk about what balance and imbalance feel like, so you get an idea for, oh no, I'm out of balance, or yes, or maybe not so out of balance. And then I offer mudras, mantras, sounds, visualizations, asanas, herbs and stones, nutrition tips, energy healing tips, and reflection questions, all in these PDFs. I was going to make that content this year, but it turned out that my life was not available for making that much content, as much as I really like to do videos and editing and things. So I'm offering the PDFs instead each month. And I did notice somebody recently went in and got the whole series. I'm super excited for that individual to have the whole series of tools. Remember that my lists are not a end all be all for every chakra, right? What I offer is what I cultivated this year for some of my favorite tips and tricks for that chakra. Prudence, thank you very much. Thank you all for the gifts. I really appreciate you all. Blindly Evolving, just yell TikTok shop randomly to keep in good standing. Why we need to practice Pig Latin. I was just thinking about that the other day. I was like, Ude, Uye, E member Ray, Auhe, Ute, Ixpe, Igpe, Atten, Lay. Anyone? Anyone? I'm not bad at speaking it, but I know listening to it might be a little more confusing. We need to make up a whole new language. Bornberg, regarding saying or doing something you regret, the later obsessing about it with embarrassment. And there's a difference, right? There's a difference between recognizing and being clear. Hey, Ree, there's a difference between recognizing and being clear about like, oops, that thing was not aligned. Right. And we talk, and I know you guys, those of you who've been in here for a while, right, you know that we talk about semantics. We really try to like hone in on those semantics because we are given the semantics of self-deprecation. We're given the semantics of the paradigm of the psychology behind and the beliefs that they want us to be consuming. And again, I'm going to try to stay away from too much of who's they. I think we all kind of have opinions about that, but there's a difference. There's a difference between saying, ooh, I recognize that wasn't aligned, and saying, oh my gosh, I'm a horrible person because I totally screwed up and there's nothing I can do right. Right. Or even harping on yourself after doing that whole like, yeah, you screwed up. And maybe you're not tearing yourself down, but maybe you're badgering yourself afterwards to make sure you get it right the next time. One of the biggest things that we have in here, thank you for the follow, friend. One of the biggest tenets we have in here, right, is one, you are your own guru, because the wisdom within you, the guru, the captain, the guide within you is the one that we're looking for, the one that we're looking to make a connection with so that that guide can guide you forward, not some external guru or effigy of that internal one, right? Manipulation of the truth is to tell you to look outside for that wisdom. We know to look within. The other piece is that we meet ourselves with curiosity and willingness above all else. Some of us are inclined to meet ourselves with judgment, with blame, with shame, with guilt, with reprimanding, that kind of stuff. And so trying to pretend that we can jump from usually gaslighting ourselves and talking shit to suddenly being like super loving and accepting and patient is disingenuous. If we're trying to build trust with our systems, we need to be genuine and we need to show up, right? With if we can't muster love, it was like with a partner, right? Or a friend or even a kid. Like you might not be patient in that moment. In that moment, you might not have loving words to say. In that moment, you might be fucking pissed. And it would be fake. It would be false for you to say, oh, hi, patience. Yes, okay, go ahead. You go ahead and just have your meltdown and yell, and I will be perfectly patient and loving. We can't always do that. And the more we pretend that we can, the more we break trust with ourselves. So authenticity, right? Your genuine essence of what comes up. We learn to create space to allow the things to come up without them taking the wheel and driving us into the same old patterns that we want to be stepping out of, right? Learn from it, but don't beat yourself up forever. There is no benefit in this space to creating pain or discomfort. When we're out in the gym building muscles, right? When you're running a marathon trying to get faster or whatever, those are places where you push your body to a point where you get sore, where things might hurt a little bit, right? We know that you have to kind of tear muscles to rebuild them bigger and all these kinds of things. And to get faster, you got to push yourself and that's very material world. That's very tangible, right? A hammer and nail kind of world. And that's the external world. And it's also just like a tiny fraction of what the entire universe is made of. We know that the entire universe is made up of far more ethereal matter, which we can't use hammer and nail on. You can't build spirit, right, with glue and tacks and staples. We build spirit. We don't build spirit. We are present with it. We create space for it. We listen for it rather than chasing it down, right? The opposite of what we experience in that external world here in the matrix world is often the way that we meet the internal world here. Curiosity and willingness. Imperatives. Curiosity and willingness. And it's way easier to be curious when you're pissed off or at least willing when you're pissed off than it is to pretend that you're loving. Okay. So, I guess I'll just write a little thing here so people know. Maybe. Cheat codes for other chakras. If you want this thing, I guess I will put a link here, and we're going to get started with the chakra talk here in just a second. There is a bit.ly link for this. Now I've just taken up my entire board. With this stuff. All right. So we'll leave that there. We'll move this a little this way. Let's see. There we go. At least on TikTok, on YouTube. On YouTube, you can see a little bit more of the board. Okay. All right. We got it. We'll figure it out. I have a sweater that says you can do hard things. And right now I feel like I need that sweater on. Okay. My kid is on the way right now, so hold on just a second. And I wanted to say one last thing. We are doing our drawing for a free copy of my book, a signed copy of my book sent to you by me. So today is the day of that drawing. I was going to give it a little bit more time, maybe like 11 or noon, once we have people kind of coming and going.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just finished a documentary, so may I do a docu-series?
Sure. What was the documentary about?
Monkeys.
Oh, of course. I knew it.
When I'm a grown-up, I'm going to devote my life to saving monkeys.
Well, if you want to be an engineer, yeah, go ahead.
Because there's like over 400 species, and half of them are endangered or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's why I want to help save the monkeys.
That's what I'm saying. You said you want to be an engineer, and so if you engineer something in a way that supports or helps or fixes a problem basically that they're facing.
Yeah.
Remember the one we saw about the monkeys who couldn't get across the road and kept getting hit by the cars, and so they ended up making a rope bridge sort of thing so the monkeys could get across the top? That's engineering. That would be helpful and help save the monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I love you.
Love you too. Can you give me She's right there.
Mm-mm.
I wish I could just go grab her myself.
All right, you can go ahead and grab her yourself. I'm blocking the child from social media. Just don't turn around. Don't turn around. She's gonna see my heart breaking. Just walk away. I don't want you seeing me cry. Love you.
Love you too.
His cat. All right. We may need to. Okay. You're into chapter 1. Awesome, Burned Bark. Burned Bark. That's wonderful. We can figure out solutions to these problems. Yes, absolutely. I encourage him. We homeschool. And so the biggest part, really the biggest driving force of the homeschooling is what are you interested in? So Amy, thank you for asking to get into the drawing for my book. I was actually flagged by TikTok this morning for putting it in there. So gift goal here, this is the gift that you send if you would like to enter the drawing. We are going to go ahead and do the drawing again. The drawing today is already closed, and then we will do another drawing December 1st, or the first Saturday of December. So if you want to get in the drawing for October, feel free to. There's 2 ways to do so. I'm going to put that on the board here too. Or There's 2 ways to enter. This gets you 1, this gets you 2. Why? Because TikTok takes up to 60% of what your creators make here on TikTok. So if we do this, it boosts the live, and TikTok really likes to hear me talking about my gift goal. And I really, really appreciate you guys helping me with my gift goal. That's all marketing. That's all tactics. That's all conditioning shit. Anyway, and this other one, if you send it to the place, thank you, Amy. Then I'm going to put you down right now, Amy. If you send it to the place, you get 2 entries because they don't take 60%, 50% of what I make. But the other kicker is that I can't see it when you put a donation in here. I can't see it during the live. I usually don't see those during the live. So that's why I'm closing the drawing for September is all done, and we're going to draw today. We're going to pull the names out of the hat. Amy, I've got you here. And then I'll have my son do the drawing today. All right. So, again, this is for purchase at this TikTok shop here. If you would like cheat codes for how to address or align or work with the other chakras that we're not talking about today, they're on this TikTok shop here. And that's the name of the TikTok shop, Move the Change. To enter the raffle today to get a copy of my book, a signed copy of my book sent to you by me, there's 2 ways to enter, for 1 entry or for 2. It's too much when creators are doing the work, born to bark. It really is. And I don't understand. Like, I've been trying to like justify it in some way, and there's not a justification for TikTok taking 50 to 60% of what your creators make. But they now have like a tiered reward system. So the more you make, the more you get of what you make. Do you see how it's like intentionally forcing creators to badger you guys for gifts and cash and whatnot, which I feel like is totally disingenuous. It's fun if you want to do it for fun, but if it's like required, otherwise you are essentially penalized for it, that's absolutely inappropriate. And that's absolutely really poor business practices, TikTok. Really poor business practices. Anyway, let's talk about the crown chakra. Let's get out of the muddiness of these lower chakra things that the TikTok shop is doing and the the social medias are doing. I can't wait for someone to have your book in hand, the signed copy. I can't wait to send it. I'm really excited actually to do the drawing today because we have several names in that are going in that hat. The justification is that there isn't equivalent options currently. Yep. There are other platforms that I've tried to be on, but TikTok also took its, they don't give you your stream code anymore. So you can't even stream with other places. Like they're trying to keep you, if you are on TikTok, you're only on TikTok and you have to look like QVC. Otherwise, we're going to penalize you for anything else. I don't know what they're trying to become. I do know what they're trying to become, a cash cow. Okay. So all this stuff up here, let's actually talk about the crown chakra. So the crown chakra in Sanskrit is called the Sahasrara chakra. I'm going to move back this way a little bit so that I can focus. You guys, I'm having tea this morning. I can't focus because I have a goose full of tea waiting for me. All right, so focusing on the crown chakra here. The Sahasrara chakra. Sahasrara. And I'm actually going to probably struggle to draw this thing here. Every month we have been drawing the... I'm trying to pick a color. That is not color. Sorry. Silly goose. Okay, so it's called the... Can you guys see that okay? Is it... I think I said recently that I'm seriously looking at one of those digital boards so that I can actually zoom in on things and zoom out and move around the page or thing. That would be amazing. Okay. That's not even better. Oh my gosh. I'm having such marker issues today. I think that might be the biggest name of any of the chakras. Muladhara, Svadhisthana. No, Svadhisthana might be bigger. Let me see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, I lied. Okay. Not that it matters. That one pops. All right. Sahasrara is the name of the crown chakra in Sanskrit. Our crown chakra is obviously the top chakra of our system. As we've talked a lot, and please let me know if you want a reminder or you have questions or you want a review of these things, the structure of our energy body. If you want a PDF cheat code for that, you go to this TikTok shop right here to find a PDF cheat code and information about the... See, I haven't had coffee. I've had tea though. Fuck. Okay. So, about the structure of the energy body and how all the elements and everything and how the energy body itself is structured. Not the book. Yes, there's KDXD. You can find that information in the book. You can also find it here on this TikTok shop in a PDF form. So, the crown chakra, here's a little visual because I can't draw it up there. The crown chakra is located not just on top of the head, but it's actually around the top, like kind of above the head. So when we talk about chakras, remember that we are talking about vortices of energy. So if you were to try to pinpoint and use a marker to draw directly onto your chakra, or like how big or whatever your chakra is, you're going to find a general center point, right? If I wanted to take my pinky and put it in the center of those vortices, I could, but it doesn't mean that pinky point is the only point of the chakra. This is energy patterns, energy that moves around, from, through, and right outside, inside of the body. The crown chakra is our North Pole, or our positive pole. There's a positive, right? Yang energy here, and then yin energy down here at our root, which is our south pole of our system. Oh, sir, I love you. Excuse me. No, I know you're trying to build yourself a little bed, but this is actually my this one, your claws will tear up. I apologize. Can I get you a blanket? Would you? Okay, I'll get you a blanket then. Oh. All right. Puppy needed a place to lay down. And you guys are probably going to spend several minutes hearing him do the like while he gets his bed ready. So I apologize for the background. All right. Let's see. All right. So we're talking about, come on, you can come up now. Come on, that's for you. The top and the bottom are our north and south poles. You can also look at them like a battery, our positive charge and the negative charge, or the yang and pranic energy, or the yin and apanic energy. When our energy rises, when we are raising up, we're getting up from bed, right? We're getting excited about something. A lot of these energies, we recognize the language around it that we use also indicates the movement of that energy. Pranic energy, up, 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 up. Apanic energy, yin energy, resting, relaxing, receiving, right? Inviting energy. And we say we chill down, we cool down, we relax, right? We chill out, kind of thing. So we have the language for these things for the movement of our system. And it's important to acknowledge that, because especially when we might be fighting other narratives in our mind that say, oh no, the chakras are baloney, or energy is just woo woo, or what have you. Remember that we have information about the energy body and the chakra system from as far back as 1500 BC. We have ongoing research on this stuff, and it's already integrated into every way that we speak about our lives, about each other. You call somebody cold-hearted or shut off, right? Or they're closed off in their heart. That's indication of how balanced or not their heart chakra is. Thank you, Stacy. Is talking about trusting my gut. My gut is where my center for will is. It's my center for where my body patterns my ability to do something about it, right? Trusting my gut is deciding and making those decisions with that confidence. Your confidence lives here. So I just wanted to speak to that for a moment. So head up in the clouds. I was trying to think of some sayings and wording that we use for the crown chakra. Blindly evolving. I should really learn about Sanskrit. I'm totally clueless. Is this derived from India? So Sanskrit is, yes, it's a Vedic language, and it's the language of resonance is the way that they talk about it, because the language of resonance means the language of sound, right? It's the language of the frequency and the way that the things sound, rather than the way that we use our language, which is more focused on the sounds of the individual letters. The letters make the sounds versus the sounds dictate the letters, I think, is a really simple way to put it. So it's a really fun language to learn. I highly encourage anybody who wants to learn it. I am not an expert on it at all. And if there's anybody who wants to take some classes with me, please feel free to do so. Let me know. I will join you in that. Yeah. So absolutely dig into Sanskrit. The reason I love Sanskrit, obviously for that piece, but because we use mantras, when we use mantras, we use Sanskrit. The reason we use Sanskrit in mantras is because Sanskrit is designed specifically to elicit that frequency, to really resonate with. Think about it like tuning your instrument, right? You want to make sure that it resonates with, right? So you got this instrument that I'm tuning. Sanskrit resonates. It's the way we play. One of the ways we can play our instrument more attuned. One of the ways we can tune our instrument. Yeah. And that brings me to the idea of mantras, right? This are not mantras, but the Om. This reminds me of the idea of the way that when we Om. Thank you, Andrew. Hey, friend. When we Om in the West, we might just kind of make this like Om sound. Om is the mantra for the Sahasrara chakra. That's why we're up here talking about the mantra for it. Is this black again? I'm trying to. Okay. All right. Just a simple Om. This is a really good way to segue. So thank you for that. We'll talk about the Sanskrit piece of this too, and why it's important here for the mantra, but also this is the mantra for the Sahasrara chakra, for the crown chakra. When we Om, and I encourage you to try this. If you have the opportunity to do this right now, if you got the space to do it, if you're confident enough to do it, and there's not then I invite you to practice your Om here for a moment. So there's that's not a caveat. If you feel uncomfortable about the way that you Om, or are not just comfortable with the way that you Om, I encourage you to Om for 108 rounds, 108 times. Thank you, Katie. Katie XD, you are in the drawing for October for a signed copy of my book. Thank you, friend. Got you in there. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It also helps to get the content out on the FYP. Thank you so much. Why 108 specifically? So 100, and this is where I start to be not as knowledgeable in terms of the numerology piece. So I will just kind of like share what I understand about it and what I know from a Sanskrit or from a yogic perspective. But you can dive so much deeper into the rabbit hole of 9. Right. So, but the 108 is a universal number. 108 is said to be, when you do 108 repetitions of it, it's the perfect number. So for example, as I was saying with the Om, if your Om feels shaky or not confident, or you're just not sure about it, do it 108 times. It's equivalent to a perfect Om in one iteration, right? So this connects us to, I have one right here. Using prayer beads, using a mala, malas in particular have 108 beads plus a guru bead here at the top. I actually make these. I'm not trying to sell them right now. I can't put them on TikTok Shop. I custom make them, but they are made with 108 beads so that you can use them as a repetition tool to count every single mantra. And I'm happy to offer maybe a video or another class in etiquette for how to hold your mala. But yeah, 108. 108 is that number. Aside, I thought 42 was the answer. Was the answer. Hitchhiker's Guide. All love. I'm not sure what you're asking for. You need to be a little more clear. Remember, then this space, hello everyone. For those of you who are new here to our CAYA space, remember this is a come as you are space, and part of showing up authentically as yourself requires personal responsibility for the way that you show up, for the things that you say, for the way that you communicate, for the projections that you bring to this room. And yeah. So welcome in. And if you have something that you'd like to ask, and I'm not understanding it here, feel free to send me a message. I won't answer them though until after the session, which will be several hours. We're going to be on here probably until 1 or 2. But I do my best to keep up on all comments, and I do my best to respond. Yeah. Thank you all for being respectful in this space. Okay. So, Om. We are going here to practice our Om. Again, there's a difference between Om, 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 and opening up your throat and your mouth here, dropping the tongue, like moving this, creating space here for something that actually vibrates up in your head, right? When you can feel that mantra resonating, echoing through your head, that's the tone you want to focus on, right? So that would sound more, instead of Om, 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 you're talking more Om. Thank you for sharing the live, Stacey. So you want to focus on getting that resonance. You want to focus on getting that vibration. Remember, you are an instrument, right? That vibration is your instrument vibrating, is your instrument responding, resonating to that sound. It's like if I'm tuning a guitar and one of those is flat, it's literally going to sound flatter and not as full. When it starts to resonate and gets in tune, in range, it starts to resonate. So when we're working with sound, mantras, other sounds, frequencies, other things like that, we are focusing on finding the range of resonance for our system. This is, again, why it's so important for you to practice the mantra. It can be great to listen to mantras, right? It can be great to listen to mantras, but practicing it yourself is where you get that resonance echoing through you. Thank you again, Andrew. Katie XD, does pitch matter? Pitch matters less than that vibration. So if you are on a higher pitch and doing that the only thing that I would say about that is that remember that we can correlate that each of our chakras are correlated to one of the scales. So if I'm oming, I'm really looking to reach the entire system. That's less about my pitch, more about embodying the sound. Versus if I start to change the pitch, I may start to tap a little bit more into more specific frequencies. For example, if it's a higher pitch, I'm definitely going to be going up here in the third eye or crown chakra. If I drop down to that lower pitch, that resonance is going to be able to reach those lower chakras as well. So I would just say play with it, but also it depends on your voice, right? Your voice is uniquely yours. And so how it sounds to you is going to sound different than how mine sounds, right? Speaking of sounds, I wore this one today and an earring today to share with you guys one of my favorite ways to, you're very welcome, Katie. One of my favorite ways to align the crown chakra is by wearing little tinkly sounds. I don't know how else to say it. Blindly Evolving. I was listening to the song the other day, Come As You Are by Nirvana. Gave me a smile for our community. It should be our theme song. You know what was funny is that when I picked Come As You Are, I really never even considered that song, even though we're all very familiar with that song. And I was like, oh, somebody mentioned it like a year ago. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's some serious grooviness. Sorry. Grooviness. Okay. So I like to talk a lot about passive ways, right? Chill ways that don't require a lot of complication or memory to address your chakras, to help align your chakras. Remember that your energy body is so malleable. Your energy body is so malleable. If you feel, oh my gosh, I'm out of alignment. Oh my gosh, I'm so broken. Oh my gosh, my chakras are all closed up. I'll never be able to heal. Please drop that narrative like a bad habit. Leave it on the doorstep for somebody to pick up with a free sign on it. Say, we do not need that anymore. Your system is so malleable because it's ever fluctuating, because it's moving. Hey, Jessica, because it's moving around so much in constant flux, right? That means it's much more easy to address and to realign. We think about it from the external perspective, from the Western matrix perspective, about how long it takes to change a habit or how long it takes to build muscles, right? Time moves differently in the external world. Thank you, friend, than we experience with our energy body. So 108 ohms, you want to balance your whole system? Ohm 108 times. I don't even care if that ohm is not a perfect ohm. I don't even care if it doesn't fully resonate through your brain. 108 times focused entirely with all of your attention on that ohm, and you're going to bring your energy body right back into that resonance. Now, remember, just like a habit or any sort of muscle, like as soon as we get to center, the body is used to pulling us back out of balance, or the emotions are used to pulling us back out of balance. So at first, what we're looking at when we first start working with our energy body is consistency, is repetition, right? To keep at it. And to every time that energy comes up and the emotion says, I got this, I'm going to take the wheel and I'm going to make us say shit we have to apologize for later, right? I'm going to make us look like a fool. That we can learn to go, whoa, wait a minute. I feel you. I see you, energy. That's not where I want to go. That's not where I want to be. Let's all come back to center and make a decision on how to move forward. Right? That's how we reprogram our system through the chakras, by understanding that those triggers, those emotions, those reactivity is wired into our energy body. And so just treat the chakras, right? When those things come up, treat it like, okay. So passive things to do. Here are two of my favorite crown chakra tools that I have. I have a little, this is a little silver ball, I guess. You're very welcome, Jet. This is I don't even know what they're called, and I haven't seen them everywhere. They're not very popular, but when I was a kid, this is one that I had when I was a kid, with a little dolphin on it. It makes a very right? A really light, really high, little tinkly sound. It always made me think of like Tinkerbell or like a fairy. Like this sounds like fairy bells, right? Something that high pitch, something that sweet and tiny is Jet. You had when you were young too. Yeah, I feel like they were big, maybe like 80s, 90s or something like that. But this is the kind of thing that if you want to improve your connection to your crown chakra, or you want to help to open that crown chakra and to maintain, because what does our crown chakra do? But it's the entry point for that pranic energy. It's that solar yang energy that comes in from spirit, from source, right? That's one of the points in which those energies enter our body. And so if you want to improve that connection, this is just like literally your umbilical cord up to the cosmos, up to source, up to that yang energy up there, up to the sun. Carry around something like this. This is one of my heavy hitters, maybe, for depression during the wintertime. This feels like bringing little sparks of sunshine into my head. Andrew. So here's one thing. Born to Bark, I want to open it up and discover the magic of the sound. I know, but it's fully sealed. It's fully sealed. So I don't know how you get in there. Okay, so the other one I have is an earring I found. This was actually in Hawaii, and I think they were handmade. The lady had them there by the thing, and she had the little hammer pounding these things. So I will actually take this one off because I don't want to get my face that close. Just this, I'll show you over there on TikTok or YouTube in just a second. Do you see how tiny the little pieces are? Now, yes, it's orange, but listen. Oh, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it. You probably hear the dog better than my earring. This one is so quiet. This one is so subtle. I actually had an experience of, after buying this, I went swimming in the ocean, and the sound of it in my ear as I was swimming underwater was so magical. And I got an immediate boost. I got an immediate connection, right, to that third eye / crown chakra, the upper chakras. Sound like tiny wooden chimes? Yeah. But when it's right next to your ear, it has a little bit more of the like higher pitched sound to it. So little things like that can help balance your crown chakra. What other, let's see. My favorite mudra for the crown chakra. We talk a lot about mudras in here because mudras are some of those things that you can either do them in public or you can do them, wherever. Again, I like to say Netflix and chill with your mudra, right? You can sit and watch a show with your mudra. In the same way that this opens the crown chakra, offers energy to the crown chakra, so does the Sahasrara mudra. Hey, Bill, thank you so much. The Sahasrara mudra is a pretty simple one. The only complicated part is you actually want to hold this over your head. So if you're like me and you have any shoulder or upper back stuff, this one may not be so easy to do. And I encourage you to try it out. Take notes, put those notes in your inner light map, which you can find on this TikTok shop. Are you coming back in? Try again. No, there's inactivity in my live. Like we're not just sitting here talking about stuff. So we'll move the puzzle piece for you, TikTok. They couldn't actually ding me for something that time. They're like, we know you're doing something suspicious. Okay, so the Sahasrara mudra, or the mudra for the crown chakra. Again, here's the Sahasrara. My Sanskrit is not perfect, but Sahasrara. Okay, so this one is simply done by bringing both palms out and creating a nice little triangle here with the thumbs and the index fingers. Spread those fingers nice and wide. Now, remember, when we hold our mudra, this is an important one to remember this on. We hold our mudras with intention, not tension. right? If you try to spread those fingers out super wide and push them out really hard and push your fingers together in the center, you're going to experience tension, and it's going to be very difficult to hold that mudra for very long because tension doesn't belong in your body for a long, prolonged period of time. Hey, Vada, did you see the video I made for you the other day? Okay, Sahasrara Mudra. So bring those index and thumbs to touch to make a triangle here. Spread the other fingers out with intention, not so far that you're, hurting yourself, but just make sure they're open. And then we bring this up to the crown. You can hold it directly over the top of your head like this. You can also hold it up like this. I really, really love using this mudra. I'm going to back up just a little bit so it's still in the middle of the camera. It's still in the camera. I really love using this mudra during the daytime, under the sunlight or under the moonlight. Both ways, the idea of this mudra is to receive that energy just showering, pouring down over you. So as you hold this mudra, you focus on that sensation of receiving that shower of energy from the sun or from the moon or essentially from source. This is from the cosmos. This is to receive that energy from source into our crown chakra. Again, you can hold it upright a little bit or directly over the head. Again, I kind of like to angle it if I'm got the sun in front of me. Huge tip here. If you want to do this in front of the sun, thank you, friend. Don't do it between the hottest times of the day, right? Don't do it during the hottest parts of the day. Do it either like closer to morning or closer to evening. We talked last month about practice with the sun for the third eye chakra. It's one of my favorite practices, and this is a continuation of that one. So if you were not here, I will briefly share a practice for opening your third eye chakra is to sun gaze from your third eye. That does not mean, that means these eyeballs are closed and you turn your third eye to the sun or to the moon. You can do it both ways and receive that energy. And I guarantee if you tried it, you probably felt that thing because that one's a really intense practice. So one of the things that you can do with this mudra is add that. Close those eyes, direct your attention to the sun or to the moon. Look through your third eye, gaze at the sun or the moon with your third eye, and then bring that Sahasrara mudra up over the head. So this can also help with things like a busy mind or even physical tension, like headaches, migraines, in the head. Remember that we want to hold our mudras for a minimum of 5 minutes to start receiving that benefit from them. Some mudras are better held longer. Some mudras are good to hold for just 5 minutes and then move on. This is one of those mudras that you can do over and over and over again. Jessica, hi. Is the same it's the same sun versus moon. So it's still as Tara said here, it is different energies, but it's the exact same mudra. The mudra is to receive, right? The mudra is to receive that energy as it comes down from the cosmos. And so that mudra, Sahasrara mudra, is right here, looks like this. And you can use this with the sun or with the moon, just not during the hottest, brightest parts of the day, please. Preferably dawn, dusk kind of times. Yes, my son.
Is it time for the drawing?
Not yet.
Okay, it's 11:01.
I know. Jessica, would you say the sun is stronger? I think we are much more adept at perceiving solar energy than we are at lunar energy. Show of hands. How many people in here spend time underneath the moon every single night? Anybody go out and sit under the moon every single night, or is the same way or the same frequency that you do with the sun? Jet, you too? I do work nights though. So there you go. You got a little more exposure to the sun. A lot of people. I've got a lot of night owls and wolves in here, avoiding the sun. Oh, good. I've got a bunch of lunar energies in here. Good, good, good. I am also a night owl, and it is a ritual for me to make sure that I sit outside every single night for honestly, at least an hour. I try to do the same thing during the sun every day because we are so inundated with fake lights, these sorts of screens, and what it does to our eyes. Is a very real thing. So the more time you spend out there, thank you, Ran. The more time you spend out there, the more you'll be able to perceive it. The more time you spend with tools like this, right? Mindfulness and the tools within it, they are a personal practice. The more you sit with it, the more it will resonate within you, which is why I suggest keeping a journal, right? Just grab a journal of any kind and keep track of these things that you're practicing, when you practice them, what you experienced, how long you practiced them, that kind of stuff. Or you can get my Inner Light Map, which is a pre-made PDF journal. It's like 4 or 5 pages, and you can download it and print it again and again and again and again and again for as many pages as you want for your journal. That's on this TikTok shop here, if you can see that. Melly, immediate relaxation with this one. I really like the Sahasrara. My biggest qualm about this one is the fact that I do have shoulder and neck complications. So holding it up here for 5 minutes is a little bit much. The alternative is to lay down. You can lay down on your back and then prop up with pillows, or just hold it, create the mudra, and rest it on the bed. You can rest it like that. You can rest it on your head, right? If it's a little bit much for your arms, rest it on your head itself. Find the balance between tension and intention. That is where we find center. Because tension, right? Thank you, Jessica. Doesn't get held in the body. It's super, super tight. It doesn't last long. It's not where we're supposed to be. But no intention at all means not holding a mudra at all. I'm not doing anything. I'm just a lump, right? So how do we find balance? That balance, that centered place, is where intention exists without any tension. Another example of this, blindly evolving, I should sit under the moon, maybe more. Maybe it would assist my feminine energy. Yes, absolutely. Inviting the moon in absolutely does. Absolutely helps to cultivate that yin energy. And you can still invite that yin energy from the cosmos here, because everything is macro, micro, right? So we have yin and yang energy out in the cosmos. We have yin and yang energy here on Earth. We have yin and yang in terms of Earth itself and the cosmos, right? We have yin and yang within our systems as well. Thank you so much, Tara. Thank you, everybody, for all the gifts and the love today. Some comments were filtered. I don't have filters on my comments. Who's saying stuff? What did you guys say? Three Muses. I try to sit during the transition from night to day. I post sunrises every day. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. So this is a really good mudra, a really simple mudra, not complicated. I have a really twisty mudra to offer today. We will do a couple of different mudras. I want to go ahead and just offer you the mudras for the month. Usually I kind of like wait and dole them out later, but today we're just going to talk about all 4 of the mudras that I have for the Sahasrara, for the crown chakra. Remember that if you want to get the PDF of all the cheat codes that I have for this chakra or for any of those chakras, it's here on this TikTok shop, and I'm at Move a Change on this TikTok shop. If you want to buy a copy of my book, it's on this TikTok shop. If you want to enter a raffle for a signed copy on my book, there's 2 ways to enter: gifting here, the Swan here on TikTok, or gifting over to this one here gets you 2 entries, because they don't take up to 50%, 60% of what I make. This one does, but it does help the FYP. So there you go. Yo! Okay. So that's that's the mudra for interconnectedness. This is the mudra to help fortify, open, clarify that crown chakra. Remember that it also helps with physical things up around the crown chakra. Whenever we're addressing any chakra, you can associate the physical things that are happening in that part of the body with that chakra. So frequent headaches or tension in the brain, or a very busy mind, or unclear decision making, unclear thinking, in struggle focusing, all of these things can be correlated to both both the crown and the brow chakra. So working on both of those can be really helpful to help clear the mind and to deal with things like migraines, headaches, busy thoughts, especially if you got some of those really insistent badgering kind of thoughts up there. Then I encourage you to work with the crown chakra and with your brow chakra. That's it. Okay. So I'm trying to think which one I want to offer next, the Dharma Chakra Mudra or the Kalishvara Mudra. The Kalishvara Mudra is held a little bit lower. Okay, so this was a little more difficult to do than the Sahasrara Mudra. This is the Sahasrara Mudra for the crown chakra. And then we also have the Kalishvara Mudra. So this one we can hold a little bit lower. One of the things I don't like about this one, again, is how high you have to hold it. It becomes uncomfortable and it makes it harder to hold for a long period of time. This one, the Kalishvara Mudra, is the mudra for opportunity. And the opportunity that it presents is again, clearing the mind and detaching from the experience of the material, and creating the opportunity to experience the immaterial, to experience the energy, to experience the connection, to experience my heart and your heart. This one also is held in front of the chest, so it helps to strengthen the heart as well. And helps us clear out the patterns, right? When I speak about the matrixy space, I talk a lot about the habits, the patterns, the cycles we go through, the material, hard hammer and nail kind of stuff that we go through. Our habits, our behaviors, our patterns, negative or positive, are in direct relationship to the external world, to that experience. So this mudra offers an opportunity to get out of those cycles. And I have another one that does similar. That's a little different. So the Kalishvara mudra takes the index fingers together, drops the other fingers. So you want your, not index fingers, sorry, middle fingers up. The other fingers curl in so that you touch the first knuckles, I guess, right? Second knuckles together. And then bring the fingers together underneath, right there, thumb. So it would look like this from the backside. Do you notice it's a little heart, right? With the crown on top, a little temple heart. So middle fingers up, curl the rest of them down to touch those knuckles. And then the thumbs go like so. We hold this here at the heart. You want to relax the shoulders if it's a little hard to hold. Thank you, Katie. If it's hard to hold upright like this at the heart, you can also tip it forward like so that you can relax your shoulders and your elbows, rather than it being like this and being like, this is really hard to hold. I'm causing myself tension. We're not trying to create tension. Go ahead and lower the elbows, lower the shoulders, and let that mudra fall open just a little bit. Hold that at your heart so you can look down and gaze into the little heart that you've created. Creating the opportunity. This one I'm going to hold for a full 5 minutes. I encourage you to hold it for a full 5 minutes if it's available to you, or at least just try for a few minutes. Why 5 minutes? Because it takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate fully through our systems. While you may hold the mudra and immediately feel something, the full benefit to your system is going to be starting after those 5 minutes. And I invite you, when you're holding a mudra, if your attention is on the mudra, remember, we can hold a mudra. You can hold a mudra and just watch a show, right? And it will help. It will do the work that it's intended to do. You can amplify that by giving it your attention, right? So as we're sitting with this particular practice, we're not watching Netflix and wandering off some other thought. We're actually here focusing our attention on this mudra. And just notice what happens in your system. When we rewire or re-inform our systems, enlighten our systems, part of that process is just witnessing and going, oh my gosh, wow, I felt that. Oh my gosh, I feel that in my heart, right? Wow, my headache just disappeared, or whatever the heck the thing is. Notice those things. That's how you retrain your brain. Your brain really likes to be right. It's what it's really good at doing, telling you that it's right. So if you give it this information and say, look, these are really effective. I can feel it when I hold it. That helps to reframe the outdated and insidious paradigm stuff, right? That we already have wired into our brain that says, oh, it's nonsense. Oh, it's silly. Oh, it's nothing. Because again, what's the best way to hide the truth? Where's the best place to hide the truth? In plain sight. Hide it in plain sight and tell everybody how awful and terrible and bad it is and they should run the other way. Particularly about the energy body, particularly about what your energetic sovereignty means, what it really looks like, what it really feels like. Again, we talk the blindly evolving. You said that's a trip. I could feel a fluttering tiny butterflies in my chest. This one benefits the pericardium and the heart as well. Like the physical aspect of it, it benefits the pericardium and the heart. It also helps to bring us into that heart space to experience the ethereal. The heart is the center of our system, the center point of our system, of our energy system. There's so much research on the heart. There's so much research on like even modern research. I'm not talking about Vedic stuff. I'm not talking about just ancient science. I'm talking about modern, everyday, now science that has been studying for decades how how our hearts work, how the hearts interact with each other. Remember that your heart chakra has a front and a back. So if you're holding this mudra and you're like, I don't really feel anything in the front of my chest, but you do feel something in the back of your chest, or the back of your chest, your mid back, that's the back side of your heart chakra. If you're holding this right here in front of your heart, right over your chest, then the back side of that heart chakra is going to be probably right below or right behind. Yeah. Where the mudra is. The front and back. Make sure as we're holding our mudras, we want to keep releasing tension. Remember that we can find center and then the system may pull us back out of balance. If I'm used to holding tension and fear in my body's going to keep doing that. And when I release that tension and fear, I might have this moment of peace for a second and go, oh, that feels really nice. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was holding my shoulders up like that. But then the mind wanders and the body remembers and it pulls back up. So as you're sitting here with these practices, you can use this opportunity to just go, oops, hold on, back to center. And then, oh, back to center. And then, I don't know, losing your mudra, right? Like falling apart, losing your attention. Oh, oops, okay, back to center. Mackenzie, yawning is not normal during this practice. Yawning is a parasympathetic response. So what it means is that your system is relaxing. It's a normal and, in my opinion, a really great response to the mudra, because to any practice, it means that your body is settling back into center. And yawning brings more oxygen, oxygenates the bloodstream, and we are working with the heart. So the heart may be inviting more oxygen to your blood, oxygenating your blood, relaxing blood vessels, that kind of stuff, right? yawning, humming, sighing, all of these things are indications that your system is releasing tension. Katie, incredible tools. Peacemaker, thank you, sister. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm just here sharing what I've discovered. I have spent my entire life. Hi, for those of you who are new here, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. And I have been on this path my entire life in some capacity or another because I, from the earliest I can remember, wanted to understand why. Like a really intense and profound way, not just like the why and whatever, but like, I want to know what makes us human. I want to know why we are human. I want to know what makes us tick. I want to know what makes us good and what makes us awful. I want to understand what makes two people that love each other hurt each other so deeply, and why we are more inclined, more likely to hurt the people we love the most rather than the people who just give us our Velveeta cheese. And why do we give people our Velveeta cheese instead of our whole chest and whole self, right? I just wanted to understand. And so I spent my entire college career, 12 plus years in university, and several other workshops and classes, and continuing to go to school now as well. Lots of books, lots of reading, lots of exploring, lots of traveling, lots of asking questions. And for a long time, only a little bit of practicing. I was a classic ego-driven, I wanted to understand it and then turn around and tell people what I found and tell them it was the right answer and tell them this is how you do it and tell them that I was right. But instead, I found that ego prevented me from showing up as me. And that ego also put me in situations and led me down pathways that were not actually aligned with what I wanted to do. I was not finding the outcomes with the clients I was working with. I was not finding outcomes in my own life. And I was like, but this is stuff, I know it's the key. I know it's magic. Why isn't it working? Because you're not using the key. Oh, oh, really? It was that simple? Shit. So the last several years has been my experience of coming home to myself, of having a lot of this information, a lot of these tools for so many years, and now finally putting them into practice. And I know that might sound silly, but it's true. It's just the reality. And I think that when we can acknowledge, oh yeah, I was what we were saying earlier, right? Born to Bark. I can acknowledge that I was out of alignment before, and I acknowledged the ways in which that didn't resonate with my life, that it caused chaos or, just outcomes why do we keep ending up down this road, right? How do I keep ending up crossing this bridge? How do I keep ending up with my face in the mud? Patterns, habits, parts of self that are just doing their best to show up for you every day. And my ego is doing its best to protect me every day until I was ready to show up and start to do the things myself. Andrew, I can relate. It's easy to know the path, but harder to walk it, especially with the co-opting of enlightenment as a trend. You're going to see a lot of that. Again, that's the manipulation we can receive from our culture that says, if you wear the right yoga pants and get the right certifications and read the right books and get the right titles and study with the right gurus and have the right skin color and have the right money and are born in the right place, then you can be enlightened. Let me sell you something else to make you feel enlightened, right? And I had the effigies. I had the classes, I had the certifications, I had the titles, I had the yoga pants, I had the class subscription, I had all that. Why am I not going anywhere then? I mean, I was. because I was constantly looking outside of myself. I was constantly looking outside of myself for the answer. I was constantly looking outside myself for love, for support, for patience, for abundance, for understanding, for knowing, for me. Isn't that weird? We go wandering around the world looking for ourselves outside of ourselves. All right, we've sat for at least 5 minutes here with the Kalashvara Mudra. This is such a nice one and so soothing to be able to just kind of hold, right? I don't know how you guys are doing there. Peacemaker, be that which you wish to experience. I would say there's a yes and to that. Yes and. Yes and. Isn't it ironic? But that's the irony, right? That's the paradox of our reality. And I think it's only more paradoxical because we've been it's been turned on its head, right? It seems extra paradoxical because it's been turned on its head. I think of Odin finding the runes by hanging himself from a tree upside down, by the toe or whatever he did, however he did that, and finding the runes that way. Because our world, this matrixy experience we have, is the flip, is the inverse, is the reverse, is the mirror image, is the if you want control of the most of powerful beings, then you have to take away their power. One of the best ways to take away their power is to show them their power and say, see how dangerous it is. See how scary and awful and terrible it is. My brain wants to go down like a rabbit hole talking about how like religion has taken the teachings of Christ, who spoke about energy and a state of being and a state of consciousness, who spoke about enlightenment and shared the tools for enlightenment, and has turned it into a death cult where people are encouraged to celebrate the torture of and even wear the effigies of the torture of this individual who taught us about love in the heart. And the temple in the heart, the flame, the fire in our hearts, our access to source is here. Gospel of Thomas. Okay, so this is the Kalashvara Mudra. And this is the Sahasrara Mudra, right? Goes up here at your angle. Andrew, I will never understand why people can't see that about Jesus. That is why I went and studied these things, because I experienced a Catholic upbringing, and there was so much discrepancy where I felt I understood Jesus. I felt like that was my first connection to religion. And then the deeper I got into the Catholic Church, I thought I wanted to be a nun because that's how close I felt to Christ. And it turned into something very different, and it made me so curious and dumbfounded that I left and was like, wait a minute, this is so backwards. Why is it backwards? Why does it not make sense? Why is this? Because it's been manipulated on purpose, because it's been changed, because information's been taken out and information's been turned on its head. I know a lot of people are very familiar with the idea that Lucifer means light. It means light, not the darkness, not the bad thing, not the scary thing, but the opposite. And it's part of the thing that, again, got me to where I'm at now, where I recognize that what has happened by the conditioning of not just now culture, not just modern culture, but this has been going on for, honestly, probably the majority of recorded history. Because if you want to manipulate the masses over several generations, then you have to reframe their history itself and change the story and write it from it's like imperialism. It's like, oh, it's so good for everybody, or oh, slavery was so good for everybody. It's like you just turn the truth on its head from the perspective of the perpetrator, not from the victim or not from the person who's suffering, right? But instead from the person who says, your suffering is good. We just had a conversation about this the other day via one of the videos I made, right? This idea that your suffering is necessary or beneficial to your path or your progress, or that you are somehow better for having suffered, does not track, right? Suffering can actually harm us, and prolonged suffering creates prolonged chronic issues in the physical body, in the emotional body, in the energetic body. All of these things become go out of alignment when we spend all that time like that. So the next mudra I want to offer is the Dharma Chakra mudra. So talking about getting outside of the way bigger cycles we're talking about the bigger cycles of several generations, right? Of this manipulation that we've gotten through religion, through government, through the ruling class of some kind, right? That wants to control the masses, so wants to hide their power from them.
Is it time?
Not yet.
Okay. How much longer?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Ooh, both of you, great. Andrew, people wear this symbol for the most popular, for the most painful way to die doesn't seem in alignment with his message. Yeah, and this idea that, especially like calling ourselves sinners, that sort of thing, right? And the whole idea that there was a sacrifice for our sin, and that like it's a death cult, it's a blood cult, it's a death cult. I was raised with the blood part, like we literally consume the blood and body of Christ, kind of thing. And I'm like, this is not what you guys are saying it is. It's not. Peacemaker, in darkness, the only place you can see is within. There you find truth. Yes. And that is why we are taught to ignore that light within and look for the light outside of ourselves, literally, to the extent that it like changes the way that our eyes can see and our perception can perceive and our ears can hear, because we are so used to tuning them outside instead of tuning them inside. Mindfulness is so powerful because you learn to tune to the inside frequencies versus trying to tune to the outside frequencies. It's the exact opposite of how the world works, how the universe works, how manifestation works. You talk about manifestation and people say, oh, you have to force it for material shit. You have to focus super hard on material shit and then you'll get it. Like the universe doesn't. Thank you, Andrew. I was going to say the universe responds to you. You don't respond to the universe, but it's an exchange. It's an ever-present exchange that you cannot get away from. That means the frequency at which I resonate is what is going to, the universe is going to respond to me with that frequency. Just the same way that if I show up angry and mean in a situation, the people in that room are going to respond to me in a certain way. And the same way that when I walk into a room, someone's energy has the potential to affect me. The kicker, right, is to decide which energies I would like to resonate in and therefore respond with and interact with out in the world. Silver, would love for you to write a book on this, on manifestation or on the whole flip reverse stuff. I feel like the thing is I feel like it's already there. I feel like the information is already there. I've done my educational stuff. I've done my research. I've listened and there's already books. And maybe this is a self-deprecating thing. I feel like I would just be repeating something that somebody else has already said. But sometimes I guess we need the things to be repeated a lot of times before we all hear them. I did write a book on some pieces of this. It's called Energy for Sale, the Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. I talk specifically about the historical piece of this, how this has been happening for a long time and why it happens, essentially as a means of control, right? And then I talk about each of the chakras, and how any kind of marketing targets those particular chakras. And then the last section is about how to reclaim your energetic sovereignty, how to start reclaiming your energetic sovereignty. And then these classes here are our extension of them. Silver Will, your perspective is more nuanced. Thank you, friend. Thank you for that reminder. A big thing that I'm learning on my path is that, it seems funny to say it, but put simply, is that the things that I have learned or my perspective is valuable, that my perspective itself is valuable. So thank you very much for that reminder. Andrew, maybe the way you say it will reach people who others didn't. Energy for sale. It's on my list to purchase. Nice. You can get it at this TikTok shop here. You got to capitalize the things here for the bit.ly link. There's also a link for it over at this TikTok shop here. If you want an addition to this book, I also have PDF cheat codes and things like that for actual tools, mudras, mantras, asanas, food, nutrition stuff, energy healing techniques, herbs and stone pairings, reflection questions, all kinds of stuff to help address each and every chakra. Peacemaker, two types of ego. One says I am better, one says I am lesser in living in these and living in fear. When our ego is out of alignment, it intends to fall to one of those two extremes. Totally. But I'm going to flip this on its head too. Your ego is not your enemy. Your ego is your ally. And your ego has a job to do and is a powerful ally when it is aligned with your essence, with your purpose, with your path, and those things, right, require the conscious you to be involved in. When the conscious you is not present and in a good relationship with your ego, then the conscious you and ego are in a constant battle between who owns the shop, who takes the wheel, who barks the orders, or who controls the body, right? Like, this ego says, shut up, sit down, don't say anything, nobody cares. If I let that ego run the show, I will respond and react in the same way that ego tells me to. Does that mean my ego is bad for telling me to shut up and sit down? No. Why is my ego doing that? Because my ego was patterned during my earliest experiences when my chakra system was developing, and it is remembering and repeating, thank you, Stephanie, repeating the patterns that it first learned. So again, personal example. I was a loud child. I had a lot to say. I had a lot of questions. I wanted to talk about all the things and ask questions that were totally inappropriate and I wasn't allowed to talk about. So there was a lot of shut up, sit down, stop asking questions. Instead of interacting, instead of doing that, I instead turned my volume all the fucking way up and got super, super loud. So I developed an ego that instead said, if you're not going to listen, I'm just going to yell it. That ego caused its own issues well into adulthood, well into no longer yelling with my voice, but still that same idea of ego and arrogance that said, you have to listen to me. I hurt a lot of friends. I've not been a good coach before, when that was the place that I was operating from. Now, in developing a better relationship with ego, now when ego says, shh, nobody wants to hear what you have to say, I go, wait, ego, hold on, watch this. Because when we go into our classes, they do, see? But it's been that way for so long. My ego was doing that for so long that almost every day, y'all, I've been teaching online for 3 years now, and almost every day I still hear ego go, really? Are you still doing this? No one fucking cares. And instead of saying, oh, you're right, oh, or getting pissed off at ego, I take ego like a 5-year-old or a 2-year-old and I say, come here, let me show you something cool. I love you. I'm sorry you're feeling grumpy today, but come here. Let me re-inform you. Let me re-educate you, because the education you got was from when I was like 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever it was, and trying so hard to communicate with people who didn't want to communicate, right? Your ego is your ally. I want to say it a few more times because your ego is your ally. And one of the biggest lies you've been sold is that your inner strength is your enemy. Think how strong your ego is. Think how strong your anger is. Think how big those emotions can be and those energies when they come up through you. That is your power being misused within your system. So we're here learning to realign that, right? We're learning to meet those parts. We're learning to use that energy consciously, intentionally to navigate the waters of life so that we're not constantly running into the same storms or crashing into the same rocks over and over again. I know you've done it before because I've done it before. I spent years and years and years crashing into the same fucking rocks and being like, I don't know why. Because you're not driving your ship intentionally. You're letting ego do it. Like you're letting emotion do it. You're letting fear do it. You're letting the old narratives that says whatever drive the ship. And hey, if that's working for you, if ego is doing a good job of driving your ship right now, then fucking let ego drive. I am not here to tell you to kick ego out of the seat. But that's again the insidious thing where they say just amputate ego, get rid of ego. What did my mama say? If you create an enemy of yourself, you will fight that battle every single day. And that will be the war that you wage within yourself your entire life long. Do you want that life? Do you want to live like that? And you will see that echoed out into the world. What I see right now out in the world is that inner space of turmoil and fighting and battling and belittling and fear and aggression and all of these things echoing out into the world right now so prominently. Why? Because it's happening inside of us, because so many of us are going, screw you, ego, fuck you, emotions, god damn it, anger, gah! I'd like for anybody who's inclined to take a moment, place your hand over your heart, and simply say, thank you, my ego. Really feel it if you're inclined to do so. Really feel into that gratitude. Recognize that your ego has been your ally, protecting you, driving the ship, showing up for you your entire life long. When nobody else was there, when no one else showed up, when no one picked up the phone, when no one helped, ego was there doing its best to protect you. Ego might not be the best, have the best tools for protecting you, but ego has been your best, closest ally and biggest fucking supporter. Okay, so I said I was going to offer another mudra. And this other mudra, agreed, ego is my ally. It keeps me alive. We're in balance. And when we find balance, right? When we find balance, we can then invite ego here into the balanced, centered place. Yeah, blindly evolving. A lot of us do too, right? So you say, I did the opposite. I zipped up and started yelling at me instead of learning to unravel. Yep. And that when we have something, so you and I are talking about two different extremes, an excessive or an deficient, right? Excessive or deficient energy being pushed through, particularly the throat chakra, right? Where we communicate. The throat chakra, for me, I opened it up and started screaming from my throat chakra. What you did was invert that energy and turn it on yourself. That vortex didn't change direction, but yeah. So then we also have the reality of when a chakra becomes what I call wounded. You either have excessive or deficient or a wounded chakra. The wounded chakra looks a lot like, for example, a solar plexus. I like to use my personal examples here, right? Uh, my personal example with the solar plexus would be to say that, again, my attempts to do stuff were often thwarted, right? And so I was often put down, or I struggled with self-esteem a lot, but I created a false self-esteem, an ego to stand there and be confident for me. So what I ended up with was a wounded solar plexus, where typically my norm is to be inverted. I will hide that solar plexus and not set boundaries, not press my will, become very submissive or kind of in this kind of energy, right? But then when ego steps in, ego has the capacity to push me out and I suddenly be super extroverted. But when that happens, I am not fully present in that process. And so ego makes decisions that are not fully aligned with the essence of what I want in that moment, because I can't quite reach my essence because of the extreme sway back and forth. Right? Finding center is learning to fluctuate through both, I guess, be able to find that balance regardless of where those states are. Okay, sorry. Let me check up on here. Uprising. Hey, friend. Okay. Is it possible to actually see the soul? Here's the question. Do you think the soul itself is its own entity? And what would it look like? Right? What are you looking for? If you're talking about looking for the soul, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a ghostly apparition? Are you looking for a spark of light? Is the soul, does it look like me, like in the mirror, just lighter? Or is it a pinpoint? Or is it something else entirely? Yeah. We got to know what we're looking for, right? Maybe. But how do we find something when we don't know what it looks like, when we don't know what it smells like, when we don't know what it tastes like, don't know what shape it is, don't know what color it is? I have no idea how to find it. Exactly what this individual said right here, right? Focused breathing and silence are one of the easiest ways to find something in the darkness when we don't know what it looks like and we don't know where it is. So the question, and then I see your response here, but that's not actually seeing the soul. So are you asking, can we perceive the soul from within ourselves during meditation through the inner visualization? Can we perceive the soul with our material eyes in the same way that I see every color in the room, that I see this owl right here, which I'm just, because these are important questions to ask ourselves when we want to dive into those places and see the soul. Can you see energy with your material eyes? Yes. You can absolutely see energy, the aura and the colors with the material eyes. It takes conditioning your eyes, or I should say unconditioning your eyes from all these screens and all the bright lights. Last month, we talked about practices to help improve your ability to see auras and energy and stuff like that, because we were working on the third eye last month. Uprising. I believe the soul is who we are and it's covered with flesh. So if you were to perceive who you are, this is such a great question, my friend. Thank you so much. If you were to perceive who you are, what would you be perceiving? Because for me, to perceive my essence is those moments when my essence occurs within me in a tangible way. I feel it in my heartbeat. I feel it when joy rises up and flushes my cheeks. I feel it in the moments when a tear, right? Like those essence, the essence of the me that shows up in the moment authentically. That to me is seeing me, and that I can go look in a mirror and see me. I can see that soul of me as it exists, as it projects itself into the material world. Okay. I think I answered the question right. Oh, Caden Ryan. Ego is just a scared child. You can keep it in the passenger seat. You can keep it in the passenger seat, but again, ego, here's my analogy for it. And if you want to dive deeper into this analogy, you can also go look into internal family systems. The analogy is that any energy, your ego, your emotional body, your cognitive body, the different parts that make up the whole of you, these are all like pirates on a ship. But here's the thing. you can't get any of them off the ship. No one can walk the plank. They just end up under the ship. They just end up, clinging to the sides of the ship. They don't actually get disappear. They don't actually go away. It is your energy. It is the patterns and manifestation of the whole of your energy. Same way we look at a prism splits light. This is you, your essence, right? The soul. Here it is. All the cluster of energy, not just the intangible energy, but the physical, material self, right? The thoughts, the emotions, the feelings, the energy that moves through our systems, our digestive system, our physical body, our blood system, our circulatory, all of it is encased right here. And you need all those parts, right? If you suddenly took out the circulatory system, your system would not work properly. Properly. If we took out the ego, your system would not work properly. And so it's about building a trusting relationship. And again, deciding who is going to be in the driver's seat. And that could be the essence of you. The conscious, present, now you is the one in the driver's seat until we start to step out of the now. That's why presence is so important, because where does ego live? Where does fear live? Where does those old beliefs live? Where do the old patterns live? Where do the emotions live? They are all rooted in past, because that's where they were born. That's where they were created. That's where they came to understand and learn about reality. So it's your job now as the essence present self to reinform them, to update them, to be the captain or the first mate to your higher self captain, right? And say, okay, ego, thank you very much for driving the ship for this long. For now, I need you to sit in the passenger seat. When this situation happens, for example, we have to go to work. I don't know what you do for work. Great. Thank you, Andrew. Maybe you're a bartender and you need ego to show up and to be able to banter and do the shit all passive, not passively, like it's second nature. Ego knows how to do that without you thinking about that. Present conscious you would probably be not running around bartending, but slowing down and saying, okay, full present conscious. Yes, you might not be the best bartender if you can't multitask and also shoot the shit with people while you're making the drinks and counting the money and cleaning up the things and all this stuff. We need all of those practiced parts of us to do certain things, but we don't always need them operating in the driver's seat, right? The ego that helped me bartend is really awesome, but that's not the person who I need here, right? That doesn't actually help me here. And so instead, there's a different energy that I cultivate here. And instead of it taking the driver's seat, I have it sit beside me. I have my counsel here, right? Peacemaker, thank you so much for my friend. Thank you so much. Sending you lots of love. Deanne, hey friend. In healthy systems, ego is present. Your advisor, and you can make final decisions as the driver. Yes. Are you heading out, Peacemaker? Peace and love to you. Thank you for the gifts. Yes. This is your team. This is all the ingredients. These are all the parts of your puzzle. Like there's no amputating. There's just updating and upgrading and enlightening and informing and educating, right? This is the reason internal family systems is a psychology theory practice thing, because we recognize that we have all the parts. You are a whole piece, yes. But when light hits this prism, consciousness hits this prism, we perceive all of it in different parts, the colors of the rainbow. So you're looking at your rainbow of self within and going, wow, look at all these different parts I have. But they all actually are the you that you are. And again, this is our culture does this. Our culture flips this around and says, oh, if you talk to yourself or whatever, you must be crazy. Or, oh, you don't have voices in your head, right? The way we even put down the casual discussion of different parts of self. Now, I know that's becoming less and less a thing, or more a thing that we can talk about these things because we are enlightening ourselves and each other as a collective and going, wait, no, I really do have a kind of a different part of self that says this thing to me. And there's this other part that says this thing to me. And there's this other part that shows up and fucking takes over when somebody says something nasty to me. And man, that one's kind of an asshole. But learning to meet all these different parts of self. Okay. Huh? Hold on. Sorry. They happen sometimes. I don't think I've ever caught one on a live, so I'm okay. Hold on. When we spend so many years holding tension in our body, it eventually creates chronic things, chronic issues, chronic things that we experience. And they become our sickness, our illness, our diagnoses, or what have you. And the Western world would say, oh, you should just take a pill for the symptom. Instead, when we treat from the energy body, we reach the root. Not just the root, but the root and the branch and the leaf and the trunk and I've only been about 3 some years of unraveling the tension in my body, 3-4 years of unraveling the tension in my body, which seems like maybe a long time, but after so many years of tension, to be able to release some of it in this way, in the way that I have, has been so healing.
Is it time?
Sure, we can do that.
Is it time?
Deanne, sometimes ego self shows up to eat, and other times present self shows up and eats for my body's best. That's a good one to talk about it, right? The way that ego and I don't want to blame ego for everything, because some of those are like sadness. For me, grief will cause me not to eat. It will make me stop eating. Grief is like, we're too sad or worthless or whatever. And that I don't equate to ego, but I do equate it to an energy character that does take the helm or want to make decisions for me. All right. So, yep. Where is my special box? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me add you that. Let me give you this mudra really quick before we do this, so you can sit with this mudra for a few minutes. I thought it was just another symbol. Aw, my friend, I love you so much. Okay. So the Dharma Chakra mudra. Dharma Chakra mudra. Which one are we doing? Dharma Chakra mudra. Dharma Chakra mudra. Make the Gyan mudra with both hands, which means we bring the index and the thumb to touch like so. With the right hand, place it just to the side of your sternum, just off to the side. With the left hand, turn it inward, the palm inward, and touch the tip of the middle finger. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see it. Tip of the middle finger to the connection on the right hand. So this one's kind of a little funky. Let me move her a little bit, and then we'll do the drawing here while we hold the mudra. Okay. Both hands connect index and thumb. Right hand stays where it is, facing forward, palm facing forward. Flip the left one so the palm faces in. Connect the tip of the middle finger to the tip of that little circle on the right hand. We can hold it up here in front of the heart. We can hold it a little lower in front of the heart. It's okay to twist it a little bit if you want to drop it a little lower for your shoulders or whatnot. This is the Dharma Chakra Mudra. The Dharma Chakra Mudra allows us to step out of the cycle of samsara, the cycle of karma, the cycle of dharma, the cycle of purpose, the cycle of the matrixy reality, whatnot. This cultivates an ability to release ourselves from these cycles. This cultivates an ability to perceive a reality that's outside of duality, right? Duality is based entirely in this matrixy dharma karma world. And yes, there's a difference between dharma and karma. All right, so here is your Dharma Chakra Mudra. And then I am going to put the names in the box here in the treasure chest. And he's going to draw from the treasure chest. Remember, if you would like, we are doing the drawing again. This drawing is for a signed copy of my book, Energy for Sale. There are 2 ways to enter the drawing. You can either gift here on TikTok, the Swan, or this is the other way through this place and that donation. You get 2 names in the hat with this one, and you get 1 name in the hat with this one here on TikTok, YouTube. This is the only one available to you, is the second one, because TikTok takes up to 50% of what I make. Twin snakes, Chakra popping in.
I was talking. One of my things was about snakes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the episode we just watched on.
Oh, nice.
Snakes.
The twin snakes. That's the wheels of karma. The wheel. Oh, okay. Can I reach it? I can't quite reach it. Hold on. Okay. No peeking. No peeking. Go in there. Go in there. No peeking. All right. We've got several names going into the hat for the drawing. Again, it is for a signed copy of my book. And this we are drawing today for the names that got in September. So now we're doing another drawing in October. And I wanted to see if I can create content here where, because you guys can gift videos on TikTok. If you gift a video, this same thing, then I can add your name in the hat during the week. So I wanted to see if I can create something like that. So we will finally do this drawing here. And I have several names in the hat. I'm so excited, you guys. I'm so excited. How's your Dharma Chakra Mudra feeling? How's your Dharma Chakra Mudra feeling? I really like the Dharma Chakra Mudra, especially coupled with big, deep breaths that lift the heart and expand the rib cage in all directions. The Dharma Chakra Mudra. No. And that Dharma Chakra Mudra also benefits the lungs. That's part of why we hold it there in front of the chest. Helping us see beyond the veil of duality. I think if I was going to offer a mudra for the times, if we want a mudra to help the world get to a better place, the Dharma Chakra Mudra is actually a really good mudra for that. Blindly evolving. I just want to take a minute to celebrate you. Did you ever think you'd be raffling off a signed copy of your book? No, I didn't. Thank you. Thank you. When I first wanted to write a book when I was 12, I was like, I need to write this stuff down. It was a different kind of book and whatever, but I really wanted to write. I've wanted to write a book for a long time, and so that book is actually a really huge accomplishment for me. So thank you for acknowledging that. I have actually been a little too afraid of holding an in-person book signing or an in-person book sale, in part because of that old ego narrative and the old fear that still exists in my system that says that it's going to be a bad idea, that somebody's going to, I don't know, like there's this just amalgamous, like it's going to be terrible and awful and scary and you're going to go home crying. I don't even know where that comes from. I don't even know where specifically, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Having the story doesn't always matter. It's about how I show up for it now, right? And while I have yet to do my in-person book signing, I will. I have the intention to do so, putting that energy out to make sure that I do so. All right, they're a little bit sticky. I tried to stick them together or close them up, but they're not completely closing. So make sure you swirl it around really good. Ba, 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 ba. Here's the treasure chest. And we're going to use the treasure chest to pick a name out of the...
Can you put it down there for me?
I don't know. I want them to be able to see your hand going in there so they know I'm not doing it. Just one. Some of them are stuck together. No cheating. Got one?
Yep.
What does it say? Allie! Awesome! I get to message Allie. I don't know if Allie's in here. I didn't see Allie in here yet today. Allie won the signed copy of my book. Hi, Faith. Allie won the signed copy of my book for September. Yay! Oh, hell yeah. They'll be so excited. Remember that you can put your name in the box as many times as you want. There's several ways to get your name in the box for a raffle to get a signed copy of my book. Here on TikTok, if you gift the swan, we're going to use the swan for October. If you gift the swan, then you get one entry into the box. You can do it during a live, and you can also gift me on my content. If you gift me on my content and I see that, I will automatically put your name right into the box. Also, the other way is through this other, I don't know if I could say app. Let's just say app. A $5 donation there gets you 2 names in the hat, and you can do that anytime, any day throughout the months of October. And that's because TikTok takes up to 60% of what I make. Thank you, Jet. I hope you have a wonderful day as well. Thank you, son.
You're welcome. I'm going to go watch my docu-series, and I forgot to eat breakfast, so I'm going to eat that.
Would you make me a bagel, maybe? Can you stop stepping on that, please?
Yeah.
We're in the RV, so everything shakes. All right. You're going to make me one?
Yeah.
Thank you, babe. Woo! Hey, Leif! Okay. Woohoo! That was really fun. I really appreciate you all. And again, this is like doing the raffle for my book is one of those things that there's irony here, right? We're talking about energy being for sale. We're talking about the way that marketing and these tools and tactics manipulate you out of your ability to make decisions for yourself, out of your own personal essence, right? And ultimately out of your personal power. So when we were doing this drawing, a big part of it is acknowledging the energy that comes through you as either we're doing the drawing and you had your name in and maybe your name did not get pulled. Where is that energy? Or you didn't know the drawing was going on at all and you feel like I fucking missed out. Don't worry, there's another one happening in October. You can still join the next one in October. But where is that energy coming from? Hey, Moise, where does that energy sit inside of your system? Where do you feel it? What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it taste like? What is it saying to you? Where is the tension in your system? Do you see what it looks like? Can you see or hear? Or do you get my favorite part of inner parts work of internal family systems is looking at the energies that arise and going, who are you? Who are you? And getting a response. getting a response in this form of a name, in the form of an image, in the form of a sound, in the form of a memory, right? And this is how, we learn about our internal system. Who dis? Who is that? Okay. So again, if you want to join the raffle for October for a signed copy of my book, Allie won this week or this month or September. Allie won for last month. Congratulations, Allie. These are the two ways to gift a swan here on TikTok during my live or on my content, or to make a $5 donation over here. And that gets you 2 entries because TikTok does take 50 to 60% of what I make, and this other place does not. If you want anything for my shop, I also do private coaching and group coaching. Just a brief little plug here. Hey, Next Level, how are you, Nikki? Just a brief plug. If you want to do any kind of coaching with me, I do offer coaching memberships. I don't do one-off coaching anymore because coaching is about building a relationship and working towards a goal together. I do offer coaching by donation. They're 15-minute sessions, and generally you have to just reach out to me and we can schedule that sort of thing. It's also through here, and it's just donation based, but it's only 15 minutes. And if you're doing like a couple times a week, 15-minute sessions over and over and over again, I'm going to suggest you just get on one of these memberships, right? So anyway, no, those memberships up here. Memberships are available at this TikTok shop. There is a shop with cheat codes for all of your chakras at this TikTok shop. There's a link to buy my book at this TikTok shop. And I am Move with Change on that TikTok shop, same as I am here on this TikTok. We're trying to mess with the algorithm by saying TikTok shop for all the other things. Okay. I think the goose is now cold. I would almost guarantee the goose is cold. The goose is cold. Yeah. Blessed and grateful. Missed last week. I almost missed this week, but it was the first one for the month, so I figured I had to be here. Since you're just joining us, Next Level Nikki, I'm going to offer you the 3 mudras that we've already gone over today. Do you need to go outside? I can put you in the yard. Yes. Oh, we're working on the crown chakra this month. It's the month of October. So the month of October, working on the crown chakra, and I've offered 3 mudras so far already for the crown chakra. I'm going to let this guy outside here in just a second, then I'm going to show you those mudras. All right, come on. Go. Okay. All right. The 3 mudras we've gone over so far today for the crown chakra are the Sahasrara mudra, which is the mudra for the crown chakra, specifically for it. This one, thank you for the follow. This one is done like so. You bring your palms facing out, thumbs to touch, index fingers to touch, making a nice little triangle there in the center, and spread the fingers out just enough to keep them separated. Remember, this is a difference between intention versus tension, where I've got them so tightly separated and so pressing together that I can't hold my mudra for very long. So we hold our mudras with intention, which is the intention to actually hold the mudra, right? With no intention, I have no mudra. Bring the thumbs together and the sides of, or the tips of the index together, make this triangle, fingers spread nice and wide. And then we hold it up here, either above the crown like a hat, or like a halo, or facing up and outward. It's up to you which way you want to do this, what feels best to you. Remember that we want to hold our mudras for a minimum of 5 minutes to really start feeling the positive effects from, or the effects from those mudras. If at any point you're holding a mudra and the effects do not feel good, please pause the mudra and take note of it, of when you did it, how long you did it, when you felt it, what you felt. And if you feel called to, do it again. If you don't feel called to do it again, choose a different mudra. There are so many. Blindly evolving. Do I want to warm up my goose? I kind of do want to warm up my goose. I wish I had a goose warmer. Okay, so the Sahasrara Mudra, like so, held over the head. The visual with this one is that we are receiving a shower of cosmic energy, solar energy, yang energy, receiving energy from source. You may even feel it kind of tingling there on the top of your head a little bit. Another really good time, a good time to do this mudra is first thing in the morning or in the evening, particularly outside. Angling it towards the sun. You can also do it under the moon as well and angle it toward the moon as if it's this sort of, what is it called? Magnifying glass, right? For that energy. It magnifies the energy and brings it into your system. Sahasrara Mudra. The other one is the Kaleshvara Mudra. Yes, Revelation. Book of Revelation was John sharing his Kundalini awakening. Yes, I love the whole topic around, right? Around how the truth of our power, of the power that we are gifted in as humans in this reality, is manipulated by those messages, by the way that religion has taken those truths and flipped them around and said, oh, no, it's not like that. It's actually like this, totally opposite. Now, why do you feel powerless? Probably just because God is super far outside of you and you're just not a good enough Christian or a good enough, you're just a sinner. Of course you feel that terrible. They made suffering normalized. Okay, Kaleshvara Mudra. And this one in particular, we were talking about Christ earlier, Revelation. That Christ taught us that the temple of God is within ourselves, and that our heart, right? Our heart is the center. How much did Christ talk about the heart and love and focusing in the heart and that energy from the heart and whatnot? So the Kaleshvara Mudra, you actually make a hand heart, but it's a little bit different because it's got a kind of temple steep at the top. So here for the Kaleshvara Mudra, bring your tips of your middle fingers together. Do you know what the middle finger is? What element the middle finger rules in your system? Spirit or ether. So you make a temple for spirit and then curl the other fingers in so those knuckles come together like so. Just as best you can. Again, this is not about perfection. It's about being present with the process. If your middle fingers feel really tense, just try moving it closer or further away from your body, up higher or lower. And then you'll bring your thumbs together like this. So you see that little heart? I've got it upside down. You see, got my heart with a temple. Within the heart is the temple of spirit, the Kaleshvara Mudra. Next level, Nikki. I do this one all the time. I love this one a lot. And you can do it this way, like so, with your elbows out. Or if you're like me and have some shoulder stuff that makes this not pleasant, tip your mudra forward so those elbows can rest by your side. You do want to hold this one here at the heart or close to the center of your chest. This one benefits the pericardium as well as the heart and circulation. And gives us an opportunity to sit with source, to be present with the essence within our systems. You do both those points too. Never was shown it though. Nice, Nikki. Awesome. So there is this thing called Spontaneous kriyas. Kriya is action, means action. So a mudra, sitting with a mudra is a type of kriya, is an act that you do for a particular outcome. So a kriya, when you have a spontaneous kriya, many of us do. How many times since I've been teaching, I've had people say, oh my gosh, I do that. Oh my gosh, I've done that before. Oh my gosh, I've done that since I was a kid. Yeah, because your system is actually that wise. Because these tools are so powerful that we find them on our own, right? This is why I love focusing on mudras, because a lot of us have done these things. This is a mudra. This is a mudra. This is a mudra. This is a mudra, right? So I almost guarantee that you've followed some wisdom in your system. Hold on, let me let that puppy inside. You were asking so nicely at the door. You were asking so nicely. You want to say? No? You might have on me? All right, I thought so. That's what. Where's my puppy kid? Where's my puppy? Where's my puppy? Where's my baby dog? He's just my baby dog. You just my baby dog. You just my baby dog. Go get your butt in there. Nope, I gotta sit down. Thank you. Wait. You're sitting in my seat. I can't get to my seat with you sitting there. I know you want to jump me for hugs. Just wait up. Go lay down. Thank you. Okay. Puppy shenanigans. Okay, so Nikki, one really powerful thing that you can do, right, with that realization, especially if you just now realize that that's a mudra that you've been doing on your own intuitively, then I encourage you to sit with that for a moment, to even close your eyes and breathe that in, to take some big, deep breaths about the fact that your system was wise enough to guide you to a tool that's been taught for centuries. That's wisdom. And you have wisdom available within you. This is a mudra. Here, I'm here doing another mudra. This is a mudra. But it's important when we notice that wisdom, it's important to honor ourselves. This is how we cultivate our inner guru, right? If I continue walking through life and just tell myself that I have no personal power, I have no innate wisdom, I have no ability to access these things, and I'm just I don't know what the word I was looking for. Something probably insulting. Just a lump of cheese. And that's it. Unless somebody puts the information inside of me. That is a way to keep you from your personal power, to keep you from the truth of the power within yourself that Christ was teaching us, right? Okay, so we did the Sahasrara mudra. We did the Kalishvara mudra, and then we also did the Dharma Chakra mudra. So the Sahasrara mudra will also help with clearing your mind, as well as help with headaches or racing thoughts or inability to focus and those sorts of things. The Sahasrara mudra can help to balance those things here. That Kalishvara mudra is helping us experience that spirit that is alive within our hearts. It also helps to clear the mind. And it benefits the heart and pericardium. So the Dharma Chakra mudra allows us a window. Here we go. Dharma Chakra mudra. Gyan mudra to both hands. Touch your index and your thumb. Keep the right hand where it is and tip the left inward, touching the tip of the middle finger to the tip of that little circle on the right hand. We hold this about in front of the heart. And again, feel free to kind of play with this a little bit until it feels comfortable to hold. This one. This one. Helps thin the veil of duality, acts as a window for us to see outside of it, and helps to break the negative patterns and habits that keep us stuck in our own cycles of karma. Again, I was saying earlier that if I was going to offer one for the world, this would be one that I would offer for the whole world right now. I think we're going through a collective clearing of negative habits, of old patterns that no longer serve us, that haven't served us for a long time. And as a collective body, we're done living in suffering. We're done going through this bullshit. And this, on a physical level, the Dharma Chakra Mudra benefits the lungs and the respiratory system. Nice, Nikki. Thank you, Andrew. I missed that there. Faith. I need energy right now. And I remember the finger pew one. This one. So your index finger is the energy of air in your system. When we double point, this one, this is the prana mudra. That's what I was about to say. When we add it with spirit here, you get the prana mudra. Yeah, awesome. This one is one that's really super good. You notice this is standing tall, bringing that solar energy up through your system. This is a prana mudra. This is the one that says, I need to wake the fuck up. I haven't had my coffee. I'm feeling tired. I'm feeling sluggish. My energy feels slow and low. I need to charge my battery. Faith, that was a long while ago. I learned that on your live. Yay! Infecting the world with mudras. There's a couple different pirates there. Prana mudra. I like that your name has cringe in it. Cringe cartoons. So for those of you who are new here, this is a CAYA space where we welcome you to show up as you are. If you are not familiar with the energy body and the Vedic sciences that date back to 1500 BC, the very same sciences that we base a lot of what we know on, and we've derived a lot of what we know from, but the very ones that the current control groups or paradigm or controlling class would have you not know, because these are the tools that get you to your personal power. These are the tools that Christ was teaching. These are the tools that the Buddha experienced enlightenment with. These are the tools that teach you to discover your inner power and your inner strength, rather than subjugating you to a false authority, because there is no outer authority. That inner authority is your primary authority. I was having a great conversation with a friend of mine the other day about homeschool. There was a homeschool thing or a school thing they were doing, and they'd asked the child to define authority, and we had a really good talk, because I was like, oh my gosh, that right there is so insidious, right? That's the narrative of the paradigm that says your children should be able to identify who authority figures are. Oh, you mean parents, police, teachers, right? Those are secondary authorities. Your inner authority is what Christ was teaching. Your inner authority is your connection to source, that the ancient Vedic sciences have understood, that brings us to our center, to our healing, to our wellness, to our strength, to our confidence, to our self-actualization, through being able to align ourselves with our truth, rather than being manipulated and gaslit by all these fake effigies of authority, of truth. So thank you for the opportunity to remind us all about how old this information is, and how do you hide the truth? What's the best way to hide the truth? In plain sight, is to hold it right here and say, oh, chakras, energy, no, that's demonic, that's bad. That's how you invite demons in. You mean the shadow self? Because that's what you're talking about, the shadow self that you're afraid to look at, that your religion or paradigm tells you shouldn't look at, and so it ends up consuming you and running your life for most of your life, and encourages you to go and condemn others, belittle others, mock or those kinds of things, because you don't have the confidence in your own system that these tools teach you to cultivate. I keep pointing over here and I mean to point over here, but my thing is backwards. And these are not the only tools. This is not the only path. We are a menagerie of unique opportunities. So choose this path if it aligns with you, if it feels good to you, if it feels true, if it gives you that sense of me. You are responsible for weighing everything you experience on your own heart. This is how we know truth, especially in a world where truth has been regularly manipulated and twisted and turned inside out and then force fed to us in these weird plastic gross ways, right? In a world where truth can be so manipulated, even by AI and social media stuff, right? How do you discover what's true? How do you know what's true? By learning to weigh things on the scales in your heart. By spending time with your essence so you can hear when your essence says, that's not quite aligned. What may be for me may not be for you, and that's okay. But it's important to make sure we're operating from that inner truth rather than some external truth that we were given. Because otherwise you're just following suit. Otherwise you're just following what somebody else said. You're just playing in somebody else's play. Hold on a second, sir. Please. I love you.
Okay.
Hold on. Secondly, when you come in and you walk back and forth, it shakes all this stuff because we're in the RV. Okay? And I see you there. But that back and forth is a little bit distracting to me. Okay? In a way that I can't quite finish my thought. So can you do me a favor and maybe just you're already there. I see you. But I'm asking you just not to sway back and forth. Yeah. Okay, what's up, baby?
Can you check if the bagels are burnt?
No, can you bring me the bagels, and if they're burnt, they're burnt. We can make new ones.
I made myself one.
Okay.
There's 2 left, so I made myself one too.
Okay, yeah. Well, how many? You made me 2 and you 1? No.
Oh, we both got 2 halves.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that's what I thought we were doing. Yeah, just bring me the bagels. I'll help you check. Okay. I think this is this is why I started doing this work. This is why I ended up on this path. This is why I continue to be on this path and do this work, is because one of the things that makes me more upset than anything in the world, one of the things that to me feels like the gravest injustice in all of creation, is to lead you away from you. How awful and how arrogant to look at a little child and say, you're broken, you're bad, you're wrong, I have to shape you, I have to hurt you, I have to do these things to make you who I want you to be. It's not just parents, it's our whole culture. It's the paradigm, it's the narrative of imperialism that says, I am better and you're just, I can't fathom it. And to think that energy, that narrative, that idea, that arrogance, is what has taken away so many people's personal power and so many people's connection to source, so many people's truth. there's a lot of bad words and a lot of really things that I want to do. And I'm not going to, because that pirate that lives on this ship is really angry about it. And so we've negotiated that this is what we do. We sit here and teach, and we talk about it for free on Saturdays, and we write this book about it, and I do coaching about it, and I'm going to continue to offer what I can offer and share what I can share. And I guess it also breaks my heart. It also breaks my heart to know. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, let me say it that way instead, because the truth of it is I broke my heart. I spent most of my life, I turned 41 this year, so let's say I spent 35 years of my life trying to live the way that I was told to live or thought I needed to live, or I was trying to still the kid is coming. I lost my train of thought. It broke my heart. It broke my heart to realize at 35, that looks great. Thank you, son.
I gave you the ones with the most cream cheese.
Okay,
I
thank
used
you,
the
son.
last little bit of cream cheese.
Thank you, son. I love you. It broke my heart because when I sat down with myself, again, maybe just 4 years ago, with no spoons left, in an extreme amount of pain, in a really bad place in my life, feeling it totally powerless. It was through sitting with myself and through mindfulness and through meditation that I had to face the fact that I had essentially abandoned myself for all that time. I chose to do things that were not for me, for my wellness, for my safety, for my joy. I had betrayed me, my essence, for decades. And I think that was one of the hardest hurdles to get over. I think we can forgive ourselves for a lot of things. I think we can recognize a lot of things. I think we can work on a lot of things. But when you recognize that you've abandoned and forgotten and even belittled the you that's always here. Leif, you say it hits home, but it feels like there's something more inside of that I have to communicate, that I want to communicate. And maybe it's not a words, but it's just a feeling. And it's a feeling that when you look at that, when you look back and you realize how much you have allowed or hurt or whatever, and it's not about blaming yourself. It's not about turning around to me and to say, I'm a bad person because I did all of this, or I should suffer because I did all of this. But instead, the hardest thing to do was to wrap my arms around myself and be like, it's okay. It's okay. You didn't know any better. It is what you thought was right. And to forgive yourself. Because forgiveness is not just saying, oh, I'm sorry I did it and I forgive you. But forgiveness is showing up every day with humility to the parts of you that are still mad, and the parts of you that don't trust you, and the parts of you that are still screaming in fear and insecurity and shame, to be the part of you that shows up and just says, it's okay, I love you. Mimzim, yes. Alchemizing it, right, exactly, Nikki. Alchemizing pain into something meaningful too. And that's what I mean. When we alchemize that stuff, suffering, pain, we can also alchemize pain into suffering, right? by perpetuating it, by staying inside of it, by holding tightly onto it. There's something in there. There's something about blame. There's something about the way we point our fingers at each other. There's something out the way that we shirk responsibility for it. There's something about the vulnerability that comes with acknowledging that I may have made missteps, that I may have not been the best me to me. Can you imagine if we just looked at the behavior and not the person? Leif, I agree, right? True courage is to be absolutely vulnerable. True courage is to be terrified and to sit there in your vulnerability anyway. True courage is to open your heart to fear and to anger. And it seems so hard to do out in the world. We're like, oh my God, what do you mean open my heart to like super aggressive people? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound safe. Of course it's not safe. But within yourself, you have the parts that are aggressive and angry. Start there. We talk about our inner authority. We talk about turning the things inside the world, being turned inside out and backwards so that to keep us lost and confused. The first place we start with opening our heart is to ourselves. And now I can say this from a place of actual experience. I did not know the depth of love until I turned it on myself and sobbed about it. And it brings up a whole bunch of energy, a whole bunch of emotion. Thank you, my heart. And since we're talking about the crown chakra, in those moments where those big emotions are moving through, in those moments where those big emotions take a hold and want to steer and want to make you feel bad or say that you're whatever, right? The negative self-talk, those are those moments where you can focus your energy at your crown. Open that crown up, feel that golden light, that really light, beautiful energy just cascading down over you like a warm shower, like a cool shower, washing everything away. This is the way we invite Source to wash away those things, to clear our energy fields. Your Sahasrara, the crown chakra, is also very unique because it doesn't have nadis, they're called, minor energy channels, attached to it. Instead, it is the whole system, right? It just felt really good. I encourage you, if you're not somebody who does energy work or you want to learn about energy and how to feel your energy, here we can use the Sahasrara mudra, or you can just use it with your hand, right? Andrew, I had to learn self-love, which was really difficult for me. There's a difference between loving yourself and valuing yourself. And that was a really important distinction for me. I've always said, oh, I love myself. Ego will love yourself for you. Ego will love you, right? Like you love yourself to some degree, somewhere in there, there's some part, unless it's overshadowed by that lack of it, right? Or self-loathing. But to value myself is a different kind of love. To value myself says, I am absolutely going to have this practice every day for myself. Or I am absolutely not going to allow this energy or person or thing in my life because it doesn't align with me. And I don't have to explain it away. I don't have to give excuses for it. I don't have to feel bad about it. Like, valuing yourself is learning to balance your essence and your ego and other, right? Because to value myself is also to see the value in other. Okay, crown chakra, feeling your energy, wanting to perceive the energy of the crown chakra. One of my favorite ways to do that, again, is the Sahasrara mudra, holding that up over your head or here. Or the other way that you can interact with your crown chakra is simply to hold your hand over the head. And especially if you use your right hand, this is something that you can do with just a regular energy work practice, Reiki practice. This can help amplify the feeling, the sensation of that energy coming in through your crown. And in fact, if you'd like to learn more about it and perceive it, I encourage you to try different distances with your hand, or have someone else put their hand over top, right? And be able to perceive that. I love you, blindly evolving. Starseed. What do I know about 16 chakras? So we have 7 major chakras in our system, and those are the typical ones that most people talk about: your root, your sacral, your solar, your heart, your throat, your brow, and your crown. Each of these, we also have minor chakras in our systems. So we also have face chakras, hand chakras, feet chakras. We have our vritti chakras, our knee chakras. We have a bunch of other minor chakras. We also have nadis in our systems, which are channels for energy to flow and connect these different chakras and different parts in our systems. So you ask, what do I know about 16 chakras? There are more than 16 chakras in our system. There are 7 that we typically talk about, and then there are lots of other minor ones. So if you're talking about a different system, or if you're also adding the earth star and the soul star and other chakras above and below the self, then we can extend that as well, right? But the 144,000, are you referencing the right points in our system, right? And not rather than referencing the idea that there's 144,000 special people and only those special people. We don't subscribe to that ideal in here, an ideal that gives an idea that somebody is better than or more special than each other. We are all drops in the ocean that is source, and therefore all of source, and in our unique beauty are here for us for our own purpose and our own divine experience, right? I know that it was a big deal on social media for a little bit here, this idea that are you part of the 144? Are you part of the special army kind of thing? And again, that panders to ego, and it panders to duality that says, I'm special, they're not, or I'm special, you're not, or you're special, I'm not. We don't want to engage deeper in duality. We want to use expanding, right, concepts. 100 faith. 118 is also another one of those numbers that, like, those, if you, and as I said this earlier, numerology is not my forte, right? Numerology is not the thing that I know a ton about. I only know it in reference to the energy body or to astrology and other things like that I am familiar with. So I encourage you to look into things like 118 or 108. There it is. Or 108. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Or 108 for these different reasons, right? Because those have different messages in them. And depending on who you're talking to about the chakra system, some people incorporate these minor chakras. Some people will say, there's only these major ones. And it doesn't negate the fact that this information has been around since 1500 BC, and we have current and updated study on it as well. But the science of numbers and numerology and like sacred geometry and stuff, that's such a cool rabbit hole to go down. Go, please. Dive deep. Okay. More crown chakra things. Hold on. I'm bagel. I do like to talk about the astrology signs associated with each chakra, because the astrology signs, if your sun or your rising or your moon are one of these signs, you are likely to have more energy or more difficulty within that chakra. For example, I have a Virgo sun and a Gemini rising. Both of those are the planet are the signs that rule the throat chakra. Remember the story I told earlier about being told to be quiet and shut down my voice often as a child? And what did I do instead? I just turned up the volume, right? That's my unique journey, dharma, in this lifetime, to come in with those energies. I love astrology. Please, 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 if you're not familiar with your astrology, go look into your astrology and at least go look up your top 3, your sun, your moon, and your rising, and then associate, and then go look for, either in my book or in the cheat codes here on this TikTok shop, go look for which ones are associated, or you can just go Google it. You don't even have to buy anything from me. Just go Google it and find out which ones are associated with different chakras, and you'll get some different answers. Again, these are loose associations with some of these, but all right. Wait, I've got a bunch of them here. Faith, Gemini rising too. So your voice is going to be an important way to interact with the world, especially with Geminis, right? Being more often more very vocal signs. Verbal processing is also really important for Geminis, right? Nikki, you worked with ChatGPT for yours. I got into ChatGPT and now I'm a little more wary of ChatGPT. ChatGPT can get things wrong a lot. And I know that's something that we are all familiar with, but when we're not familiar with the astrology first and then do ChatGPT, we can sometimes get incorrect answers. So just be mindful of it. I'm not saying don't use it, right? Okay. Now we're switching to astrology per the chakras. Okay. The crown chakra is primarily ruled by Pisces, Aquarius, and sometimes Sagittarius. A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. I always like to add the third because, again, we all have access to all these energy centers, no matter what sign you are. But, for example, with Sagittarius is very focused on truth, but also transcendence. And so there's like a deep, far journey that Sagittarius takes, and that could be associated with the higher, upper journey, enlightenment journey of the crown chakra. But if you're not focused as a Sagittarius on this work, you're going to put that energy into another place. It could be your voice. It could be your heart, learning to balance the way truth on your own scales in your heart, right? Faithful being, I'm very articulate and brevity is strong in me. Nice. Learning to cultivate, that's learning to balance that chakra, right? So again, if you've got, if you're somebody who kind of verbal process and can't stop, verbal vomit kind of thing, that's an imbalance in your throat chakra, right? Okay, so Pisces, Aquarius, and then Sagittarius. Pisces is akin to a fish being lost in the entire universe. Like the ocean, the universe is an ocean, and Pisces swims in that universal ocean. Aquarius is kind of the connecting lightning rod between humanity and source and the ethereal. They're the most alien creatures that I know on the planet Earth, and I really love them for that. But they are almost like a manifestation of the divine, of the collective consciousness. And the collective consciousness is reaching for transcendence, reaching for something higher, therefore associated with the crown chakra. Faith, I feel like people like astrology because it allows people who don't know how to do within see what they are with, see what they are without the work. how to look within. I love that. Yes, astrology can be a really powerful window for that kind of thing for us, especially if you're new to, and I could probably say myself that like astrology was definitely a gateway drug for me in understanding that inner work. I love astrology because it essentially gives you the ingredients for your temperament. When we're born in child development, we look at the child and we know the child is not born a completely blank slate because children have temperaments. They're born into this life with a kind of personality, right? If you've ever spent time around babies or had kids of your own kind of deal, you know that each kid is different. We do come in unique. What kind of ingredients or pieces make up that unique body or that unique experience? Go look at the astrology. And then it's also going to tell, yeah, like your personal manual, it's also going to tell you what places that you might potentially be really naturally inclined to being good at or naturally run into problems with or issues with. So the same way as like, for example, Pisces rules the crown chakra. It can be really easy for a Piscean, an imbalanced Piscean, to spend all their time up in la la land, daydream world, maybe even in a false reality kind of thing. Spiritual psychosis is one of those things that somebody with a lot of Pisces energy, may be more susceptible to than someone who has a more grounded or doesn't have as much of this upper energy in their chart. Next level, you were always told that you were on the cusp. I am not a gray astrologer. I am a like hobby astrologer, intuitive astrologer, something that I've explored mostly to understand me and to help understand through client work and stuff like that, right? As far as cusps go, I personally do see a difference between people who are on a cusp versus somebody who is right smack in the middle of it, right? So some people say cusps don't matter and they're not important and it's not a thing. And other astrologers are like, absolutely, it is a thing. So it kind of just depends on the opinion and the experience of the astrologer that you're working with. Cancer, faithful being. Cancer primarily rules the sacral chakra and the heart chakra. So the sacral chakra is our center for our water center, and Cancer is the ocean. Cancer is one of the very, let's see, what are my other, hold on, my other water signs. Oh, Scorpio. Okay. Cancer primarily is is the heart, because being like the ocean, Cancer encapsulates. Cancer is very emotional ruled, right? Cancer tends to hold space or want to hold space or want to encapsulate their relationships. I don't have all the associations here for each of the chakras right this second. But you can go look them up online, or you can go look at the PDFs I've got, whatnot. Did I say that Sagittarius chakra was, you said, about truth and transcendence, right? So Sagittarius can have a lot of energy up here focused in this higher chakra. Sagittarius can also drop into some of the lower chakras. Let me sit with that for a second. Again, this is not the primary stuff that I'm usually teaching, right? We're just talking about these. Hey Ricky, how are you? I explain the science beautifully. It's all imagery for me. I'm a very image minded person. I see all of the things, and so my understanding of astrology has really grown because of that piece of being able to see and understand the depth of the character of these signs, right? Mahalo, friend. I think we've talked before about the signs and they're like the image that I have for each of the signs. Okay. So I encourage you to look into your astrology, because it's going to give you information about your temperament and about the potential challenges or strengths that you are naturally born with in this lifetime. And in terms of the chakras, it means that you're going to have more energy or more focus in that part of your life, right? Same with when we look at astrology, when we look at our chart, where the planets are shows you where there's more weight in your life, which means just more focus, more energy, more mass, right? The areas of our astrology chart that do not have planets in them don't mean that there's nothing to do with that in our lives. It's just there's not as much weight in that place, and therefore oftentimes not as much work for us to do or not as much focus on those parts. You are all parts in a whole, right? With different expressions being coming to the surface or manifesting in a physical level or on an energetic level or on an emotional level. So please go wander into your astrology chart. I used to do an astrology live where I would do intuitive readings for everybody's top 3. Maybe we'll get back to that in the wintertime or something like that. A mosaic of signs. We all have all things within us. It's just a matter of the expression of that in this lifetime. And it's that expression of that in this lifetime that gives us our purpose, our dharma, our understanding of what we're here for and why we're here and what we're doing and all that stuff. Yes, son.
How much longer?
Well, this is my Saturday class right now. And since most of my other classes have been taken down because of work and life and school and other things, right? Mm-hmm. So this is the one class I focus on. And today you have the really awesome ability to watch documentaries, right?
Yes.
And a big deal, one of the big things I ask for as a boundary is that you allow me to do this session, right? It's only 5 hours in a week, right? I used to do a lot more classes. Remember that? Yeah, and that sucked because then we didn't have a lot of time together, right?
Yeah. There's just a really cool fact that I figured out.
I would love if you would tell me that really cool fact, and then the rest of the facts I would like you to write down, which will allow you to practice your writing. Mm-hmm. So then when I come out of here, I want a whole list of cool facts.
I don't think I want to do a whole list, but I think I can remember.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think I want you coming in and telling me every cool fact.
I won't.
Okay.
Well, this cool fact is that there's actually a spider that's a diver spider. It's called a freshwater spider. It traps air bubbles on the special hairs of its abdomen and spins a web underwater and makes a little water lodge under there.
What kind of creature? What is it? Catching fish?
It's catching underwater bugs. And
did you know? Did you guys know? Did any of you know that spiders can swim apparently and create underwater webs and catch underwater bugs?
Well,
spiders are really cool. Yeah.
Well, this one mainly makes like a little hunting lodge or water lodge that it can travel into. That's where it eats its prey. And also, it's just a big bubble that it creates. That doesn't float up because the webbing keeps it there.
I want special hairs that I can make a bubble underwater.
So then you can breathe under there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a really cool spider that I just learned about.
Thanks for sharing. There's a lot of comments here about how cool it is too.
See, it's a really cool fact and interesting. But they only live in fresh water.
Okay, my friend, I feel like when I walk into a room and it goes quiet, I know exactly what is happening. We absolutely have the capacity for intuition. And thank you for saying that. I can't particularly read your name that you have on there right now. Do you want to know the mechanism of that? There is actually a physical, biological mechanism for the reason that you can walk into a room and feel like you know what is happening. Or at least, let me change the wording a little bit, that you can perceive. You can walk into a room and perceive what is happening. That happens inside of your heart. Not as bad as spiders. I'll take snakes any day. Okay, so that mechanism is actually in your heart. Here it is. Uh, my Kayla. There's no Y in there. It almost looks like Kali. I like the name Kali or Kala, which is from or similar to Kali, to be coming in asking to see Christ. Did you know that Christ actually, Christ is not a name? That's not his name. Christ is a state of consciousness. Christ consciousness is the balance of our entire energy body and our chakras, so that we can experience the temple of God within our bodies, within ourselves, within our realities. That is exactly what Christ taught. And the idea that chakras are demonic is a direct manipulation of the truth that gives you back your personal power so that you can have a personal relationship with Christ, with God, and with your reality. You are welcome to hide from your chakra system. You're welcome to cower in corners, being afraid of demons. But I guarantee you that you will meet demons when you are cowering in the corner, and they will be your own demons. They will be the demons that are cultivated within yourself for fear of looking into the light. I love you. Godspeed. Okay, so do you know how it works? Do you know how that works? The mechanism of how you can walk into the room and experience what's happening? In your heart, your heart is made up of things called defibrillator cells. Again, this is biology here, right? Defibrillator cells are all the cells in your heart that make your heart go bump, 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 right? I know, Faith, you've been around for a little bit, though. I know some of us know this already if you've been in here, because it's one of my favorite things to share. Those defibrillator cells make your heart do that thing. Without the defibrillator cells, your heart does not beat and therefore does not do the things, and your body ceases to function properly, right? You need that heart to do that. Those defibrillator cells are all working together to make the heart pump. If you take a defibrillator cell by itself and pull it on into a petri dish and leave it over there, it will start to atrophy, right? Because these cells are a network. They work together. They communicate energetically, electromagnetically with each other. And to keep that heartbeat doing what it does, they are doing this in a chorus, in a unison. They're working together. So if your heart is made up of all these cells that do that together, what do you think happens when you come into range or contact with other defibrillator cells in other people's hearts? Oh, wait, let me guess. Are you just isolated to some like vessel here and there's no interaction unless it's material? Nah, we know better, right? Your defibrillator cells entrain. This term is entrain with each other. And then my defibrillator cells entrain with the heart of another. When we are very familiar with someone, our children, our partners, our parents, our friends, maybe, our defibrillator cells develop habits. These are our relationships. This is how we can know when it's mom calling, or hear your child from God knows how long, way out of earshot, right? Because your system is uniquely connected to others. We can perceive in an amplified way that connection if we learn how to do it. Are these more intense with empaths? So the experience of being an empath is the experience of feeling that connection that your heart experiences. So another piece of this too, another piece of this here, blindly evolving. I love water skippers. We actually will go and hide and find the water skippers and on the river here. Sorry, we had a little side note there. Okay, defibrillator cells, intense with empaths. Feeling each other's hearts. There was that study done a while ago, a study that everybody, you hear a lot about, and people say that the study proves that we do not have free will. Because the study is there's, I think, a question or something pops up on the computer screen and you have to respond, right away. What this study showed is that there was a response, there was a physical, biological something, an energetic, there was something that happened within the system before the screen even showed an option, right? And so everybody's like, oh shit, we don't have free will. Something made the decision before I saw it. But you're not recognizing, we're not including, we're not noticing the intuitive sense that your system really does have. And there is a so what does this prove, right? What does it prove? It proves instead that your heart is the center of your system. Your heart is actually the first mode of communication that you are experiencing with your internal and external world. And in fact, if you want to dive really deeply into the heart, please go look up the Heart Math Institute. Heart Math, like math and science, Heart Math Institute. They're based out of New York, and they've been doing studies on the heart and the energetics of the heart and the way that it functions as an electromagnetic field around us and the way that it interacts with each other. They have deep dive science. Yes, Heart Math Institute, deep dive science into how the heart works. In another lifetime, if I would have followed my impetus, probably younger or something, I hopefully would have been working with them, because it's such amazing work that they're doing. And it also echoes what Christ was talking about, right? When we talk about the essence being in our hearts, or the essence of God, or being a particle of God and being interconnected with each other, and how we are a collective body and whatnot, our hearts are actually connecting us, not some hyperbole, not some demonic sort of something, but we are connected intimately, interwoven with each other because of these energetic electromagnetic energy fields that are produced by your heart. Listen to that piece. Those defibrillator cells, they are the ones that make your heart pump, but they're also, that pumping is doing what? The pumping is what's creating the electromagnetic field around your body. Add to that what we're told in biology, what we're taught in school, is that your nerves are not nerves. Blood vessels are basically just like hollow tubes, and your heart is the sole muscle that's responsible for pumping blood through your entire body. But that in and of itself is false. Your heart would require, several times more pressure that it would have to create to properly just be the mechanism to pump blood through your body. It's false. But we're told a simplified version of what our system actually does, because we have partially an ignorant science field, and that ignores stuff like this that's been around for way longer, and partially as a means of control and manipulation. Yes, Chinese medicine also talks about the heart and the pulse, right? And it's funny to me, people again want to be like chakras, but Chinese medicine is all like acupuncture and acupressure, those sorts of things. Chinese medicine understands deeply and intimately the truths of our energy body. And the reason Eastern medicine is so, what I call traditional medicine, right, is so powerful and so effective without being so invasive and so harmful to the system, is because it's actually integrated with the energy system. One of the biggest problems with Western medicine is that it doesn't acknowledge the energy system. It doesn't even acknowledge nutrition. So, or it hardly does. Like, it's immature and it's ignorant. And if we want to enlighten ourselves and stop perpetuating a system that doesn't actually heal, doesn't actually help and support your well-being, then we need to learn other ways. Aloha, my friend. I'm grateful you're here. Thank you. Exactly. So the Faith, you said this here. That study doesn't acknowledge the you that in the West we refer to as me. The me I refer to, the I refer to in the West, which is flattened, right? There's not depth to that. It's pretty flat. It's, I am what you see. I am the opinion and thoughts in my head. I think, therefore I am. I am And everything that happens underneath it, I am ego. My consciousness lives right here and it doesn't move anywhere else, right? That's one of the things that I learned through early mindfulness practice was just the ability to move your awareness. You want to work toward things like remote viewing. You want to work towards things like astral projection, and paradoxically are the body. Yes. Then start moving your awareness. How do we move our awareness? What the hell are you talking about? You are not your thoughts. You have a mind and your body. I have a body. Right. You're not exactly. So this is the thing, Nikki. What you're playing with right there, what you just started right there is another one of my favorite meditation practices where it's called the not me meditation. And we can actually use we can actually use the awareness movement in the not me meditation. Would you like to do a not me meditation? This one is a really good meditation for the crown chakra. Ina, what are we talking about? We are talking about the chakra system. We're talking about energy body. Have I astral projected? Yes. I've only done it a few times and I don't particularly enjoy it because of other tensions that still are in my system. So it doesn't feel safe for me personally. So I don't do that. I do remote viewing a whole lot more. As an energy worker, I do remote viewing. Ina Lantern, this is a space where you're welcome to show up as you are. This is a live that I host every Saturday from 10 a.m. Pacific time till whenever we feel like stopping. It's a conversation about the topic of my book. It's also a conversation about sciences that have been around since 1500 BC. You are welcome to show up and hang out and enjoy the space. But when you come in intentionally to just disrupt or belittle or condemn somebody else, all you're doing is showing us that you're out of balance, that your system is so far out of balance that you feel the need to like poke and prod and try to get a reaction out of other people. And that, I promise you, is not actually going to get you the sensation that you're looking for. What you're looking for is centeredness, is wholeness, is the essence of yourself. And we are taught in the West to run around and try to poke the essence of other people and try to get reactivity out of it because you're just pulling in energy. I'm just trying to grab energy from you. You're just trying to grab energy from me. I'm just trying to push energy at you and throw arrows of energy at you so that I feel better because I got a reaction. What that is a lack of connection to source. What that is a lack of connection to your own energy system so that you know how to operate within your self-value without having to belittle someone else. Your value is not contingent about somebody else justifying your value. But when we don't know that, we operate from that place and we try to take energy from others or weaponize our energy to feel better. I'm sorry that you're in that place. I welcome you to stay in this space and to learn some of these things. Remote viewing in layman's terms. Through layman's terms, essentially, remote viewing is this ability to perceive a space outside of the space that you are physically in. If I'm physically in this space, my ability to remote view my son in the other room without my physical body moving over there. And that is about moving your awareness. So the not me meditation, there we go. The not me meditation is a really awesome way to practice moving your awareness and also practice finding the essence, the center of self that is not actually attached to the physical body. I actually did a series on astral projection somewhere in my content. There's a whole series where I talked about different types of astral projection and remote viewing. Now that I'm suddenly remembering that, if you want to send me a message or something, I can probably link that to you, or you can go looking in my playlist. I have a ton of content. I've been doing this for 3 years, but it's there. I have a whole little series explaining the different types of them. Silver wheel. I learned remote viewing when I was 8 years old. 8 years old is a really powerful time of transition. A lot of us experience big shifts and changes during that time when we're 8. So it makes total sense to me that you would experience that at 8. It's a lot of times where some of our gifts wake up as well. So again, as an energy worker, what I do is I use remote viewing to access people from far away. We understand that our energy, yes, please do, Nikki, and Slash as well. Our energy, again, is malleable. We are not contained by a physical body. That energy moves through all sorts of physical things, right? And you're, in fact, made up mostly water. And that water is a great conductor for energy, but your energy can be moved. Your energy can be relocated. And as an energy worker, what I do is I take that essence of self and I go and I sit with or I work on the person that I'm working on in their space. And so, Faith, you asked me if I could move objects. I'm moving energy in that space. I have not gone around trying to move objects in other people's spaces. It's just never been my focus, I guess. When I was a little kid, I really wanted to have telekinesis, the ability to move objects. But since have decided I don't actually need the ability to move objects. If I had one superpower, it would be flight. That's all. That's all I want. That's all I have left. Long distance Reiki. Yes. Okay. So, the not me meditation. Not me meditation is a really, really powerful meditation. This is one of those this is one of those meditations that if you struggle to meditate, if you struggle to focus in meditation, if you struggle to experience your essence or move your attention, this is one of those really powerful ones that can get you out of a stuck place or get you past that barrier in meditation. So, that was me as a kid jumping off a roof with the umbrella. I totally did that. I absolutely did that. I would climb to the tallest part of the trees, the smallest branch that would possibly hold me and not jump, but I would stay up there because I wanted to be up there so badly. All right. Not me meditation. This one we start with our eyes open. Doesn't matter where you're sitting, what's going on around you. I invite you to look around the space that you're in and pick something. Pick anything. I'm actually going to use my reflection here, which is going to be a lot of fun because it's a totally different, that might be really fucking intense. Okay. Stare into that thing. I want you to give it all of your attention, all of your focus, whatever that thing is. See it. See it with intention. See it with intensity. Notice the corners of it. Notice the edges of it. Notice this texture of it. If you were holding it, what would it feel like? Is it heavy or is it light? Where did it come from? Somewhere before? Did you find it? Someone give it to you? Stay focused on the piece itself. Notice the color. Notice, does it have a smell? Does it have a taste? Does it have a sound? All of your attention, all of your focus, focused, 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 focused. Do not look away. Burn a hole into that thing with your focus. Focus, 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 focus. And now, close your eyes and say, this object is not me. Again, this, and you can name it if you want to, this thing is not me. You know that, obviously. This is not me. Switch to something else. Look for something else in the room. And with the same amount of intensity, look into that thing. Stare into that thing. Pull, almost like you're trying to draw it to you, like the telekinesis. Like really get all your energy in. Notice the edges. Notice the colors. Notice the shapes. Notice the weight. Notice the taste. Notice the sound. Feel the meaning. Feel the energy. All of your focus. All of your attention at this thing outside of you. And then again, close your eyes. That thing is not me. That thing is not me. I invite you now to look at your own hand. All of your attention, all of your focus, the edges, the shapes, the lines, the corners. Does your hand have corners? Mine has corners. The size, the sensation. Feel your hand. Feel the blood pulsing through, your heartbeat echoing into your palm. Feel the tension or lack thereof. Feel the rest or the weight. Notice everything. all of your attention. Close your eyes. This hand is not me. This hand is not me. Keeping your eyes closed, move your eyeballs around inside behind your eyelids. Kind of just move them around back and forth so you can feel the sensation of the eyelids covering your eyes. All of your attention, all of your focus on this little movement behind your eyes, on the sensations, the feeling of the muscles moving your eyes around, noticing the little flutter of your eyelids, noticing any tension in your brow or behind your eye sockets. Notice the bridge of your nose that exists between both eyeballs, between both eye sockets. All of your attention, all of your focus on your eyes, imagining the color, the shape, the feeling, the moisture versus the dryness. And then these eyes are not me. These eyes are not me. Take a deep breath. Exhale, listening to the sound of the breath. Inhale, noticing the cool air as it draws in. Exhale, noticing the warmth, all of your focus, all of your attention. Notice the way your chest expands, your rib cage expands all the way around, inhaling, exhaling. Notice the way the breath moves through you. Feel it in your throat, feel it in your mouth. Hear the sound of your breath. And again, this breath is not me. I can observe this breath, so it is not me. Turn your attention to your heartbeat. Feel it pumping in your chest. Turn your hearing towards your heart and listen for your own heartbeat. Listen with intensity, listen with a kind of stillness, as if you're trying to hear a pin drop from miles away. You're waiting for the most important sound, the sound of your own heart beating. And again, I can observe this heart, so it is not me. This heart is not me. As you sit in the internal space, eyes closed, body still, any thought that passes through, you can observe it from a distance, and every single one, not me, not me. I can observe this thought, so it is not me. I invite you to wait in this space as long as is available to you. And everything that arises, the thoughts, the sensations, the sounds, not me. If you can observe them, then they are not you. I encourage you to stay in that space as long as you would like to. When you feel ready to come out of that space, offer a moment of gratitude, either hands in prayer or over the heart. Gratitude for the opportunity to meet yourself in this space. Gratitude for the energy that is always flowing through the path of least resistance to bring us to our highest good in every moment. Gratitude for the opportunity to get the fuck out of the way. And when you're ready to open your eyes, please rub your palms together and cup them over your eyes, gently fluttering your eyes open. The idea being that if I can observe a thing, then I must not be that thing. Obviously, if you can look across the room and you see that plate of bagel over there, well, I know I'm not that, right? But am I my thoughts? Well, I know I'm not really those either. Am I my body? Not quite. Yes, but I am in my body, right? Because I can perceive my body. I can observe my body. Thank you, Nikki. Oh, blindly evolving. The question that came in my mind was, then what is, mister? Same. One of the things I love about that opportunity, that meditation, is the opportunity to just be with not having an answer. Is being able to sink so deeply into the self that there isn't an answer needed because you are resting in your essence. Faith, I love you so much. I was doing it along with you, but I chickened out quarter of the way through. That's okay. So this is also a meditation. You can do it a different way too. This is a powerful meditation for sinking into your essence. It's also in reverse, a powerful meditation for you to reconnect with your body, with your reality, with your breath, with your heart. Faith. That's okay. We show up as we are. I'm doing more going within lately, Nikki. Yes. Again, within is where the only true mirror really exists, right? Within here. So, in Faith, I think you've heard this one, and I think those of you who've been around for a little while, right, have heard this one. My favorite way to do the opposite of that meditation is same thing, by moving your attention and reconnecting. And so each of the pieces that I see, I am connected to. You can say I am connected to, or I am present with, right? Or this is in whatever other mantra or whatever the thing you want to say. I do feel more comfortable. Namaskar, J. Cal. Hello, my friend. Okay, are these on my TikTok shop? Meditations? Thank you, friend. Thank you. So I started recording meditations. In fact, before I was teaching online, I was recording meditations and putting it on Spotify because I thought, and I still want to do that. The only thing was, is I has really struggled to market it. And two, I don't have a very good like music production system. Thank you so much, my friend. So I stopped recording them because I got a lot of feedback that there were weird noises and whatnot in the background, and I was like, crap. So if anybody wants to be my tech person, I will start recording meditations again, and yeah, we'll probably offer some for free on Spotify. Faith, I feel kind of anxious when I meditate, and that's why I offered the reverse one. So instead of going into this place of being disconnected, the not me, not me, not me, not me, because it does disconnect you from all these places, all these other things that usually kind of make us feel safe and are familiar. Instead, I might encourage you more so to focus first on the looking around my space and taking in the red and seeing it as so beautiful. Looking around my space and taking in the orange and seeing it as so embodying it, feeling it, right? Focus on your perception and your presence rather than the separation between I and me and my and me, myself, and Irene or what have you. Jake Hal, glad I found you. I'm grateful you're here. Thank you, friend. Kay, you caught the end of that one, but it relaxed you. Yes, it's so another one I do is yoga nidra. Yoga nidra is another similar sort of practice. Yoga nidra, if you liked that practice, I would encourage you to go listen to yoga nidra. There's a ton of yoga nidra out there on the internet, and it's just basically guided awareness movement, and it helps you sink down into that place of full presence, which is really a lot of what most of us struggle to find when we're in meditation. Right? We're like, I'm not meditating because I didn't feel that thing. That's the thing. And nidra and the not me meditation will really help with those sorts of things. Because once you've experienced it, then you can be familiar with where to find it, right? Nikki, we were box breathing in mobility class. Being anxious came up for a few. I'd like to speak to that. I'd like to speak to that here for a second because I think I just saw Faith said something else. Anxious. Okay. Breathing especially can cause anxiety, especially because we're like have you ever had the experience where you focus on your breath and suddenly it's hard to breathe because we're not used to focusing on our breath, and we're not used to controlling our breath. Remember that control is not what, when we say pranayama translates to control of breath, but it doesn't mean forcing control over your breath. It actually means inviting the patterns or the rhythms, or more so being present with and in control. Does that make sense? Versus controlling versus we could go down a whole rabbit hole about pranayama and different types of pranayama and intensities of pranayama. I don't recommend anybody jump down a rabbit hole of really intense practices until you feel comfortable in the smaller practices. So if you're experiencing anxiety with meditation or pranayama practices, just kind of basic ones or simple ones, focus on those. Focus on cultivating a sense of safety. Again, our systems are keeping us safe, right? So that anxiety is usually an indicator that your defenses inside of your system are saying, oh, I don't know if it's okay to ask ego to sit down. I don't know if it's okay to go in and feel all of those feelings that I've been hiding in my system. I don't know if it's okay to actually be in my body if my body is carrying trauma and pain or fear, right? So keeping our attention outside of our body can be a safety mechanism. And if mindfulness or meditation gets you, or pranayama or any of those practices gets you to feel anxious, that's an opportunity to meet yourself. I want to say it like this though, because I'm not encouraging you to push past anxiety and ignore that anxiety. It's an opportunity for you to pause and meet anxiety right there and ask anxiety, what do you need? When I first started doing deeper meditation work, I needed a blanket. I needed a blanket draped over me or wrapped around me, and I could so much more safely sink into the deeper places of meditation than I could if I didn't have that level of security. I felt like closing my eyes, I felt very exposed, right? So the other piece is making sure you're doing it in a safe place or with other people who you feel safe around. One of the really supportive things is if you have somebody who you feel super safe around or you feel like quiets your anxiety in general, try these practices with them too. Yes, J. Cal, we talk a lot about that piece, about meeting yourself with this sort of compassion and grace. Embrace it like a mother does a crying baby. Absolutely. Or even turn to it like you would a best friend. I talk a lot about anxiety and going to the grocery store. Anxiety comes to the grocery store with me pretty much every trip. Her name is Michelle, and she rides in the passenger seat. And almost inevitably, as soon as we arrive in the grocery store parking lot, Michelle starts screaming about something. My job is not to let Michelle take the wheel and drive us home. My job is not to let Michelle cause tension all over the body and the vessel and like, my job, my responsibility as the first mate, right? Thank you, J. Cal, is to turn to Michelle and say, what do you need right in this moment? How can I support you right in this moment? Because if this was actually a friend sitting in the passenger seat next to me, that's how I would speak to them, right? But we are so consistently used to speaking to ourselves like crap that we turn around and go, oh, anxiety showed up. Screw you, Michelle. I can't believe you're here again. Why do you always have to go to the grocery store with me? You're so rude. It wouldn't be the nice way to talk to your friend who's having an anxiety attack. Just like when there's a baby crying, we hold the baby, we rock the baby, we respond to the cries for help. Anxiety is a cry for help. Anxiety is a cry for safety. And if you can meet yourself as a safe person, then you're less likely to experience more and more of that. But if you keep meeting yourself like an unsafe person, would you feel safe around a friend if you have anxiety and you got a friend who every time you had an anxiety attack, they screamed at you? You would not hang out with that friend. You would not trust that friend. You would not feel safe with that friend. And yet we expect our system to feel safe when we are our own bullies. If every time Joy showed up and wanted to be playful and silly, I let my inner tyrant say, shut up and sit down. You're too loud. You're making too much of a mess. God, you look so stupid. If I let her win, Joy would never come out to play. And yet we do that. Nikki, I think that can depend on the situation, right? You say that you heard it's better to redirect the anxiety instead of focusing on what made you anxious. So again, let's talk about this like parenting, right? If my child comes to me with a fear, he's super afraid. Let's say he's afraid of the dark, right? He runs over to me and he's something happened. He's very afraid. What's my first way of responding? I hold him. I take his hand. I offer compassion and presence and willingness to at least what's going on. Tell me what's going on. I want him to express it to me. I want him to communicate what's going on to me. So he has to tell me. He has to focus on it for a moment to express the thing to me. Once we have held space for that, created a container for that experience of, oh, wow, now we've got it here in the container. And this, I often tell him, I say, now what do you want to do with it? Right? Do we want to hold on to it? Are you still feeling the fear running through your body? Do you want to experience with grief? This is a really good example of how grief works. When we experience grief, it's actually okay to hold grief for a while and maybe carry grief around as a backpack or over, as an armor plate, because we feel so like grief, especially like you lose somebody, you carry that grief with you because it's an echo of the love that you have for them, right? But fear, on the other hand, we might not carry that around so much because it's like, well, what benefit does it have for me? So what if then we redirect that energy, right? And for fear in particular, or anxiety in particular, I like to flip it on its head. So if it's fear, I offer a confidence boosting practice of some kind, right? We do breath work or some physical movement or some vocalization. For anxiety, it's about self-soothing, right? Anxiety is your defense mechanism, saying some bad things that made us feel bad happened in the past. Some stuff that we deemed bad happened in the past, and we don't want to run into it again. And so then the negotiation, the need is to feel safe. So what ways can you help yourself feel safe? Redirect the energy to help yourself feel safe. But I would encourage you not to just immediately shut the door on the energy and turn away, because again, that's not helpful to my friend Michelle either when she's having an anxiety attack. The same is, that if you call somebody and you're crying because you're upset about something and they're like, all right, well, let's just be happy. Come on, let's just, right? The toxic way of flipping it and saying, well, now you're like just denying the reality of what I'm experiencing, and that's not helpful. Right? So a balance. Hey, Cade. Thank you, friend. That makes more sense. Anxiety is fear of the future, depression about the past. So I experienced depression as well. Depression is a lover that sleeps in my bed. The place I experience depression most is at nighttime in my bed or in the morning. Mornings sometimes are hard to get up and get out. Sometimes I avoid my bed because of how much emotion exists there. So I know that when I go to bed, I have to have practices. I have to be prepared to put my arms around my lover, depression, and be sweet. Or just lay with them, right? We know that sadness is one of those things that sometimes you just need somebody to sit with you in it, to hold you while you cry. Making space for that. And then also not wallowing in it, right? That's like also not falling into it and staying into it, but coming as it is not me. I am not depressed. I am experiencing depression. I am anger. It's all it is. It's all I am. It defines who I am. It's an intrinsic part of me and I cannot change anything. Versus I am really feeling angry right now. That is a character I'm putting on. That is a coat I want to wear. I need the armor right now of my anger to strengthen my fist to get through this situation. That's a conscious choice. And that means you're responding to what's happening in your inner and outer environment. But when we don't do that relationship building, responding stuff, what happens? Anxiety shows up and says, now we're anxiety and I'm going to drive. And there's nothing you can do about it. Ever had those emotions come through you and you're like, that's it. I took a back seat. I have to take a back seat, right? You have no choice. That emotion just came and took the wheel for you. That is that emotion, that energy trying to protect you. It is trying to protect you because when that energy pattern was solidified, was wired in, that was the best course of action. You see the 50-year-old woman in Starbucks throwing a tantrum because she didn't get the right milk in her coffee. That's a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old who no one listened to about her preferences. Maybe she was forced to eat food she didn't fucking like. Right? Like shit like that. It could even just be like maybe she grew up in poverty and didn't experience getting to have that choice. And so it's very important to her wellness, to her safety, to know that she's heard when her choice is made. That is not the present now her. That mechanism that makes her go, and make a whole Karen scene in the fucking Starbucks. That's the little kid. That's the energetic pattern that was learned at that stage of development that continues to function because it's trying to keep her safe. The kicker is that your defense mechanisms will defend you even from you as long as you remain unconscious. It's why enlightenment or working within the self or the consciousness work or self-work is so imperative. It's not just about figuring out what's wrong with me. It's about building trusting, valuable, strong relationships with the self so that you are ever present in your decision making. I just despise the idea that essentially an immature emotion is making decisions for me when what I most need in those moments is my maturity and my myself, right? My heart, my essence. And how many times I've allowed those things to run me into the rocks, right? Or to make me say something or do something that I later felt bad about or had to apologize for or actually hurt me or somebody else. Those are patterns that keep patterning and will keep patterning until you are willing to sit at the table with them and say, all right, we got to work something else out because this shit ain't working. Every time somebody says one tiny little negative thing about me, you just like collapse in on us, depression, and take us back to bed. Okay, we can't function that way anymore. Right? Anxiety. Every time I go to the grocery store, we park in the parking lot and boom, there you are, making everything in my body fucking tense up and shake and sweat. I can't fucking function this way anymore. So sit down with me and have a conversation. Sit down with me and let's negotiate this. What do you need? What do you need so we can move forward with our self-actualization, which unfortunately includes getting groceries. Thank you for all the gifts, J. Cal. I really appreciate it. And everybody else, thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So I did suggest, or not suggest. I offered 3 mudras already. We did talk about a mantra, the Om mantra. Remember, every chakra has a seed mantra or a bij mantra. I was going to go through them all. We can go through them all. The root chakra is Lam. The sacral is Vam. The solar is Lam, Vam, Ram. Sorry. Ram. The heart is Yam, Y-A-M. So L-A-M, V-A-M, R-A-M, Y-A-M, H-A-M, A-U-M-O-M. The M is an important part of that because that's where we often get that depth of resonance when we're saying our mantra. Om. When you're doing that piece, you get a nice vibration in the head. The trick of any of these mantras is to also make the vocalization resonate through your system. So Om is the mantra, is the bij mantra for opening the crown chakra. Remember that, especially if you're new to mantras or you feel like your Om is shaky or you have a great Om and you just want to amplify it, a really good way to amplify or to get the full experience of Oming without being perfect at it is to Om 108 times. A big suggestion I always give is to get yourself a mala. Prayer beads, I don't know if they are actually made with a specific amount of beads. The reason I suggest a mala itself is because they are made with 108 beads plus your guru bead here at the top. So each of these beads on here is 100. There's 108 total. So when you do your mantra, you would essentially just pull each bead for the mantra each time. Depending on how long you take, this practice can take somewhere between, I find that on average, I spend about 20 minutes with a breathwork practice or a mantra practice or something with my mala, which is actually really nice. So instead of having it have a timer or watch the clock, I can just choose a practice and use the mantra, bead, one bead at a time. And when I'm done going all the way around, I know that I'm through with my practice. I'm always looking for ways to like get rid of the timers and the clocks and the things too. So what else? What other things are we looking for? Oof. Slash. So thank you for sharing. We are going through a collective awakening process. That collective awakening process affects us on all individually as well. And we're all going to be feeling different aspects of it. If there's any piece of this that you are, the enlightenment process that you are experiencing that becomes uncontrollable or becomes scary or becomes absolutely too much, please make sure that you are offering yourself self-care and taking care. So, for example, um, with visualizations or hallucinations or seeing things or even hearing things, mostly seeing things, you're looking at the third eye chakra. So your third eye chakra is likely, could potentially be blown open. This is why I again say this is not a no pain, no gain kind of space. This is not a space where we push ourselves or force ourselves or work too hard in this space, because we can actually create an excess unintentionally. Hallucinating unintentionally, uncontrollably is an excess in your third eye chakra. So I would focus on grounding, 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 grounding. Red energy, root chakra work, sacral chakra work, deep Durga Pranayama, 3-part breaths, pulling the breath down into the belly when you breathe or into the root when you breathe. A really important piece, if you are having that experience, I would encourage you to avoid any kind of third eye practice or even, I'm letting the pirates respond here. Wear things that are red and orange. Walk barefoot, ground out, eat root vegetables. Listen to drums, movement, get into your body. And also, slash, and anybody else who's curious or interested, I do private coaching as well. So if you want to do a practice with me or want to learn how to do a practice or whatnot, or want regular ongoing coaching sessions for realigning stuff like this, or anything similar, those are available on this TikTok shop here. I move a change on that TikTok shop. So yeah, avoid any third eye practice and ground, 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 ground. And without knowing a whole lot more, I can't really offer a whole lot more. That's kind of why I'm sitting here stalled of like, well, I don't know actually enough about you to make any further suggestions of what to do besides the general ground the energy out, pull the energy down. Durga Pranayama is done like so. It's 3-part breath. I'll teach you that here because that's a nice, easy one and it's a good one for everybody. Right hand on the heart, left hand on your belly. As you inhale, very intentionally, and sometimes you can just move the body first to get this. So as you inhale, allow the belly to expand, the heart to lift. And then the last bit of breath is the collarbone. And then exhale, the collarbone relaxes, the heart falls, and the belly button pulls in. Inhale, push the belly button out, expand the rib cage, lift the collarbone. As you exhale, collarbone relaxes, relaxing the shoulders, and then collapsing the rib cage, and then pulling the belly button in. This can be really like awkward when you first start doing it, but it's an extremely powerful grounding practice because you're literally pulling your breath all the way down into the lower areas, which we often do not do, and specifically on a physical level into the lower lobes of your lungs, which actually will harbor and hold a lot of energy and actual physical debris. So if you're doing Durga Pranayama and experience coughing and things like that, please allow that to happen as long as it's not like hurtful or whatever. Thank you, Blindly Evolving. Just a reminder, there is nothing to be afraid of. And we can also find ourselves in real imbalance, right? When we've had people talk about demons and things like that today. So I think it's worth mentioning those things. When we are so out of balance, we experience those sorts of things. We experience fear, we experience tension, we experience demonic energy, we experience negativity, we experience loss, we experience all these kinds of things. But it just means it's out of balance. It means that we're out of center. It's, to me, it's like standing in the light and then wandering into the woods and getting lost in the trees and then being way down, away, far away from somewhere and like, I don't know where I am. That is spiritual psychosis. You've gone so down into the dark without a tether, without a breadcrumb, without, and that's not to say that that's what you're experiencing, but sometimes, especially in a collective awakening, especially when it's become trendy to do it as well, we can overexert ourselves. We can push ourselves so far deep into those rabbit holes that we're not sure how to get back out. And that is a dangerous thing. We want to get back to center. We want to get back to our essence. Thank you so much. I don't mean to complain that last year I've been dealing with synchronicities. It's not a complaint at all. This is what this space is for. In my opinion, it's not a complaint. It's you coming in and asking for support. And that's what the space is for. So thank you for your vulnerability and thank you for sharing and asking for that support. So Durga Pranayama. Durga Pranayama is going to pull that breath all the way down in there. Please avoid any of the higher chakra work. Focus a lot more, entirely even, on the lower chakra work. Drink lots and lots and lots and lots of water. There's a lot more to do. There's a lot more that you can do, but again, yeah. And synchronicities are a beautiful, right? Synchronicities are one of those things that say you're aligned with the energy that's moving around you, right? Inside of you and outside of you. You're seeing more synchronicities almost always indicates an alignment with our purpose, or also synchronicities can also mean a communication. But if you're seeing a lot of them in general, then I typically think that indicates a lot more of just being in alignment. And what is alignment, right? Finding the center of your path. The closer you get to center of your path, the more all of these things will fall in line, and the negative and the tensions and whatnot starts to fall away. And I don't mean the negative because we experience tension starts to fall away, because we experience negative and positive both when we're on our path. That's life, right? But falling off the path, we can feel lost, we can feel confused, we cannot see any synchronicities at all. But the closer we get to that, the more of those we're going to feel. How about when they surround people? Synchronicities surround certain people, like when certain people typically, like, what do you mean? What kind? So, for example, if I am stubbing my toes all the time, it means I'm not giving attention to the path I'm walking and my grounding and things like that. If somebody who seems to just have things go right for them in that sort of what we perceive as positive synchronicities, then you're talking about somebody who is just literally that close to the center of their path. The closer we get to the center of our path, the more everything starts to fall in line. The same way that when I'm in a chorus, if I am where I'm meant to be in the chorus, the song falls into place in a beautiful way and you can hear the whole thing. The more out of alignment I am, the more disruptive I am to the song and to the chorus itself. And therefore, the more out of alignment I will feel and I will experience from the people around me, to the things happening, to the sounds I hear. All that stuff will be out of alignment because I'm not centered or aligned with the frequency that actually resonates with my system, aka what your dharma is. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand, Nikki. Sorry. I know the text is kind of hard thing, huh? The comments and stuff. When you and someone else find the same as you do, just having the same, or you're having the same synchronicities with someone, or you and someone have a lot of synchronicities together. Because I think you and someone having a lot of synchronicities together, again, is just more confirmation that this is somebody that's close to your frequency, to the resonance that the song that you're intended to sing. Let's shift it from the perspective of the path and talk about being in a chorus or being an instrument in a band, right? Yeah, DM me. Yeah. That's okay. And if it's specific, and that goes for anybody too, if you guys have like personal stuff that you don't want to share, but you want to ask a question, please feel free to ask via DMs, especially if it's personal, tell me it's personal. Otherwise, you can also comment on my content and I can make you video responses from that too. That's why I love TikTok so much, is because TikTok allows me to make a video response to you if you comment on my content. So when I'm not live, feel free to go to my content and just drop your questions or, continue the conversation. Yeah, please do DM me. Trying to remember how to do this one. Hold on. This is the twisty mudra that I wanted to offer y'all here today. Yeah, blindly evolving, really, really, really good piece of advice. Take breaks. I noticed I slipped into using my healing as a punishment for myself. I had to realize I was doing that. When the pendulum is so far one way, it can swing too far the other way, right? That's centeredness, that balance, that mindfulness is here not as punishment, but as opportunity to experience center. And I think if we understood mindfulness and meditation and these practices as an opportunity to experience center, then we wouldn't quite use them as punishment so much, right? Because if we're using them for punishment, it's not going to bring you to center, right? So I'm glad you took the break. Let me see if I can get this Dharma Chakra mudra for y'all. I'm gonna move this thing now. It's been in the way the whole time. Okay. Got it. Nope, not Dharma Chakra mudra, sorry. The mandala mudra. We did the Dharma Chakra mudra before. That's one crunchy bagel. That's why he asked, Kay, I don't know if you're in here. My son made the bagels and he was like, Mom, can you come check if they're burnt? And I was like, no, just bring me a bagel. I'll be fine. So this is the mandala mudra. This one is really fun. It's a little bit twisty. So let's walk our way through it together. The Dharma Chakra mudra. Sorry, hold on. This invokes an awakened attitude. This helps to cultivate better focus during any practices, right? Clear your screen to see this better. All right. So essentially this is the mandala of creation. This is what this is considered, the mandala of creation. So I'm going to show you how to do this. And then what the essence is that we are staring into the center of all of creation. Remember we did the Dharma Chakra one a little bit ago, and the Dharma Chakra one is about the wheels, the cycles of everything that spins all in creation, right? And so if we take that, the Dharma Chakra, that wheel of all of this cycle of time and space and karma and all these things, then the mandala would be almost like sitting outside of it, gazing into it. Dharma Chakra is about being inside of it and a window to see outside of it from the inside. The mandala mudra is being outside of the wheel of samsara, all of creation, and looking down into it. So this is how we do it. Spread your fingers, palms up. Cross your pinkies over each other on the inside of the hand. And then take your thumbs and you're going to want to hold those pinkies. Hold the tips of the pinkies. Keep your ring fingers back to back. Keep them extended here in the center. And then cross your middle fingers over each other and use your index fingers to grab the tip of each middle finger. Do you want to do that again? Should we do that again? This is the mandala mudra. So this mudra, Kay, I cannot do that. I offered several mudras today, and I can review them here in a minute if you want to too. This one is a little bit more twisty and difficult to get into. It requires more dexterity, but there are other options, right? So I encourage you to always try to do your best to get into a mudra as best as you can. So Kay, if you could sort of do it, even if it's just like part of it, maybe try that. This is how we invite. Oh, and you have fake nails at the moment. I've never even tried to mudra with fake nails. I imagine that creates a different layer of barrier. So, Kay, were you in here before? Or how about this? I won't even ask. I'm just going to offer the other mudras as well, so you can choose which mudra you want to hold on to. So especially if you got some fake nails going on, the Sahasrara mudra may be the best one for you. It's nice, simple, palms forward, hands nice and fingers spread like so, not with tension, right? We don't want to like spread it so hard we hurt ourselves and we can't hold our mudra. We just spread our fingers with intention, touch the tips of the thumbs together. Dang, the nails are going to touch. I'm trying to figure this one out for you, hon. Maybe like this, right? As best you can. And then touch the tips of the index fingers together and keep the others. The nails are definitely touching, but even touch your nails. Like if your fingers aren't touching, touch your nails. Because remember, these are energy circuits, right? This is an energy circuit that we're creating. That's what mudras are doing. Mudras are redirecting the energy in your body by creating different circuits of those different energy channels. So just like a circuit, you don't have to touch that metal to the battery, or you don't have to touch it all the way to see that spark, right? To see that arc jump, that gap. So if you got nails on or you can't, right? So go ahead and bring the index and the thumbs together, create this triangle, keep the other fingers extended. And then we hold this up here above the head, either as like a halo, or you can tilt it upwards like so. Elijah, goosebumps. Are you using this one? The Sahasrara mudra. This is a really beautiful one. Interlock those nails, baby. I'm blindly evolving. This is a really good one for all things crown chakra. The other two that we did, the Dharma chakra mudra, Kay, you might be able to do. Elijah, the mandala one, right? The mandala one is one of my favorites. So if you're holding the mandala one, let's add the visualization. The Sahasrara overhead, we imagine a shower of solar energy, right? That's not just solar, but cosmic energy, that nice, cool, sparkly rain that comes down from the cosmos and brings life into your system, breathes light into your system. This is the Sahasrara mudra, right? And we're envisioning that cascading down over and into our systems. The other one, the Dharma chakra. Actually, we did the Kalashvara mudra. The Kalashvara mudra opens up the heart space and allows us to spend time in the temple of our heart. It benefits the heart and the pericardium, and it also helps clear the mind and improve circulation. This one is done by putting your pads of your middle fingers together, and then curling the other fingers down inside. Kay, let me know if you can do this one with the nails. So the knuckles are touching. This one might be even easier. And then make a little heart with your thumbs down below. So essentially you're making a heart, yeah, with your hands, but you keep your index fingers extended to represent that temple. Remember, this temple, the middle finger, is the spirit finger, is the ether finger. So this is a temple of spirit over the heart. The Kalashvara mudra. And you can hold it here like that, flat on your chest, or you can lower the elbows and allow it to fall forward for a much easier way to hold it for a more extended period of time. As you're holding this one, I invite you to just listen to your heart space. This is the invitation, the opportunity to be at presence with our essence of self, the essence of our spirit. The other one that we offered earlier was the Dharma Chakra Mudra. Can totally do that one. Nice, good. This one, the Kalashvara Mudra also helps release patterns, right? Helps us release negativity in our hearts. And then the Dharma Chakra Mudra helps us release the patterns that exist in our life. Dharma Chakra, we go like this, 2 hands, the Gyan Mudra. This is the Gyan Mudra. We connect the index finger and the thumb, make little circles there with those, keep the other fingers extended. Your right hand stays up here with your palm facing out. The left turns the palm inward and touch the middle finger, the left middle finger, to the tips of this little circle on the right. This is the wheel of Dharma. This is the karmic wheel of samsara that we all experience and we all live inside of. This mudra is about being inside of that and seeing a way out of that, being able to perceive something outside of the cycles of samsara, the cycles of dharma and karma, the cycles of our karma. And this one too, you can also lower the elbows and find a good way to hold it so you can hold it for longer. There's not really a visual with this space except for to invite the windows to open, right? I definitely would close your eyes with the Dharma Chakra Mudra, and maybe turn my awareness up to the third eye. Slash, if you're still in here, this is not one I would recommend for you right now because it's associated with because you use the third eye with this one. Saint. I like that your name, Saint, coming in and saying, this isn't real. Are saints real? Saint. This is just witchcraft and demon work. Do you know that Jesus himself studied these things and what Christ was talking about when he was talking about the temple in your heart and the oneness with God was a state of consciousness, the same state of consciousness that the Buddha experienced, the same state of consciousness that the Vedic sciences teach. And as a means of control, religious doctrine took that truth and flipped it on its head and instead took his life and told you a manipulated story about it. And we've been operating on that paradigm for a long time. I'm always curious, what do you benefit, Saint, from coming into this space and telling me your opinion of something I've spent my life studying? Have you spent your life studying this? I'd love to hear your opinion, especially if it's an educated opinion on the topic, or your experience with these things that may have turned you to a place where you feel like it's very negative. I know some people have had poor experiences with such things. What's my source? The 1500 years of Vedic sciences that have been studied 1500 BC, since 1500 BC was when, as far back as we have this information from. And my source, my personal source, is the 12 years that I was in university and then the several other years of certifications and other workshops and other schools, teaching and practicing these things. What university? I went to Marylhurst University. I went for my ordination. I'm a reverend. I've been a reverend for 11 years. I also went to Washington State University, and I went to Monterey Bay University, and I went to we were the Wildcats in Washington. I moved around a bunch, and I studied a lot of different places so that I could understand this from several different perspectives. Oh, that's okay, Jet. I just enjoy it. I find it so interesting because I understand the feeling of ego, when ego drives us to be right over somebody else, when ego drives us to belittle something we know nothing about or very little about. I just always find it really intriguing and, yeah, maybe a little bit amusing too, to see when we are so adamant that we are right, even though we don't have experience or knowledge about a thing. That itself is arrogance, right? And that actually leads to a perpetuation of our own ignorance when we continue to just believe what we believe and we are not willing to look outside of our own little box of truth. Then we're only going to know that truth, and that's okay. That's a choice that you can make in this life. If you want to live that life of confining yourself to limited understanding of your reality, that's your prerogative. You are more than welcome to do that. The difference is that I don't go around coming into your lives or your home or your calling you up and being like, did you know that you're a terrible person because you didn't do what I think you should do? That's the part that I don't understand, and I don't think I'll ever understand about humanity, except for it comes from a state of fear, right? It comes from a place of insecurity. It comes from a place of grief and disconnection. And that to me is one of the saddest things that we experience. That's what I learned. Jet, I will never know anything. The more I studied, the more questions I had. I think that's what's really important when we understand, right? That it's not about not knowing or not knowing anything. It's about realizing that the more you study, the more you learn, the more you explore, the more questions you're going to have, because that's the opportunity for exponential growth. Enlightenment is just bringing the light of awareness into different areas that you were not aware of before. And the more you bring light of awareness into different aspects of your inner and outer world, the more enlightened and knowledgeable you will actually be. And the more you sit with that knowledge and turn it into experience through practice, through sharing, through talking about it, through reading about it, through learning from somebody else or learning for yourself, the more wisdom you will actually gain. I'm sorry that you feel so insecure, my friend, that you need to come in here and express the energy, weaponize your energy. So this is the Dharma Chakra Mudra. This was the Kalishvara Mudra, right? And this is the Sahasrara Mudra. And then that last one we did was the Mandala Mudra, right? Son, will you get my charger, the white charger, real quick, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Okay, can you please? Thank you, sir. Remember, I want you to white them down. We white down the cool facts.
I don't want to rub.
Okay. The last thing I'll say, Saint, is that ask you a question, I guess. What's the best way to hide the truth? Is in plain sight, right? I guess it wasn't a question. It was a rhetorical question, because I'm going to tell you where's the best place to hide truth, but in plain sight, is to show people the truth and then tell them it's bad and wrong and demonic and awful and they should run the other way. And unfortunately, there have been generations of people who've been manipulated by this. I was born into that, as many of us are. And myself and the people who hang out in this space are on a path to deconstructing the manipulations and the falsities that we have been given. If you are not interested in engaging in a productive way or in this space, then you don't have to. But I am going to protect the space by muting you now. So, quite the sales. Energy for sale. Bought and paid for, right? Your beliefs have been bought and paid for. So in this space, like a classroom, like a church setting, like a choir gathering, whatever it is, if Anybody, this is a public space. Yes, you are welcome to come in and hang out in this public space. But if you are not responsible or you are intentionally disruptive with your energy, I'm just going to mute you. And that's to be respectful to me and the rest of the space. You are not blocked because you're welcome to come back and try again. However, if you make a habit of perpetually showing up to hang out here just to weaponize your energy, then you will be blocked. And that's, again, to protect my space and the community space. If somebody is so aggressive and so out of alignment that they feel the need to attack others that they have never even met, it's just serious misalignment, right? And I'm not doing the work on a live to realign somebody's energy. You want realignment? We can do coaching together, especially if you're that deep in the hole. Let's do coaching together. That's why I do coaching. But live is not the space for it. It is a trauma response. And we talk about so many times, right? It's our systems trying to keep us safe. Saint's system is trying to keep them safe by projecting their beliefs and their condemnation of others' beliefs onto others. Because if others agree, then you're safe in that belief. If others agree with you or change to yours, then it was justified for you to believe what you believed or for you to change into your beliefs. I know people who've given up chakra work or given up deconstruction to become extremists. And they need you to justify their choice of giving up this thing for that thing. That's how cults work, is by forcing you to force others to change their minds and believe what you believe. It is a narrowing of understanding and perspective, not a widening. And we know that any narrowing of these things is going to cultivate more and more tension and eventually put you into a box or lead you to a dead end. That's not creation. That's not God. That's not our reality, right? Our reality is actually working off the Fibonacci sequence and ever-ending spiraling of opening. So if you're only interested in spiraling down into the closing aspect, you're going to experience a lot of tension and a lot of chaos in your life because you're working at the opposite direction of the flow of the universe. And hey, if your purpose in life, if your dharma in this life is to fucking put on armor and fight uphill through the river of life your entire life long, you're going to learn something really fucking cool. I just personally have already experienced that kind of tension, have already experienced that kind of pain and suffering, and I refuse to put myself through it anymore. And that's why I'm on this path. But you choosing to swim upstream doesn't affect my choice to swim downstream. Sneeches, yes. Nikki, it's like when someone's been lied to, the truth disrupts their field. Yes, when we're holding on to the falsity, that has its own vibration, and truth has a different vibration. We cannot accept that truth, that vibration, if we're on this vibration. So again, yeah, absolutely. It is, but it creates tension. It creates tension to hold on to false narratives because false narratives are not free flowing. Like we've talked about this before. Truth is easy. Truth is simple. Truth is usually plain, like some of the most profound truths. You know what I mean? Like it's simple to understand and to hear and to speak, but in practice, it's much more complicated. Lies, dishonesty, require manipulation of the truth and therefore are not as simple as the truth. And therefore it would hold on. It creates tension for you to hold those falsities as true. This equates to the tension you feel in your body. Why is my body tense? Because you're holding a false narrative about yourself, about the world around you, about other people, about whatever it is that you're holding. There is a false, or let me correct the wording there because that I'm negating. I'm true for you, false for you. Depending on your constitution, there are things that are going to be true for you in this lifetime. For me, my dharma, my purpose, my path is so deeply ingrained with this stuff that I'm teaching here and this stuff that I practiced and learned. This is one of the most profound guiding light truths that I have because this is it is what it is for my truth. My truth will not be true for everyone else. And it may not be true, and it won't be true in the exact same way, even for the people that find it also true. This is why we cultivate our inner guru. My inner guru must be able to weigh truth upon the scales in my heart. Only then do I know if it's true or not. And if I am operating outside of the truth of my system, then I'm going to experience tension. I'm going to experience suffering. I'm going to then also feel the need for things like anxiety and fear and weaponization of my energy so that I can protect myself in a place of out of balance, keep myself out of balance, essentially. People think attacking is going to bring people closer to God. It's fear mongering. But remember that the religion is based on fear mongering. A lot of the tenets of it now and the uses of it now are based on fear mongering. I was raised as a Catholic, and in that fear monger space of you will be punished, you will be hurt. And I was regularly punished, right? For thinking outside the box, for asking outside the box, for looking outside the fucking church windows of like, is there anything else besides? Okay, my dad's visiting and he asked me if I want to go to church, and I said no. I encourage all of you to hold true, right? So if it's not for you, don't go. But I also find that, especially if you've been gone for a while, going again to church can be very enlightening, right? It doesn't mean you have to change your beliefs. It doesn't mean you have to believe what they believe. But if you've been deconstructing or you've been out of church for a long time when you were in before, going again can give you a really good insight to your growth, to where you're at in your life, and and you'll also have the opportunity to see things from a different perspective, right? Yeah. I only say that too, especially because like when we have family who go, it can seem like this, it can become an arbitrary form of separation that we use that can hurt our relationships. And it doesn't mean you have to go. But for me, if my grandma was visiting and said, will you come to church? I would go to church because I'd want to sit with my grandma. And my focus would be on, again, not projecting my energy onto church or onto her, just like Saint came in and did, but instead being present and curious and willing to be there in the experience, open-hearted and honestly. Oh, blindly evolving. I missed it. I didn't see what your message said. I missed that one. Okay. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much, friend. Okay, should I have gone? No. You are your authority. I'm simply saying, consider that there's an opportunity in there as well. Because there was a long time that I was like, fuck no, I'm not going anywhere near it. But now where I'm at, if a family member, but again, I don't have close relationships with families, so there's another piece of that too. If a family member actually invited me to church and came to visit, I would probably be so enamored with the fact that they came to visit that I'd be like, sure, of course. But we can use it as an opportunity. That it doesn't have to, we don't have to shut the doors. And then Nikki, you also had a good mention here too. You said last time you went, you read the scripture they spoke on and got a different perspective spoken to me. Yeah. And that's it. We are all having our own subjective experience for whatever it's worth. And the opportunity to share our perspectives with each other is one of the most basic ways that humans enlighten ourselves. If we are all out in the woods and we all go 5 different directions and we come back to the campsite at night, no one's going to know what path I took, what I saw, what I experienced. And I'm not going to know what you all did. But if we all sat down and spoke of our experience over the fire, now not only would I have my one angle of perception, but now I would have also heard 4 other very different ones. And if I can remember that they are equally as valid as mine, then I actually can receive something really great. I can receive the wisdom and understanding of others without having to go and experience it myself in the same way. And Kay, remembering that piece too, just protect your energy too. Like if you don't feel like you're up for it, because for me also going to church can be a really heightened emotional sort of experience or a lot of anxiety. I probably wouldn't go on my own to a church that I'm, sure I don't align with. And even if I did to one I aligned with, I'd probably have nervousness just going in the first place, just going at all, right? Because it's a new space. So just being that compassion to your energy and what you need and protecting that space is also really important. Okay, I love you too, hon. Thank you so much. We got wandering on religion and opportunity and facets and perspectives. Do you all know the story of the blind men and the elephant? I'm going to take another bite of my crunchy bagel here. Blind men and the elephant. Maybe you do, maybe not so much. But one of my favorite stories to tell. No. Okay. Take a bite. Have some tea. Drink some water. And then I've got a story. Rihanna, clearing your crown, not clown chakra. Yeah. One of my favorite ways to do that is to use the Sahasrara mudra, like so. Thumbs together, index fingers together, palms facing out, fingers spread. Hold this over the head. You can even rest it on your head if you'd like to. This is a mudra, and they're one of my favorite ways to address the energy body. Another thing you can do, especially for the crown chakra, but maybe not so much if you're having migraines, is to use really light, high note sounds. And there's actually a migraine mudra. So hold on a second, and then I will tell the story. Finding mudras. Brooke, can I do the other symbols I was doing before, please? The mudras. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to make a note here for the migraine mudra. For Rihanna. If I don't get back to it today, I will try to send you a message because I'm almost positive I have content on it, and I put it out in the TikTok ethers. Wait a second, or 60. Okay. So yes, I will. We have several mudras that we were learning today, and then I'm going to tell the story. Okay. Here's one of them. You're welcome to hold this one during the story if you'd like to. Another one that we can also hold during the story here is, thank you, Nikki, so much. Today's video will also be up on YouTube. If you missed it, I am Move with Change over there as well. The Dharma Chakra Mudra is a nice one to hold while I tell this story. So 2 hands, both of them touch your index and your thumb together. Keep the other fingers spread just a little bit. Keep the right hand facing forward. The left one, the palm turns in, and then touch the tip of your middle finger to the tips, to that connection of the circle on your right hand. So this is the Dharma Chakra Mudra. Again, one last time this way. Left turns in. Middle finger touches that circle on the right hand. And you can just relax that either on your chest or a little bit lower. Okay, so I'm going to hold this one because Dharma Chakra is about being inside the cycle of samsara and helps us release the negative patterns, the old patterns, the outdated karmic shit that keeps us stuck inside of here. This is a perfect mudra to listen to this story. So the blind man and the elephant. There was a king, of course, somewhere, someday, long time ago, last Wednesday, there was a king sitting in his courtyard. And in the courtyard, 3 blind men approached him and said, king, we would like to experience an elephant. We've never seen an elephant, we've never even touched, we never met an elephant. We'd like to know what an elephant looks like, is like, we'd like to meet one. So the king, of course, says, sure, no problem. And he calls in one of his many elephants, I'm sure, because every king must have many elephants. Not many tiny ones, but lots of many. Okay, so the blind men are standing in the courtyard as the elephant comes in. And from where they're standing, right, the elephant comes to the center of the courtyard, and each of the blind men approaches the elephant from a different point. First, one of the blind men approaches the elephant at the front. And the first thing he takes a hold of, he's got his hands out in front of him and he's reaching for this thing, and he finds the trunk. The elephant reaches its trunk up and, messes with him a little bit, sniffs him. And so he takes a hold of the trunk and he holds onto the trunk and he feels the trunk and he's like, wow, an elephant is like a snake. It's long and thick. It's like a snake, and it wiggles around, right? And the second one comes up to the elephant at the side, and he almost runs into it. He's got his hands out like this looking for it, and he touches it and what? Snake? What are you talking about? This thing is like a wall. He smacks the side of the elephant. Pat, pat, pat. It's sturdy. I can't even move this. There's an elephant is like a wall. And the third very unfortunate young gentleman came up to the to the other end of the elephant, and as he walked up, wrapped his arm around. He was a little bit shorter than the other ones, right? So he was coming in, and he wrapped his arms around the leg of the elephant, and he's like, snake, wall, you guys are nuts. An elephant's like a tree, and this tree fucking stinks. Like, this is an awful, what? An elephant is a really smelly tree. What are you guys talking about? He's got his arms wrapped around the leg there, right? And the king, observing all of this, of course, amused at the whole thing going on, invites them to tell him what they experienced about the elephant. And the three blind men essentially engage in full-on argument. No, absolutely not. My experience was totally different. How can it be, if it's a smelly tree, how can it be a snake? No, if it's a snake, how the hell can it be a wall? There's no way that an elephant is like a wall. This is exactly what we experience out in today's world, with social media, with all the propaganda, with all the shit, with all the messaging and whatnot. What we experience instead of connection and unity and understanding, right, is a division, is to be encouraged to argue like that, encouraged to dig our heels in deep, sink our teeth as deep as possible into what we know to be true, and nothing else can be true. By doing so, we prevent ourselves from being able to see the whole elephant. You will never see the whole elephant if you are going to argue with your other people who have a different perspective of the elephant. Does it mean you have to agree with them? No, because the one who found the elephant to be a stinky tree had a very different experience than the one who found the elephant to be a wall. But it's only when we come together and share our perspectives and value each other's perspective as an important aspect of the whole, that is the only time we will actually see the whole truth. Literally the elephant in the room. And we're all arguing over tiny details of the elephant. And now that we know that we can see the elephant, right, by rising to this higher perspective, inviting everyone else's perspective so that we can see more clearly and more fully our reality. I'll offer the mandala mudra, because the mandala mudra is the ability to look from the outside in to the cycle of all these things. And the only way we're going to get outside of the elephant, right, is by understanding each other's perspective, sharing these perspectives. Only then can we see it from the outside in. So mandala mudra, which is a little bit more complicated. So cross your, how about this? Start this way. Lift your pinky fingers just a little bit and cross those over each other. Take your thumbs and touch your thumbs to the tips, or as close as you can. You can even pull them down a little bit with your thumbs, like so. Then get those middle fingers, ring fingers up and tall in the center. Cross your ring fingers and hook the tips with your index fingers. If the Dharma Chakra Mudra was being inside of the wheel of samsara, this is being outside of it, looking down into the center of it. So the practice with this mudra is actually to hold it nice and low. You can even rest it in your lap. My favorite thing, I think it was Elijah, right? Who was it earlier who just said you had goosebumps from this one? My favorite thing about this one is when you rest it in your lap, you want to gaze into the mudra itself. So you want to really just lightly keep your eyes barely open. You might even have to move it down a little bit or out a little bit or up a little bit, wherever it works. Find a spot where you can perceive this mudra still and allow yourself to fall into just a rhythm of breath. The mandala mudra is such an interesting mudra because it makes me feel like my energy is bigger. Maybe not just my energy, but my perspective. Like it does feel like it zooms out on the universe. Being able to see the entire universe held in your hands. Do you remember the not me meditation we did a little bit ago? The point of that not me meditation was to recognize, to find the essence at the center of ourselves, right? And the mechanism of that meditation was to acknowledge that if I can observe it, then it is not me. If God is the entire universe, and we are each aspect of God, the only way God can perceive itself is through all of these different parts. There's something else in there. It was like a really cool, if God is the marble cannot see itself unless it creates eyes within to see itself. Just like we are an individual piece, and then we have all these other pieces and aspects inside of ourselves that help us perceive and act as mirrors for ourselves. Brooke, this one can, yes, help to open the third eye. It's more specific to the crown chakra, but crown and third eye are both really They're actually similar energies. The crown chakra is focused on being with the universe, whereas the brow chakra is perceiving the universe. So this one is about being perceiving. Wait, this one is about, yeah, being with the whole. Point being, wherever you are feeling the sensations in your body is the important part. What you feel, almost like a dome. Yeah. That's what I was trying to get at. It's like this marble feeling. It's like this dome sensation of being looking back into the center of the marble. And it's the opposite, right? Of experiencing yourself at the center of the marble and looking all out into the universe. That is the center of our essence, the center within me, the center of self would be to be inside of all of it and then looking around at the perception of the entire thing. This is the opposite. This is going to the outside of it or the edge of it to look down into the center of it. What I also find interesting about this one is that there seems to be, I have shoulder stuff, which I've mentioned probably several times, shoulder and neck issues. And I often struggle to hold any floating mudras unless I can rest them on me or rest them in my lap and that kind of stuff. But this one has a levity through it, to it, through it. It's probably more appropriate. So, again, for anybody who is new or just joining us in this space, I encourage you to keep track of your mudras. So whether you just go get a random journal or post-it notes even and keep track of the mudras you do, any experiences you have, or if you want to go to my TikTok shop over here, you can get a PDF. It's called the Inner Light Map that I created to have a preset, something that you can use to chart your mudras. Um, these are all very personal tools, right? I can show you the mudra itself, but what your experience is where the meat is, right? Like here are the bones. When I hand you the bones, you hang the meat on it through your experience, through integrating it with your meat bag. Nikki, enlightenment gang signs. Um, I also feel like it's important, especially after we had somebody talking about an excess in their third eye chakra. When we feel disconnected from our body, when we ignore our body or ignore our needs or habitually shove down our emotions, what it tends to do is pull the energy up towards the higher chakras. And so we can unintentionally spend a lot of time in these higher chakras. It doesn't technically lead to enlightenment or wisdom or anything just by it spending energy up there. It can actually lead to excess because your system is not meant to be all up here. Your system needs to be balanced from at both poles, the north and the south pole, right? So if you find that you're doing at this whole month, we're going to be working with the crown chakra. So during this whole month, if you find at any point that it gets too intense, or you're getting headaches or eye aches or extra visuals or dreams or things or anything becomes too intense, please go to grounding practices, especially in the West, where we accidentally, unintentionally spend excessive energy up in our upper chakras, when you go and use these practices, sometimes it can go, oh yeah, I know what to do. And then you got all this energy flying through your crown chakra or through your third eye chakra. And that is something that can throw you out of balance. Excess is not the way, right? Force is not the way. Presence, invitation, and responding with at least curiosity and willingness, if not compassion and grace, right? So what are some ways to ground? If you're right here holding this mudra or a different mudra that I just showed you, and it's starting to get really intense. And in fact, let me not even say that. Let's just do this together. Let's transition. Let's pretend that we are sitting in this practice and it's become too intense, right? Yeah, it's become too intense. And so I'm deciding to ground my energy out. What are some of the ways I can do that? First and foremost, drop your mudra and turn your hands, palms down on your lap. The other way, release your mudra and bring your hands to your chest and to your belly. And I will let you decide, because you are your guru, whether you want your right hand on your heart or on your or swapped with your right hand on your belly. And it's going to be unique for you because your system is unique, right? So in each moment, your system may need more energy flowing into the heart, or it may need more energy flowing into the solar plexus. But definitely keep one hand on your heart. And then if you find the other hand needs to wander, needs to move somewhere else, needs to press somewhere else, please feel free to do that. But focus on the center of your being and releasing the practice that's bringing you up. The Durga pranayama that I offered earlier, the 3-part breath that I offered earlier, is a deeply powerful grounding breath, and it can be done like so. With that one, you do want to put the right hand over the heart and the left hand on the belly. Durga pranayama is done like so, and the first few times it may be kind of intentional that you got to move like this, and eventually the more you practice, the more you will find your rhythm. Inhale, pulling the breath in. As you inhale, first, push that belly button out. Second, expand the rib cage. Third, open the collarbone. As you exhale, release the collarbone, relax the collarbone, release the rib cage so it can fall back down around your lungs, and then gently pull the belly button into the spine. Inhale, belly button comes out, rib cage expands, collarbone opens. Exhale, collarbone drops, rib cage falls, belly button pulls in. The other piece of that is you're offering oxygen to your system and you're getting back into the present state of being in your body. Sometimes when we're holding a mudra or we're sitting in meditation, our mind wanders outside, our attention wanders outside of the physical self. And so if we find things to get too intense, or we feel scared, or we feel uncomfortable or anxious, come back into the body, notice the breath, notice the heart, allow the energy to come down. It doesn't even have to be, again, it doesn't have to be complicated. If you're having too much of this upper body energy, grab a blanket and swaddle yourself up, wrap yourself up. Just wrap yourself up in your arms and rock back and forth. Try pats or gentle pets as well. All grounding, all nourishing to your system. Actively nourishing, not passively, actively nourishing. That's me making the choice to ground my energy and to care for my system in a way that offers it peace, offers it grace. Okay. Nikki, Got an off-topic question. Quantum field related. Mudras used to clear, upgrade, etc. Or energy field and light language, aka speaking in tongues, light language linguistics. Okay. Mudra, the term mudra, actually means just like pose, position. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts here. Rearrange here. There are tongue mudras. There are hand mudras. There are eye mudras. So speaking in tongues or light language or sound, using sound to clear the energy field is just as valid and effective as using mudras. It's just a different style, right? It's just a different angle, and it's going to affect different parts of the self, and it's going to affect you differently. I know that some of us, for example, we talked about earlier, astrology related to the chakras. As someone who has a lot of heavy energy in the throat chakra, it actually really, really, really helps me to vocalize. I am not somebody who speaks like language, but my son has a language that he experiences and allows it to go through him. And he says sometimes he can say things or experience things with that he cannot articulate in English. Right. And he's like, I don't know how to tell you what it means because I don't know what it means. I can't, there's not a word for it in that. And I said, then don't translate it into something else. Let it be what it is. Oh, I got to drag the slider. Inactivity. I don't know how to drag your slider. Oh, wait, here we go. I got it. I can figure it out. Close. All right. Yeah. I mean, was that your question? Was essentially like how those work or if they are effective or that kind of stuff? Yes, you feel it within instead of hearing it with your ears. Correct. And again, mudras work to redirect the energy channels in my body. So does breath can redirect the way that the energy is moving through my lungs, right? Through my body. Vocalizations is going to realign the frequencies that my body's experiencing. I really like to talk about us as an instrument because sound is such an important part of our expression and our experience. The frequency is a quantum part of our experience, right? And so it just depends on what frequency, what wavelength you want to play on. I love mudras because they're very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Visceral for me. I grew up with energy work. I was taught energy work as a child. I wasn't taught mudras as a child, but I've always been able to really feel the flow. And I love mudras because it's like connecting circuits. I can feel it moving. And so for mudras, it's the language that I know I speak really well because I can experience it and hear. But before mudras, was vocalizations and sounds because I didn't know that I could get into that deeper place. And honestly, I was a little afraid of getting into that deeper place. I was very disconnected from my body. And so for me, the vocalization, the external expression of whatever was happening inside was much safer than me going inside and trying to hear the quieter voices, quieter frequencies. Nice. Thank you, Nikki, for asking. Brooke, I haven't used Mudra before. You're very into working with them. I can feel energy in my hands. That's why I believe I was drawn to them. Yeah, absolutely. So I have all last year, I offered, not all last year, I think, but for a while last year, I was posting a bunch of mudras. I do have a playlist that is just mudras. And honestly, I'm trying to put a couple people have suggested that I do a mudra book, but here's the thing. The picture of a hand position is so much harder to communicate than videos. So I am going to spend some time next year working on like a workshop or something like that I can offer a mudra series. Maybe each month we'll offer mudras for, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah. So How do mudras work? Let's cover that one really quick. Yeah, the pictures don't do it. And sometimes it's hard on the videos. And if you find my videos in my there's a playlist called mudras. And what you'll notice is I have the camera here. So you see it from my perspective, from your eyes. And then I also do it from this way. So you can see it from the outside perspective. And I got some really good feedback on those videos last year. So I probably want to do them again. What? What? The kids are playing. What? The kids are playing on dirt bikes. They're playing on dirt bikes. I'm not going to let you out there to yell at them. They're being very good kids, having a very good time. They're doing great things. Okay, they're being good dogs. It's okay. Sorry, I just spilled a little tea. All right. So, mudras. How do mudras work? They work by redirecting the energy channels in our body, right? And we mentioned before Eastern medicine and how Eastern medicine uses the energy body and the chakras and whatnot and understands them from a perspective of actually being able to treat the system because they speak from those 5 major elements that we have in our system. Puppy protective mode activated. Yeah, exactly. He's a healer too, so he wants to talk to everybody about everything. Here, 5 fingers. Go ahead and raise your hand, raise your 5 fingers, spread them out, and we're going to go through each one. Start with your thumb. This is the element of fire in your system. That means your thumb itself, and the physical connections with inside of your body, inside of your actual body, right? I'm not just talking about energy, but the actual connections of physical stuff inside of your body. Your thumb connects to the fire element in your system. Air is your index finger. Ether or spirit is your middle finger. Earth is your ring finger. And the pinky finger is water. My brain was just making extra associations. So I have to check those associations really quick. Yeah, sure as shit. Yep. Okay. So that also means that we don't have to talk about it right now. You're going to confuse them. Okay. We're just talking about the mudras. Don't add that extra caveat. I know it's exciting. Shush. Here are the 5 elements: fire, air, ether or spirit, earth, and water. So imagine when we bring air and fire together. Not only does air make a fire bigger, right? So you might think, oh, it might activate all this stuff. But fire consumes air to become bigger. So it offers a balance. This is one of the most foundational mudras out there. And you keep these other channels open: water, earth, and spirit. So this is your basic Gyan mudra for balancing. So what does air do in your system? Air can lead to racing thoughts, busy mind, anxiety, dry skin, what is it called? Dehydration, anxiety. Yeah. These things, excess air in your system can cause those kinds of agitations. So if you got excess air in your system, what can you do with that excess air? You can curl it right inside. Bring the thumb and the spirit, fire and spirit, to touch. And keep earth and water flowing. Try that one. I, as somebody who experiences, I'm not only an air dosha, but also anxiety and these other things and whatnot. I experience an excess of air in my system. Sometimes sitting down with this mudra does not calm my system because I already have an excess of the air. So using different ones. Yeah, let me see, Nikki. Fire, air. Middle is spirit. Ring is earth. Do I meditate with it? Which one? Anyone? This one? Yeah, you can sit with mudras. You can meditate with your mudras, or you can just sit with them. I really like, for example, this is one of my favorite ones when my brain is getting excessive, when my busy thoughts are super, super busy. I will just put this in my hand and leave it over here off to the side. I'll rest it in my lap and then let it do its work. I don't have to be fully present with it for it to do its work. However, if I give it my full and undivided attention, the experience obviously will be amplified and I will get more of it or more effectively or more quickly or that kind of stuff. For how long? I always recommend you hold your mudras for a minimum of 5 minutes. Minimum of 5 minutes, because it takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate through your whole system. And doesn't matter which hand. Some mudras, yes, some mudras, no, right? So one of my favorite mudras that balances your whole system, brings all the elements into balance, and actually helps with the I forget the name of the thing. There's this bridge between the two hemispheres of your brain, and strengthening that, this mudra strengthens that as well as bridges both sides, both hemispheres of the body. This one is really simple, where we just bring the tips of all of our fingers together and hold that. You can rest it in your lap. Thank you, corpus callosum. Thank you. I was like, I know pericardium's here. Hold on. All right. Bring all points to touch and just rest that in your lap. And I invite you to take a moment with this. Again, if you really want to be sure you feel the mudra, hold for a minimum of 5 minutes. If you want your system to get at least, okay. What am I actually trying to say here? Wanting to say. You may feel the mudra before those 5 minutes, but after those 5 minutes, the mudra will have felt all of you, right? Okay. So one like this you need both hands, right? So it doesn't matter which hand. Certain mudras will have one hand on top, one hand on the bottom, or thumb on top or thumb over the other, and those mudras are specific to yin or yang energies. These are non-dual, but we do have some dual mudras. The Dhyana mudra. Dhyana mudra is another interesting mudra, which instead of working with the channels here in your fingers, ooh, blindly evolving. That'd be a great idea. Now I want to gift my people with dementia that mudra. Absolutely. So the Dhyana mudra is done traditionally by placing the right hand in the left. And it's just like this. You just rest the hands like so. And we rest this down in the lap. And you can, again, this is a mudra you can sit there and you can hang out and watch a show. You can talk to your friends. You can, whatever, as long as you're not using your hands, you can rest your hands in your lap like this. The Dhyana mudra, this is one of my favorite meditation mudras. That is traditionally done with the right hand and the left, but you can also switch it. And I encourage you to switch these and practice with them in different ways, which is why I recommend you get a journal or you go to my TikTok shop right here and get the inner light map to record what your experiences are with these mudras and when you did them and how long you did them. And some of them you're going to find immediately when you hold them, you feel something. And before 5 minutes is there, you're like, I'm done. That's way too much. Other mudras, you're going to sit for 10, 15 minutes and not even realize any of that time has passed. It's just about finding. I know you want to go yell at them, but I don't want to go send you out there just to bark at the neighbors. It's about finding what feels good within your system. Okay. How do mudras work? The elements, the energy channels. I'm thinking here, sorry, allowing. The thumb is associated with the solar plexus. The index finger connects to the heart. Sorry, I should say the thumb connects to the solar plexus. The index finger connects to the heart. The middle finger connects to the throat. The ring finger connects to the root. And the pinky to the sacral. Yes, that's another really nice one, Nikki. Holding your thumb in the other hand like this. This is a mudra. Which one for the throat? Here, let me help you remember them this way too, right? The thumb is fire. Where does your digestive fire come from? The energy that your system on a physical level turns this, where your energy creates, where your body creates energy on a physical level. Fire is your digestion. This is your solar plexus. The index finger is air. Air, what part of your body handles air? The lungs. So that's behind the heart, right? We're going to switch over here because this is going to be an important part of it, okay? Or this is important. So the pinky rules the element of water in your system. Where is your water bowl? Where is your womb? Masculine or feminine? Where is the womb for holding all of that water and all of that receiving and all that nourishment and all that? That's your sacral chakra. The ring finger, earth, your root, grounding down right there into the ground. So that's your root, right? Where your legs come out to touch the ground, root. That leaves the expression of all of these other chakras to be expressed as me, as spirit, as the essence, the ethereal expression, the intangible expression of my physical reality. Throat. I also like to think of it like, if you're going to cuss somebody out, which finger do you use? It's the same one associated with the throat. If you have something to say about it, you can say it with your hand with that finger. So hopefully maybe that helps a little bit with the associations. White bear Reiki, like when the dog got into my lap, taking some of his anxiety, like feeling into him. Absolutely. I'm actually training him to be my service dog because we have as an energy worker, I already kind of do connect with animals in that way, but he connects to me in such a way that I've not experienced before. And it's such a really beautiful blessing. When I have anxiety, he will come and sit next to me oftentimes, or will come lay on me, kind of stuff. Yeah. And he has been having some anxiety lately because I've been having some anxiety lately. So thumb, fire, solar, index, air, heart, middle, spirit, throat, earth, or ring, earth, root, pinky, water, sacral. That's all right. That's it. You got it. You're watching his anxiety disappear. Yeah, he's over there napping now. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that I didn't have an answer to. Thank you, friend. I'm supposed to shake my head. No, I didn't want to shake. Aw, that's adorable. That's what I was going to say. The whole idea of who would you take to a deserted island with you? I never had an answer for that question. I was always like, I don't know. It depends on it, like who's in my life or who I'm dating at the time, or I don't know if I want anybody on the island or whatever. I never had an answer for it. I never, ever, ever had an answer for it. But after I got this doggo, and I mean, it was probably just maybe a few months of us building our relationship together. And somebody asked me that question, and I was like, oh my God, I have an answer. Oh my God, I have an answer. My dog. Oh my God. Oh my dog. Oh my dog. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, he's been a really important part of my journey back to self-love. Dogs teach us a lot about love being unconditional, unlike cats. Sorry, we got 4 cats too, which we fucking love to tears as well. But dogs have another layer that they teach us about showing up and being there and being present. You know, I mean, you can yell at a dog and the next minute they'll come to you for pets. And I think it's important for those of us who shelter these dogs to recognize the power and in their vulnerability, the power in their submission to someone. Thank you, friend. Yeah, blindly evolving. It's also where you found unconditional love too. You also live with 4 cats and a dog? How did that happen? Nikki, yes, I can absolutely I would pin it, but you'd have to make me a mod. Yeah, I can make you a mod, Nikki. The only thing I ask really quick about mods, that you really do your best. Like if somebody's being absolutely rude, you saw it today, right? You saw it today and you've seen it other ones. If somebody's being just obtuse and like screaming absurdities that don't mean anything at all or don't match, then just mute them. If someone is coming in and weaponizing their energy and projecting things, and it's an opportunity that I grab onto and want to use that for a few minutes, please go ahead and wait. I will usually signal for something like that. There's a difference between somebody just being, throwing shit all over the walls. They can be muted. Somebody coming in and yelling about stuff is sometimes, I mean, so is the shit all over the walls, but it's sometimes a request for help. And I have had people in these spaces in these last 3 years that I've been teaching who come in disruptive and, argumentative and end up staying and end up becoming a longer term part of our community. So as a mod, I ask that you're not quick to mute unless it's absolutely necessary, and that you never block. That's my responsibility to take that on. And that's it. It's an opportunity for growth. It's an opportunity for us to learn with each other. And it's an opportunity to show compassion to the people who are coming in from that triggered place, right? And sometimes, depending on the energy, I choose to be more compassionate or sometimes just more like, yeah, no. Okay, good. Here, let me make you a mod real quick. And then there. Thank you, friend. Because you have 2 of your own and your housemates have 2 and a guard dog. Nice. It is more affordable to live with a group of people. Rachel, I like the way you say that. Dogs eat bad energy for breakfast, kind of like you're explaining right now. You do. They transmute energy. They are hugely effective at transmuting energy, right? They feel so deeply and so much, and so intensely. That's what I'm looking for. They feel so intensely, but they consistently just move through those intense experiences. The cool science behind understanding, knowing that dogs actually really do feel emotions, and how intensely they feel them with their whole being every single time. Yeah. They can teach us a lot. They can teach us a lot about that. Now my pirates are chattering like, oh, what do cats teach you? How to fucking defend your boundaries even when somebody isn't even being mean? I don't know. I love my cats. Okay. So Does anyone have any other specific questions about the crown chakra? We did not review the actual structure of the energy body today, and we didn't review the development stages of the energy body today. I wanted to try to do things a little bit different because we review the development stages every single time, which is not a problem, but I wanted to spend a little more time on other things today. So if you are curious about the development stages of the energy body, when do these chakras develop and why does it matter when they develop? Because they correlate to different social, emotional, and physiological development stages. And so when your chakra is developing at the same time as your sense of will and autonomy or your need for connection, it patterns in the personality traits that eventually become you. It patterns in the beliefs and it patterns in the triggers that your system uses to react to the world to keep you safe. Oh, as a huge purring machine, that is what cats are for. Anybody else have any requests for any other practices for the crown chakra? Again, I have on my TikTok shop here. I move a change over on this TikTok shop. I have cheat code PDFs. They're $5.55 to download. It's 3-4 pages, and it has all of the associations, a bunch of mudras, mantras, sounds, asanas, all that stuff. You can go pick those up yourself, and you can explore them as much as you'd like to. Remember, they're not an end-all, be-all list. They're just ones that do help with these sorts of things with each particular chakra. I am live every Saturday at 10 a.m. Pacific time until however long we feel like going for the day. Please go if you'd like to learn more about the development stages and how how the enculturation process manipulates our systems, or essentially wires our systems with an intention behind it, for a reason. I have written a book here called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. So if you'd like to know how the enculturation process conditions you through the chakra system and through those biological development stages, this is the place. This is the place to get that TikTok shop right there, the Bitly TikTok shop. If you want a link to anything, send me a message. If you have other questions, especially if they're private questions that you don't want to ask out in the public sphere, send me a message. I will do my best to get back to people. If it's something that you want to dive deeper into, or you want my help working through something, you can either choose the option of coaching by donation, which are one-off 15 minutes coaching sessions if you need an emergency session, and or you can do group coaching, which we do on every Monday. Guess what? Group coaching is back. Group coaching is back. So we are back and live on, not live, it's a private Zoom call on Mondays. If you'd like to join a membership level for that, that's an ongoing membership, and we do that every single Monday. And what's the other piece? Cheat codes book. We are doing a raffle for a signed copy of my book. The 2 ways to enter that raffle is to either send a swan here in a live, or you can also gift a swan on my content anywhere on TikTok. That gets you 1 entry into the raffle. If you go over here and put $5 into the donation jar, you get 2 entries. And that's because TikTok takes up to 60% of what your favorite creators, any of the creators make on TikTok. What time on Monday is 5 p.m. 5 to 6:30. We've extended it so that we can accommodate the group size. It's not massive right now, but I like to make sure everybody has some time to check in. And then we do a meditative practice, a guided meditation together that I call dream journeying. It's a practice that I really love, that I discovered and cultivated think of it like astral projection light. Think of it like walking into a different space. We are using our mind space, our meditative practices, to move ourselves into a shared space, into a different space. It's a very powerful practice, and it allows you to explore outside of the material realm in a way that's not available. I haven't found it's available otherwise. So White Bear Reiki is the coaching through TikTok or other. I do the coaching through Zoom calls. I do private coaching. This is the only live that I have right now, and it's free and it's public, and I'm on TikTok and on YouTube. Replays for this entire year are open and free on YouTube. Anything before this year started is available via membership. I have another 2 years of classes online. And all kinds of different stuff too through membership. Membership is available on this TikTok shop. Sorry, I keep saying it that way, but that's how we got to do things. It is available on this TikTok shop. That's where you're going to get the most out of your membership. And then there's also, I have group coaching on Mondays, and then I have private coaching available either for once a month, 1 hour a month, or a weekly coaching session. So it's up to you, and I'm really flexible. And again, if the $ is the lock that keeps you out of services or things that you need, please reach out to me. I am very flexible on such things. There just has to be some kind of exchange, right? All right, Rachel. Let's see. When I work with the crown chakra, I get physically sick, nauseous sometimes because it's powerful. How do you stay most rooted working with the crown energy? So I'm glad you mentioned this because we did talk about it a little bit earlier. If you're working with any of the upper chakras and it becomes too intense, remember that we live in a culture that teaches us to actually pull a lot of our energy up here, but not in a balanced way. So it can actually cause excess in our heads or in our these upper chakras, right? So to ground your energy out, it can be really simple practices. Walking outside barefoot, placing your palms just down on your thighs, tapping on the body, or breathing into the deeper parts of your lungs. Durga Pranayama is one of my favorite breathing practices because one of my favorite ways to ground, because you can be practicing Durga Pranayama and be working on your crown chakra. So Durga Pranayama, you don't actually need your hands here. You can do this without your hands. But when you're starting, right hand on your heart, left hand on your belly. As you inhale, allowing the belly button to press out. So expanding the belly, expanding the rib cage, and then opening the collarbone. As you exhale, collarbone falls, rib cage falls, belly button pulls back to the spine. Inhale again, belly button out, rib cage wide, open the collarbone. And these are very intentional steps, but as you work with it, it becomes a nice steady flow that pulls breath way down deeper than we're used to even breathing. Breath is a really grounding practice. Humming is a really grounding practice. Okay. There is one practice that I'd like to offer specifically, Rachel. It's funny that this didn't come up earlier. This is how the pirates work. This is how the intuitive recollection works, right? I offer the tools that are asked for the particular person. So Rachel, I have a tool for you, and anybody else might benefit from this. I'm not surprised that it didn't come up earlier for the other individual, but if it becomes extremely intense, especially if you're feeling that energy up here in your head or even in your shoulders or in your lung, like if this is the stuff that's feeling too much, one of my favorite practices is another breathwork practice, and I will show it here in just a second. I'm a couple messages behind. Okay. All right. This is called Brahmari breath. Some of you may be familiar with it. Maybe you've already done it with us in here, but this is like seriously my favorite, because anxiety, racing thoughts, busy self-talk, right? Okay. So this one is done. There's a couple ways you can, okay. You're always offering so many options. I know. I want everybody to have the thing that fits for them. Okay. I'm going to give you the full version of this, and then I'm going to give you a simplified version of this. Depending on what you need in the moment, that's for you to decide, right? Okay, so the traditional version of Brahmari breath is done like so. It's called humming bee breath in translation. We bring our pinkies to touch. Remember, just touch with intention, not tension. Touch the pinkies to the corners of your mouth. Blindly evolving, you use this a lot when you were working with your brow chakra. I'm so glad you have this tool. All right, pinkies to the corner of your mouth, ring fingers just to the edge of the outside of your nostrils. So again, we're just touching here, just making that connection. Then watch for a second. Don't do it with me because you got to close your eyes. Okay, watch for a second. Close your eyes and place your middle finger on your eyelashes, just at the bottom of the eye socket. And then the index finger goes at the top of the eye socket. So essentially your middle finger is at the bottom of the eye socket, index finger is at the top of the eye socket. So your hands will be resting gently on your face like so. You will inhale, big deep breath in. And then you close your ears and hum the entire exhale like so. Once you inhale, when you inhale, please take your thumbs out of your ears. Take your thumbs out of your ears. You can keep the rest of the fingers on your face, but thumbs have to come up to out to inhale. And then close them back up and hum with me. Open your ears, inhale. And then you can hum again. And the important pieces to remember here. Always open your ears as you inhale. Close them only for the exhale. Remember that your fingers are gently resting on your face, not pushing into your face. When you exhale, really sink into that hum. Really allow that hum. It's not a timid hum. It is a just open the throat, open the chest, open the head, and you want to feel it vibrating through you wherever, however much you can get that vibrating through you. Yes, a lot of sinus movement on that one. As soon as I stopped and started talking, I could feel my sinuses were already clearing up again. I need to do that when I remove my earbuds. Yeah, that is a really good idea. I use humming when I'm driving, so no road rage. Nice. Let me think. What's the other piece of this? Oh, as you hum that exhale, an important piece as you continue to practice this is to seek a steady hum. So if at the end of your hum, it starts to get weak or you feel like you're pushing too hard to get that, like an extension of the hum, drop the hum. I don't want to hear you going, that's just creating tension in your body. A nice, steady, even if it's a little shorter, deep hum is going to be more powerful and more effective than trying to get a really long exhale out of it. Would this also be done for 5 minutes? And what does it focus on? Great question. Thank you, Nikki. You can do it 5 times. You can do it 1 time. You can do it for 15 minutes. That is one that is entirely up to you. It's just about when you feel like it's enough or if you feel like you need more. That's entirely up to you. What does this do? It helps essentially, it's brow chakra, it's headache, it's racing thoughts, it's too much air up in the system, up in the head. It can also be a disconnection or tension. So headaches, anger. I was saying earlier, humming releases anger, so no road rage. Anxiety, and into other things. It's a full system soothe. You're going to make your entire system go, oh, if you do that a bunch of times, right? But specifically for tension. What does that vibration do? But shakes the tension loose. Okay. So focusing up here, but even if you're having anxiety, and that's what I wanted to offer. So if you are in like an anxiety attack or something like that, and it's not just specifically the head and you're not feeling very calm, then you might not have the time to be like, where does this go? Wait a minute. So if that happens, put both hands on top of your head so that your fingertips are touching like this. This is a Reiki hand position, right? Put your I guess it's the palms on the sides of your head and the fingertips to touch at the top. Try to align them right there with the crown, and then use your ears like this. Close and open. Yes, your palms will come back off, but I want you to align your fingers properly to the center of your head, and then inhale, big deep breath, and then close the ears. I would even suggest really gentle pressure on the very top of your head. Not a lot of pressure. This is an intentional connection with just a little bit more intention added to help ground down. Hey, online piano lessons, how are you? Steph Cross, if you have seizures or you have another diagnosis or thing like that, it's always imperative that you pay attention to how these things work within your system. That particular practice is not contraindicated for seizures, but as a practitioner and a teacher and a coach and whatnot on lives, I cannot specifically be like, you should definitely use it for that. But also, there is not a direct like, for example, there are mudras that we do not do if we are with child. There are asanas, practices, movements that we do not do in yoga if we're on our cycle. Those sorts of things, because they can aggravate or they work in the opposite direction. A really good example of this is there is a mudra for elimination. Feeling constipated, feeling stuck, feeling backed up. Sorry, I just turned into an infomercial. there is a mudra for that. And if you're not feeling that way, if you're not having that issue, or if you have a quick digestion, right? I'll stop adding the ors. I was practicing this mudra just as an arbitrary mudra to practice so I could get familiar with it. And I had just eaten lunch and I sat with this mudra. Please do your best to do your mudras without food in your belly, but preferably not right after you eat. But this one in particular sped up my digestion. It was like the 5 minute, I sat with it for 5 minutes and I had just eaten lunch. I was literally sitting at the table after lunch when my friend was continuing to eat and I held the mudra. This is the Apana mudra. It's literally to release, right? Imagine this like a trap door releasing the energy down out of your system. So 1, it can work for digestion. 2, it can also work if you're feeling super, super, super like not anxious, right? But like super, super energized and you want to bring your energy down a little bit. That's the Apana mudra. All right, it's like this. You drop the middle 2 fingers, that's your middle and ring finger, down into your palm, like the I love you, right? Like the little I love you in sign language. And then take your thumb and rest your thumb on top of the nails. This is important because this is a different mudra. Where you touch the shadow dog is a different mudra than if you press down on the nails. Remember, we do not do this so hard that we're going to hurt ourselves, but the intentional connection, just like with the crown there, where we put a little bit of pressure, just the intentional pressure on it. As far as energy work goes, Reiki or otherwise, it's suggested Reiki is not hands-on. But the style of energy work that I have always done is a hands-on style of energy work. And it says that you need no more than the weight of a nickel to be able to do things like realign. We use cranial sacral therapy. There it is. I was like, where the fuck? Cranial sacral therapy. When you're doing cranial sacral therapy, you need no more than the weight of a nickel. So I use that same connection for any other type of energy work that we do on ourselves or that we do on others. I don't want to get too deep into how you do energy work because I'm not here teaching that. Apana mudra. Drop that energy down. I love cranial sacral therapy. Me too. It's so funny. I actually just now thinking about that, remembered that the certification process I went through for craniosacral therapy, and I don't have it on my, I don't even list it as one of the certifications that I have because I don't really use craniosacral itself except for on me. I use hands-on energy work. So yes, it's the horns, but it's making sure you put that, press down the thumb on those. And then you can just rest this on your thigh. Faith, question: if I force someone's hands to make the mudra, does it still work? I'm imagining you like accosting somebody and like making them do it and holding it there in their hand. Maybe it's not as aggressive. Maybe there's like a little kid that you want to help. I think it would depend entirely on the situation, but ultimately, for us to get the benefit from them, we remember these are circuits, and so you want to get as close to that circuit as possible. See, I know people with constipation. I knew it. Just don't tell them what it's for, and like tell them to do this thing. I don't know. That's the second question. Does it matter left hand or right? It does not particularly matter. It depends. It's a both hand mudra, and so it's going to depend entirely. Whoa! Hold on a second. I gotta go pee because that just released my pelvic floor, and that just sent my energy into this like woof, like my energy just hit a dip in the road. So hold on a second. All right, let me go to the bathroom really quick because you guys have several questions, and I'm going to clarify those really quick.
Okay, thank you. Come back. That's my puppy. That's my puppy. It's a good boy. That's my puppy.
Okay, all right. So, right or left? It does not matter right or left. Yes, I can show you the head mudra again. This is what I wanted. Nikki, you mentioned here that your right hand feels a little more tension than with your left hand. So here is the important piece to remember when you're working with right or left. Your right and left are managed, ruled by the sun and the moon, by the yin and the yang energy, right? So your right hand is going to indicate the ways that your system acts upon something, or the active side of that thing, versus the passive or receptive, or receives, how your system receives something or waits for something kind of deal. So in terms of that mudra, actually the pirates are like, well, of course, because this is the yin side. My left is my yin side, and so is already used to releasing energy or relaxing into something. My right side, especially with digestion, may actually be causing tension in my system or force in my system. Part of me thinks about things like when we go to the bathroom and we push too hard. That's so yang of your system, when actually a proper BM is to relax into that and not so much the heavy pushing. When we get in a habit of that heavy pushing, we can actually throw our systems out of balance because we're so used to doing it that way. And we're unable to relax into it. So that would make sense to me that your right would be more tense than your left. And somebody asked, is there a mudra to give you this kind of way high energy, right? Versus the opposite of this. And I would say, yes, it's one of them. One of them is the prana mudra. The prana mudra is specific to raising that energy up, getting you the fuck out of bed, giving you the motivation to do something. Prana mudra. And this one can be done with right or left hand. See, this one's harder for me to do on the left. And you can just rest them in your lap. You can hold it somewhere. You can talk to people with it. You can hold this all day long. See how it goes. But stop when it doesn't feel good anymore, please. They're going to think we're doing rock and roll with that sign, but that's why I'm saying, I'm like, you could probably convince people to do it. Tell them it's a new exercise. It's supposed to be good for, I don't know. Tell them it's a new something that's good for something or other. If you press your fingers down into your palm 10 times, right? 5 times a day. I don't know. I'm curious to what you decide to do and how you get it to them. Okay, vibrant gold. Can I show the head mudra again, please? Yes. So the head mudra, are you talking about the Sahasrara mudra that we did for the crown chakra, or the variation of the Brahmari breath that we did? Please let me know which one you want. Grab your own mudra today before supplies run out. Are there unconscious mudras we do every day? Yes. There are unconscious mudras. Hey, Lila. Finger kegels. That's it. It's this new thing. Everybody has to do finger kegels. Okay, both. Hey, Mackie. What did I miss there? There was something I saw. Oh, that was it. Are there unconscious mudras we do every day? Yes. And this is why I suggest either getting yourself a journal and charting these things, or for that specifically, I do suggest going to my TikTok shop over here at a Move with Change on this TikTok shop. And there I have that inner light map. The inner light map has, let me explain this for a second because it's actually a good tool. It has a writing section where you say, I woke up at this time, I had this many glasses of water today, here are my affirmations, right? That kind of journaling piece of it. There's one page like that for my wordy folks like me, for my detail folks. Then the second page has an outline of the body from front, back, and both sides. This is a otherwise blank page, and it's there for you to draw what you perceive about your energy, from color to shape to movement, any other kinds of things. That's that second page on there. The third and fourth pages are more for class stuff, right? The one of them is for you to basically create a library of your mudras or your tools. So you explain what kind of tool it is and you write down the details that you get from class or from a content or even from Google. You don't have to even just use my classes. And then you write down all the details and how to do it and all the pieces of it. Then there's one more piece, and that's for when you practice doing your practice assessment. So again, if you do this, or if you do this mudra, or if you decide to sit with, see that I'm crossing wires here. So that will track your mudras. So your question though was unconscious mudras. That's a space where you can also record unconscious mudras or notice, especially as you start working with mudras, you will probably notice that you're doing one. So some of the most common ones that we see pretty regularly, again, is this one. That's a pretty common, just kind of like resting your hands in your lap. I think sometimes it's a sensory thing too, when we're doing things like tapping them and whatnot. Thumb in your hand. I guess that's not one we always do. The Mr. Burns. Yes. And speaking of, there's another one that you've probably seen people do, whether or not you do it intentionally or not, could be a different thing, right? But this one you have seen Elon Musk probably do, and some other similar sort of people in the nowadays. Interlace all your fingers and keep the index and the thumb out, and then open like this. That's the Uttada Bodhi Mudra. And this is for boosting confidence and stage presence, essentially. So just record them. If you notice yourself doing a hand position frequently, just write it down in a journal or the inner light map, so that you can track it and kind of get familiar with that mudra. And then you can also check with me or something like that. Like search up the mudra, reverse search, or send me a photo and be like, what's this one? Okay. My friend, Vibrant Gold. Okay. Here are the two different, here's the one practice with two variations that I offered earlier. It's called Brahmari breath. It's called humming. It translates to humming bee breath. This one is good for a full body shakedown. Kind of what I think about it is like, honestly, just like taking the system and like giving it a good shake to let anything shake loose tension, to shake loose fear, to shake loose anxiety or even grief or busy thoughts. It is very specifically useful when you have a racing mind, busy thoughts, or headaches. So there's two ways to do it, and there are two mudras to do it with. This one, I almost remembered the name for this mudra, but that's okay. So this is done by placing, remember, just place it on your face gently, not creating pressure. The corners of the mouth, you put your pinkies to the corners of your mouth, your ring fingers to the edges of your nostrils. You close your eyes and place your middle fingers over your eyelashes at the base of your eye socket, and then your index fingers go at the top of your eye socket, just below your brow. Take a deep breath in with your thumbs out. And then you close your ears and you hum the full exhale. As soon as you inhale, pull those thumbs back out. So it'll look like this. Focusing on that nice, long, steady breath, and focusing more on steady than length. Yeah, level than length. So instead of going to try to get a really long exhale, just focus on a nice, steady as best you can. The other mudra you can use for that, and I suggested this specifically if you're having an anxiety attack or like you can't think clearly in the moment. Sometimes we're so busy up here or so out of alignment that we need like a hard reset. And that one, you can do this. You take your hands, bring the tips of your fingers to touch at the very top of your head. That way you're connecting to your crown chakra. And then lift your thumbs and use the thumbs here to, again, open as you inhale and then close them to exhale. And you can have the eyes open for that second one, or you can go ahead and close them. Again, it depends on what you're experiencing. I know that for me, sometimes when I'm experiencing anxiety, I cannot close my eyes. It's way scarier to be in here than it is to have my eyes open. In that case, keep them open and just hum with a gentle pressure, no more than the weight of a nickel, on the very top of your head with your index fingers connected. No, middle fingers. Sorry, not index, middle fingers. Okay. There you go. Anybody have any last thoughts? You're very welcome, Vibrant Gold. Sorry that took me a second to get back to you. And if you go to my content, I do have playlists. I have a pranayama playlist where I have several different videos. A couple of them are the Brahmari practice. I also have the mudra playlist that's got mudras for a bunch of different things on them, and I outline what they're all for. I'd really like to make that content again. I just need to do better about scheduling myself, personal time, and content making time. Yeah. So again, we are doing another drawing for a signed copy of my book here in October. That book is called Energy for sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. I think this is a really important, I mean, obviously all of us think our work is important, but I think this is really important right now, especially when we're living in a reality that is very inundated with falsities, false truths, and false narratives, and intentional manipulation through things like marketing, propaganda, social media, and AI as well. And unfortunately, it's not getting a lot better right now. We're seeing more AI. AI is getting better at manipulating us. We're seeing more um, attempts to control the narrative through things like propaganda and social media and censorship and whatever. So this is something that if you are feeling like you do not want to just be fodder for the matrix, you don't want somebody else pulling your strings and controlling you, you don't want to be a puppet to the system, to the paradigm that we are currently living in, then I highly recommend that you understand how your system works so that you can rewire it. Essentially, the powers that be know how the system works. They know how your system works. The whole reason they tell you that chakras and energy work are demonic and scary and bad is to keep you away from the source of the knowledge that they use to keep you manipulated. So, again, it's called Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. It's the understanding of how we get wired through the enculturation process. The issue right now is that the enculturation process is natural. Every human ever went through it. The problem is now we have a culture that's being intentionally crafted and manipulated by a ruling class or by individuals who would like to have power over the masses and control over the masses. That I'm not okay with. That is not cool. So this is my radical rebellion. This is my way to fight back, is to give you the tools to rewire your system. I could do what other people are doing and charge exorbitant amounts for workshops, or I could charge absurd amounts for coaching. I do have those things available. I try to keep those levels, those numbers low enough to be still worth it, right? For us both to have the exchange. At the same time, I offer these free classes because I think it's imperative right now. I think the only way that we're going to really wake up and we're going to ever be able to change the earth into something that we want it to be, or cultures into something that we want them to be, that are actually supportive and loving for all, not just with this sort of like, yeah. I think this is really important. We have to take back our energetic sovereignty. And I think the crux of it is you have no idea how powerful you are. If you weren't powerful, they would not need to manipulate you to keep you in line. If you were not wise, they would not need to hide the truth from you to keep you from it. They would not need to manipulate the truth. You are powerful. And you your self-actualization is your birthright. We don't come to be humans just to be subjugated to other humans. We show up to experience this reality and experience it through the reality of our unique perspective, our lenses, our meat bags. I guess with all that said, because it sounds like fear mongering too, and I don't want to fear monger. With all that said, what I see out in the world right now, while there is an increase of attempts at manipulation, I see that as the death rattle of an outdated system. The system itself is falling apart. It no longer works. It's not functioning properly. It's falling apart from the inside. It's eating itself. Capitalism is gone to such a degree that it's just consuming itself now, right? It's not sustainable. And in these last weeks, months, or years, what we are experiencing is the groping and clawing of a system that would like to survive, but has nothing else to feed on. It can no longer survive. It can no longer do so because we are choosing to thrive instead of just survive. Survival? No, we don't do that shit anymore. Thrival. We are upgrading to thrival as a collective. So you don't need to buy my book. You could. But I believe that this is just the upswing, and we're all on the upswing. This is the tide that's rising, and no matter what part of the ocean you're in, that ocean is still rising. At the very least, if you don't buy my book and you don't use a mudra and you never use a mantra and you never explore any of this again, and you go on your merry way, same old, same thing every day, at the very least, I invite you to meet yourself and each other with curiosity and willingness first. Why? Because curiosity and willingness are opportunities to receive. Most importantly, being curious and willing with yourself, so that you can receive the truth of who you are, the essence of who you are. Because guilt, shame, blame, belittling, judgment, these don't allow me to receive anything. But curiosity and willingness gives me an opportunity to make a choice about who I want to be in the situation, what I want to do with that information, and whether I take it as a gift or I leave it there for someone else. I love you all so much. Again, remember, TikTok shop over here for coaching for the shop. It's also free to join over there too, so that you can keep updated via email about any changes and posts that I make. I don't do a lot on the Patreon just because I don't want to harass people with stuff. So yeah, but you'll get the big important announcements. I think that's all for today. I love you all so very much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long, especially those of you who've been here for like 6 hours with me. I'm glad we got extra hours in. Last week was a little short, so this feels really good to be able to spend the extra time. Remember that I will be live on Saturdays at 10 a.m. Pacific time, West Coast time, 10 a.m. And we will keep doing our drawing for a signed copy of my book. Congratulations to our winner, Allie, who got a signed copy of my book, who's going to get a signed copy of my book sent to them. And if you have any questions, reach out, message in my content. We have a Discord space. You can come hang out in there too. All right. I love you too. Oh, puppy. Are you ready to go? He says, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you doing stuff. I know, we got to have lunch first. And then maybe I can take you to the river. Do you want to go to the river, dog? Okay. All right, guys. I love you so much. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging out the whole time and for storing all my replays. And thank you, Blindly Evolving, for hanging out in the chat. And thank you, my looky-loos lurkers who've been here, not in the chat. That's all right. I love you guys.